randomly got shut down. I don't know what line I crossed. Doesn't show me any kind of warnings or nothing. Anyway, how y'all doing? If you made it this far, if you're gonna make it back in here. I don't know what happened. The whole live stream got shut down. I didn't get no warning about nothing or nothing. So I don't know. I don't know. It just happens. It probably was a signal thing, to be honest. But how y'all doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. Appreciate y'all being here. Trip radar, trip up radar, tripping them up on that trip radar. 24 mile, hell no. Yeah, that last trip, they tipped me 15 bucks. $15. So close to about 80 for the day. Not too bad. I just got to break 100. Damn, I wish you could go a little bit faster. Come on, buddy. At least, like, slide over to one side of the lane and, like, let the traffic go around you if you don't want to go faster. It's a 45 fucking mile an hour road, bro. It really shouldn't be that challenging to go 45. What in the fuck? Like, seriously, what the fuck? Come on, bro. Get your head on straight before you go driving next time. I know, right? God damn, I feel like we could have already been there. Let's go, dingus. It's not a school zone right now. It's not flashing. Why are you going 20? Come on, like, why can't you at least, like, scoot over to one side of the lane and let me get around your fucking ass? Like, god damn. The whole 4-mile journey down this fucking road, we haven't actually hit the speed limit yet. Please be going right. I know goddamn well he's going left, though. Yep. Yep. Now we're just gonna sit here for a half hour. Oh. Wow, that was surprising. That was kind of dumb. Okay. You see, like, he took off. I don't know why he didn't just pull into the lane. He, like, I don't know. Oh, now here you want to speed. So on the other street, you couldn't actually go 45, but here you can go 55 and a 45. Right. Okay. What's crazy is think about, like, the amount of people that are living with their parents nowadays, right? If you think probably like in 1890, there was probably a lot of people that were like still living, stayed at home and lived with their parents. You know what I mean? I don't think it was really like a so much of a push as it was in the last 100 years. Everybody go get your own type of shit. I don't know. Good luck getting a job! Jerry, can I come over after school? After school. You know, I'm not the little boy that I used to be. All grown up. Jerry, can't you see? Jerry's mom has got it coming up. She's all that I want, and I waited for so long. Now, Jerry, can't you see? You're just not a girl for me. Jerry's mom is got it going on. Jerry's mom is got it going on. Now, Jerry, can I come over after school? After school. Jerry, don't you want to come over after school? After school. I wanna look at your mom while she lays by the pool. She lays by the pool. Now, Jerry, can't you see? You're just not the guy for me. Some air through the car. Rolla. The car rolla. You get it? You get it? No. We'll watch a little bit of traffic drive by here for a minute. I'm currently waiting. 6:07 p.m. But Jerry, can I come over after school? No, thank you. You know, I'm not the little bitch that I used to be. Well, probably still a little. Well, yeah, mostly. Stacy's mom's got it going on. Jerry, can I come over after school? But yeah, man, it's not that bad, man. You live in your car. If you ever do it, I hope you don't have to. Hopefully your parents will care about you enough they can, at least let you stay in the yard. or on the porch or something. Even if they, say they don't trust you in the house or whatever. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't. It's like I've never stolen from my parents or something. I don't know what their fucking problem is. I really don't. They expect so much out of me, or they expect more out of me, and like the more that they try to expect out of me, the less I ultimately fucking want to give them. You know what I mean? Like, I know I'm not giving them my work, but you know what I mean? It's like, fuck y'all. Like, for real. Like, if y'all weren't fucking pushing us like fucking slave drivers in the first place, like, oh my god. Like, I feel exhausted every day. And all I'm doing is driving for Uber. You know what I mean? I'm putting like everything I can into this shit as it is. In between like living in the vehicle, not sleeping the best, and then getting up and still trying to like push and do, it's exhausting. It's exhausting being homeless. It really is. People don't want to, oh, you're just lazy. You're just lazy, homeless, bum. It's like, no, like, you try it out for a week and tell me, like, how ready you are. You're going to be so ready to go back inside. you know, it's like, try it out for like a 90-day period. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about taking off on the parts job. Cause I got a buddy in another state out in Oklahoma, which is still gonna be hot. It's still gonna be a hot summer in Oklahoma, but it'll probably be a little cooler than it is here. But that's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of a serious commitment to do all that. Say goodbye to this job. Probably even if I do it the right way, I'll probably still be saying goodbye to this job forever to do that. Just to get out of the heat for a couple months. Or I could just take more cold showers at the gym. Um, hmm. That's a lot of driving. It's a lot of driving. I don't know about that one. I probably should have took it. It was $20. It was $20 two piece. So it had to go to two different restaurants to pick it up, and then two different drop-offs. 22 miles. I don't know. Wouldn't quite. I don't know, man. I probably should have took it. But then I would have been out there in that small town. I'm not trying to go out there because I want to stay closer to the gym so that I can get a shower You know what I mean? And I was thinking tonight or this morning, I need to change my gym membership. Building another gym. They got a gym out in a small town, and they're building another location of that one here, which would be a way better option because then I'd have a gym here and a gym in the small town. So then it wouldn't matter and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's the reason I didn't take that order for 19, but it would have been a nice $19 order, kind of, sort of, because it would have been 10 for the one delivery, 9 for the one, not a bad double. And they slapped them together. The only thing is, like I said, it was going to push me way out to that small town where it would, one, be harder to get an order. Granted, it's 6 o'clock, so there probably would have been at least one more if I wanted it. That would have put me over 100. And, but I would have been out there in that small town where I couldn't get a shower. So, yeah. But like I said, if I switch gyms, there's a gym out there in that small town, so that won't be a problem anymore. Just gas. Gas is like 50 cents more expensive out there. I don't know why. They're just ripping people off out there. Like here, it's like I paid $3.60 a gallon for gas earlier, and then it's like $4.20 a gallon out in that small town, something like that, or $4.09 probably. But yeah, they're just slapping heads on that. Like I said, I would have taken it, but I gotta get this gym membership switched over. Which they're still building the one over here. I don't think it's quite ready. And then, with grand opening and stuff, it's gonna take a couple of weeks before I can actually, I might as well wait another couple of months where I'm at for this, the popularity to settle down over here at this other one. Whew. But yeah, I'm at $80 on 9 runs, something like that. Yeah. Not too bad. I'll hold off on that. You watch this. Hang on, check this out. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah. Chat working? Chat's busted? Chat balls? No. Anyway. Basically, I'm doing a stakeout on this. I think it's a fake internet company. I'm not sure. I think it's one of them Somali run things. I'm not 100% sure. That's why I'm staking the place out. I've been watching them here for like the last week or so. And just kind of looking, they got a decent amount of equipment, like vehicles type put to if they are doing internet, they made it look like they are. They did a pretty good job of making it look like they are. But I'm not 100% sure on that. So I've been checking it out, kind of watching from afar, kind of while I've been sitting here, kind of watching the traffic that flows in and out of there. Because if it's an internet service provider, I don't know. It's weird that they even have a storefront, kind of, sort of. They got the storefront with drive-through only. You can't walk into the store at all. You can't walk into the store. It's an internet service provider with storefront, but you can't actually walk into the store. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. I've been kind of doing the job of the police. If I catch any kind of real evidence, I might pass it on to them, see if there's anything we can do. Because I'm not a fan of people frauding the government. You know what I mean? Like, the government's already enough of a fraud itself. Can you just let them be? You know what I mean? Like, fuck. I'll be damned if I actually find something. Yeah, some kind of Zito. You probably see the van. Maybe. No, the van's more over here. There it is. This like white door. That's the van. But Zito, Zito is the name of the company. And it's, like I said, there's some kind of internet service provider type of thing. I don't know for sure. It's weird. It's really. That's why I said I've been watching it, and trying to figure out exactly what kind of schemes actually going on there. Because it looks like everybody working there is just getting easy money. That's the if nothing else, that's what's going on. Is you got probably 4 employees that are just making money for basically nothing. If it's not a scam, there's at least 3 employees that are getting paid to do like nothing. It's not worth it. But hey, look over there. I just saw that. Did you guys see that? Did you see it? I thought I saw something. I thought I saw something over there. But anyway, I'm sitting here. Basically, I'm doing a scope out of this business behind me. I'm not sure, but from what I can see, watching it for the last week, watching it, kind of offhand, because I've been more or less I've been live streaming and doing the Uber driving, but I haven't done like a whole 24-hour scope out of the place or nothing. But it's kind of weird. It's like this internet service provider, but they have a storefront. They have a storefront, but you can't walk into it. Right? They have an internet service provider that you've never heard of. Right? So it's not like Spectrum or Verizon Fios or any kind of Netgear or whatever. It's some internet service provider you've never even heard of. Right? That has a storefront that you can't even walk into. They got a drive-through. They got a drive-through for an internet service provider. What do you need? What is there a drive-through for? You know what I mean? And granted, they do have a couple of vans and stuff. They make it looks legit. Looks like it is legit. But at the same time, I don't know, man. You never know nowadays. That's what I'm thinking, man. So I'm gonna keep an eye on the things. I'm gonna, keep watching out of the corner of my eye. If I do catch some kind of weird, it's like I said, mostly, if nothing else, it's there's a couple of people in there that are getting paid to basically do fucking nothing all day long. Mostly, I bet you, because it's an internet service provider that nobody's fucking heard. I don't think the phone's blowing up. You know what I mean? I got this squirrel over here listening to me. He was like dead on listening to me. Hang on, check him out. And he noticed that I saw him listening, and then he like, oh shit. He like act natural. It's a fake squirrel. You're so fake. That's a fake ass squirrel. Look how fake that thing looks. That's fake. That's the fakest squirrel I've ever seen. He don't even have any balls. It's gotta be fake. All squirrels have balls. Male or female. Everybody knows that. I don't have any Cheetos, man. You gotta watch out. There's a bunch of ants on that tree. You better watch out. That's what I'm thinking. Like I said, I'm gonna keep an eye on things. I'll be watching it here from time to time. If I see anything out of the ordinary, I'm gonna probably try to walk in the store, see what they, because the door's locked and shit. You can't walk in. It's weird. It's like they almost, it's weird. It's weird. It's an internet service provider, but you can't walk into the storefronts, drive through only. Which that's a huge red flag to me. You know what I mean? What are you doing? I don't know what it's doing. Wish I had some. All I have is like I can give it a stick of bubble gum. You want some bubble gum? You need bubble gum? Bubble gum? It ran away. I tried to give it bubble gum. It ran away. Those ants. It was probably the ants, man. I tried to warn it. There's a whole bunch of bull ants crawling up and down this tree. Does look like a fake squirrel. It looks fake. Yeah, no, it's still a growing channel, man. Still trying to even get to the point where there's, like, because really you need like a 20 or 30 person audience for the chat to really kind of be. I don't know. Sometimes 7 or 8 people, and then 4 of them are talkers. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it's just a new channel. You know what I mean? I'm still in the first year of actually playing with it, so it could take 5 years to even know if it's gonna make it or not. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's gonna do it. I feel like I've got a strong enough channel name, like, and if I go across country, you know what I mean? If I end up making it, like, like I could be in a different city every day, I'm gonna probably stop doing the live stream at some point. Just go back to like videos. I'll still probably do a live stream like once a week or something, maybe. I don't know. No, I understood. I'm just like giving you an explanation at at the same time. Because I had the channel, but I posted like one video, and then I just used it to watch on. So the algorithm, it doesn't like me because it likes to promote a younger channel itself anyway. You know what I mean? If you make a channel and then start posting a video every single day, that's the way you need. That's the way you do it, basically. And then the algorithm it'll find you basically, or it already know. Yeah, I don't know. You know what I mean? It'll find you an audience better. What I did, it looks like, it's like it was 4 years of blank spot. It didn't even know what to do. But I did get like 16 subscribers in that time, so I think it was trying to take those subscribers and find an audience off of those 16 original subscribers. But those 16 original subscribers, they were more of like hiking, whereas this is more like homeless, nearly homeless, or car camping, or van life, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I hope I'm not here forever. You know what I mean? I'm hoping with my, with the YouTube channel, I can get enough of my story out there. And I don't want to do a GoFundMe at this, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to just, GoFundMe, help me build a house. You know what I mean? I feel like it's better to be producing videos, like I said, if I could let go of this job, and then I could just go cross country with the Uber, between the Uber and, you know, maybe making a few pennies off of YouTube itself, you know. But like once I get to the point my car insurance is covered through YouTube, I'll probably do it. You know what I mean? There's like really nothing to lose, because the channel's going to get more interesting if I'm in a different spot every day too. You know what I mean? Like every day I'm driving, you know, like I'm driving, but you know, I'm in Cincinnati, you know, or I'm driving, but I'm in fucking, you know, Mississippi, or, you know what I mean? Like it could be anywhere, wherever I feel like going. But I think it's cool I think it would be cool if I make it to 1,000 subscribers, or get near 1,000 subscribers. I was thinking about doing like a 1,000 subscriber special, trying to take this car all the way up to New York. Like trying to like take this car as close as I can get it to Times Square for, like, you know, if I'm at like 990 subscribers, you know, and I'll go ahead and live stream the whole drive up there and everything. You know what I mean? Like it'd be like a 30-hour live stream, you know, because it would be the whole drive from Florida up there and shit too. You know what I mean? Like, and then get that last 10 subscribers out of that. You know what I mean? That'd be badass. Just to even see this Corolla make it that far. And then that's what I want to do for 1,000. You know what I mean? So I'd have to think of something even better to do for 10, and something even better to do for like 50, and something even better to do for 100. You know what I mean? If it happens. But obviously, I'm gonna take half of the money that the channel makes, and then like put it right back into like more equipment to make the channel better. You know what I mean? Whether it's software programs, or whether it's equipment in general, hardware, you know, cameras. Because I'm already trying to think of ways where I can, I want to do a rear view, right? Kind of like in the middle of the screen, there'd be like a backup camera, but it'd be like a rear view, like a live stream of a rear view up at the top, you know. So you see my dash, and then you'd see like a rear view mirror, and then like have the cabin over in the corner, you know, like one of the corners, whichever one feels better for the audience, you know what I mean. But yeah, have like all three camera angles, the dash, right, the dash going out the dash, and then a camera angle of the cockpit, and then a camera angle of the rear view. You know what I mean? If I were to keep doing it in this structure, that's what I would branch out to do, you know, with money coming in from it. I want to take half the money, and I was gonna put it on Stretch. I don't know if you know anything about Stretch, but I think it's a good, if I do make money out of YouTube, I'm gonna split it half and half, and half that's gonna go on to Stretch. But yeah, I don't know. It's been shaky. I thought the live stream I'd be able to build more of an audience, you know, which I kind of have. I mean, there's times it was up to, it'd be like 8 people hanging out listening to me talk for a couple minutes. The subscriber count's not going up too much off of it though. So I think it's more or less probably just a YouTube thing. They're not really trying to pass my material out to people that aren't subscribed. And the people that are subscribed, like I'm getting that, where they're nice enough that they've subscribed, but it's not really shit that they want to watch. And I understand that. You know what I mean? That's why I'm trying to, like, man, well, maybe I can go across country, you know, like, you know, like if I'm in a different spot every morning kind of thing, and you're watching me drive around different cities, you know, like you get to see, you know, I mean, you know, from my own viewpoint, like little different bits, all these different cities and stuff. And then like the bigger picture, it's like it's more things that I've done with my own actual life too, instead of just being here at this parts counter slinging parts that I don't even fucking know, you know. And if I can do that long enough where I end up making 100K subscribers, then I'll probably like, okay, well, boom, I'm gonna buy a house. Like, thank you, YouTube. Thank you, everybody that's been following me. You know. $12 5 mile. Can't really get rich doing that, but I mean, that's definitely pays pretty well. Not bad. 5 miles.
Normal voltage.
That's pretty much where my
Waiting
head's at.
connection.
I feel like regardless
Bluetooth connection success.
of whatever else I'm doing to try to make money, I'm gonna keep going with YouTube too. At this point, like there's no reason not to. But yeah, I'm thinking I got a buddy out in Oklahoma who said he'd let me stay with him for free for a couple of months. I wouldn't expect it to be for free. I'd probably give him like $100 a week, until he's like, all right, you got to go. You know what I mean? But even $100 a week is that's gonna be fair, because I could pull $100 out of Uber. I don't know what his area is like, but I bet even I know from these two areas, I bet it can't be any fucking worse. I might have to drive 20 miles to get to a certain city or something, but you know what I mean? If I Uber long enough, I can make $100 day happen. It's not that hard. And then I just, that's my rent for the week to my friend, you know. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The shorts has been like the best route for me finding subscribers too. And then as I find more subscribers, there'll be more people that just want to click in and tune in, hang out for a while. 1 out of 100, I'd say, at least the way it's been. Right now I'm smoking on this, it was called Animal Scout. Not bad. Like I said, part of me wants to buy land here too. It's like I'm thinking, even if, because you're allowed to camp on your property for up to 90 days, right? So if anything, man, I can come here during the winter, and I can camp on my own private property for 90 days every winter, right? And then for the rest of the year, I can just go out and boom, wherever else I want to go, however far the car will get me. And then just make sure I've got enough where I can keep buying another $3,000 or $4,000 car. Because I don't need anything too fancy. I'm not, you know what I mean? I more or less just need something that's going to help me make the $1,000 a month that I need. Anything more than that, I'll just try to put away for myself for later. There ain't nothing worth buying today. Can I make this light? Yes, I can. I totally can. Woo! But that's my main goal. And then even once I get I got enough where I don't have to worry about money, I'm still gonna keep making YouTube videos because they're fun to make, the more of an audience I do build, the more I'm gonna want to hang with y'all. You know what I mean? Like, I can't wait to go live in the morning sometimes. Sometimes the earlier I go live, there's a chance Itchy might pop in and say hello. I say if I'm live early enough, Kevin pops in. Heading to Taco Bell now. I got a $12 3 mile from here. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Thank you, buddy. Thank you for not pulling out and blocking me off. Can't tell if it's ready. It does not look like it's ready. It looks like there's a bunch of drivers standing there trying to get food. It could be ready. Could be ready. I'm about to loop back around. 12 items. Wow. One drink. Yep, just one drink. 5 mild sauce packets, 2 chicken quesadillas, 2 beefy 5-layer burritos. Wow. It might be ready. Try to find a parking spot. Alright. No, it's not a parking spot. Fuck. There's one all the way down there at least. It could be ready. I think I see it. And there's something sitting there waiting for a driver to come grab it. But there's not a drink sitting there, so I'll have to get someone's attention for the drink. Alright, let's see. Alright, come on, guys. And possibly lady. Right. They're probably playing music inside, so I'll have to mute the mic. That was part of the idea too. You wanted it to be a pun. I gotta walk really slowly. Alright. Get this food in the car. Hey, can you hold this for me real quick? I don't know if that's gonna... The drink should be okay. I'll keep an eye on it. It's 2 miles. Should be fine.
Normal voltage. Waiting connection. Bluetooth connection success.
But yeah, I hope, eventually there'll be like probably 20 viewers. I'll go and have a little bit less too, so, like when I am live, it'll be more of a treat, not just like, oh God, So I'll probably just go back to doing my Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday shows. Whoever shows up, shows up. Just be live for like 3 or 4 hours, and that's about it. But for now, it is helping me a little bit on the view time, because I can get y'all to hang out and watch the live longer than if I make a 23-minute video. Once you watch it once, there's not really a reason to rewatch it, right? Where if you stop in and you hang out, end up spending 2 hours watching my live stream, I got 2 hours of watch time out of you instead of 23 minutes. Or maybe if I was lucky, you might have rewatched it. I might get 50 minutes of watch time out of that. So it's paying off in the short run, because I'm trying to break the watch time bracket or whatever, I guess, whatever it's called. I got to get to 3K hours. I'm at like 2K now. You know what I mean? And most of that is from Fred and Noob. There's much people I can't name everybody right now, but I know Honda's giving me a lot of time. There's a bunch of people that pop in and they don't even talk. You know what I mean? There's just a couple of people that just sit there silently. You know what I mean? I don't know exactly who that is, when that is. But yeah, I know Fred was like my first audience member was Fred, basically. I know Noob, he pretty much he's watching me probably like 50 hours a week. So I feel bad for him, honestly. Hell yeah. Yeah, I almost thought I pissed you off. It was like I can see my subscribers, but not everybody. And then you were one of the subscribers that I could see. And then all of a sudden you weren't on that list anymore, and I was like, what? I'm like, oh fuck, I must have said too much shit about New York. It's just like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Like, I thought he had thicker than that. I don't know. I didn't say nothing about him directly. Just like anybody knows, and fucking just like stay in your own state, man. Fuck, everybody's the same way on that. Whatever state you came from, we're just like, stay there. We don't need you here. Go back. We were doing fine until you came in and took the jobs. But yeah, you seen like they're like North Carolina's full. Sorry, Florida's full. Georgia's full. Go home. Do they talk like the nanny in New York? Most people, like there's a certain dialect and a tone. Most people from New York, they all have. Different boroughs have their own tones. Most of the time. I mean, me, I'm not the best at it, but there are definitely, like, pretty much every state has a swing to it. You know, like there's some people they can listen just they know exactly what you're, you know, like they might not be able to know, like, oh, you're from South, you're from the South, you know, South side of that state or whatever. But I'd say there's definitely, like, you know, especially like police level, there's people that can listen to someone's tone and then, like, without them even asking them, like, they already know what state they're from. Or, like, you know, they at least have to be in, you know, this region. If that's, like, not the right state, I'm off by a little bit. They're actually from Connecticut, you know. Just something like that. I thought they were from New Hampshire. They're actually from Connecticut, you know. It's like, but usually Southern drawl is just Southern drawl. I wouldn't say there's, if you sound like, sorry to say, I know I'm not trying to offend nobody, but, you know, if you sound like a hick, you have that hick sound. You know, you sound like a hick regardless of whatever state you were born in. You know what I mean? You just have that Southern drawl sound. You know what I mean? Whether it was West Virginia or whether it was Kentucky, whether it was Georgia, whether it was Tennessee, it's just like that's, you know, that slang. I don't really know. I don't know, like, if people from Georgia can really, like, be able to tell you're from Kentucky based off your, you know, just because of your accent. I know you're from Kentucky, you know. Don't try to lie to me and tell me you're from Tennessee. There ain't no way, you know. I don't know. I don't think so, though. It's weird. Something weird to think about. I'm gonna black out the screen real quick. A little bit of customer anonymity. Animation. Animaniacs. It's good because it's in our slacks. Maniacs. I don't know the words. I only watched like 10 episodes of that show, I'm gonna be honest with you. I wasn't really an Animaniac kind of guy. The rest of the Looney Tunes wasn't so bad. But I guess, was the Animaniacs, was that Looney Tunes? I guess it was, yeah. I think so. I can't find the door. I can't find the door. I handed it to the guy. money. So that was 80 plus another 12. 92. But yeah, I got a new goal. I want to make 100 a day minimum, because I've been kind of slacking on that. So I want every single day I'm going to get up, make $100 on Uber, unless I work. You know, like I already go to the parts job. Well, then yeah, let's try to just make like $50 a day. You know what I mean? I can if I have the energy. Well, yeah, let's go ahead. I'll make another. You know, let's make a whole 100 today. But whatever. But yeah, I've been investing really, really hard. Harder than I should. I should have put all that money. All that money that I've been putting. I should have been just putting it on Capital One, but I can't help it. Like the price of Bitcoin looks so attractive right now. It looks way better now than it's gonna look. You know, if I'm trying to still stack it, it's over 150K. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm trying to stack as much as possible now, so that way, like later on, I won't need as many sats because I'm closer to my goal. You know what I mean? But yeah, like my dollar's not going to go as far in sat value as it is right now, I feel like. And the people are still predicting the market's going down for like the next 6 months or so. So I'm going to keep buying the whole way down. But yeah, I want to buy some Stretch, man. Stretch sounds like a really good product. This one guy was saying, you could buy Stretch for under $98 and you're doing pretty good. It's at like 97 right now. Wanting to buy some. Alright, are we going to get to go here shortly, or... Hell yeah, back to TB. Another $8 4 mile. Taco biscuits pickup. They got a 4-pack of drinks. God damn it. Doesn't look like it's ready. And drive-thru's getting smacked. Alright, that's real good. They're gonna really want to be doing delivery orders right now with the drive-thru 6 cars deep. No, it was Stretch. It's like a product, basically. I mean, it exists because Bitcoin. Basically, but it's a preferred, like a CD. Like if you were to get a certified deposit, but you can get it, you know, and you can withdraw whenever. There's no time limit or nothing on it. It's better than a, it pays 10% interest or something like that. And it pays that 10% interest annually, but also a monthly dividend too. So say if you got like 10 times your yearly salary, put it in that somehow. If you could save up that much, save up what you'd make in 1 year, in 10 years, put 10 years salary into it, and then it would basically stretch and make your salary. It's weird. Alright. Alright, there's a bunch to carry. I gotta make 2 trips. Alright. I think she needed, shit. She needed the receipt to see what drinks there were. Maybe not. $3 pay for solid appreciation. Can you hold this for me? All right. Still,
Normal
I
voltage.
don't know what the fuck to think.
Waiting connection. Bluetooth connection
It's like the
success.
funniest thing of being an IRL streamer. Like, the looks you get from other people is hilarious. Alright, $8. But I gotta go up to the rich kid neighborhood. Goddamn rich kid. 3.8. 3.8. I tried to tell her. I think she made the wrong drinks, but whatever. I tried to tell her. I'm like, I think they're supposed to be midnight. I think they're supposed to be Baja Blast midnight. It says on my, on my app they're Blast midnight, but she's like, no, it says Baja Blast. Okay. All right. I don't think they'll get mad at me. Like, I brought the drinks either way. Like, it's not my fault that they poured the wrong drink. I tried. But they'll find out. Like I said, I don't think they'll really get mad at me on that either. Like, the guy still brought the drinks. It just weren't right. It's, they'll get free food out of it. It's not a bad deal. If they even call and complain, it's not gonna look bad at me because they poured the wrong drinks. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't verify what drinks. I just verified that it was 4 drinks. You know what I mean? That's 4 drinks. 4 drinks. All right, let's go. We're good to go. I don't give a fuck if it was Dr. Pepper or Diet Pepsi. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Who does? Nice. Red light, just the way I like it. Get me set up on this drag. Oh, this Jeep Liberty's going down, dog. A drink is a drink to me. That's what I'm thinking too. They're like, they'll still be like, oh, at least I got, at least they give me Baja. At least they didn't put fucking Diet Pepsi in the shit. That'd be way off. It's like, for real. This guy. Dude, you're behind me. Just hang out behind me. You're fine. Looking for real. That's what I'm saying. People see the YouTube channel on the back, and then it's like this jealous rage that fucking ensues them. I don't know what it is. Like, you're free to make your own channel. I don't understand. Like, I'm trying to do like a side hustle kind of thing. But it's fun to do it too, you know what I mean? Like, fuck, I'll have fun doing this the entire time. Everything else is just a shitty way to make money. Alright, come on, lady. Alright, light's green, let's go. Don't believe we can make it. Come on. It's green up ahead, let's go. Gun it. Nope. Can't even fucking do it. Couldn't even fucking do it, because you're too fucking, like, what are you distracted by? Like, fuck. I'm sitting here half playing with 2 phones, and it's like, dude, I knew you had to go faster to make it through that light. Like, I don't understand why you didn't, like, kick it up a gear to make sure we could have made it through that light. Instead, you're just like busy lollygagging with your thumb up your ass and the other thumb in your fucking mouth. Yeah, like we didn't even, all three of us didn't even have to fucking stop at that light. Like, for fucking real. What are we even stopped for? I love the lights in this city. They're awesome. Alright, come on, dude. Hit your gas pedal, bro. Like, fuck. You get the best fuel efficiency at 55 miles an hour. I don't understand why you would want to go any other speed. Like, right? Are you interested in going back to the beach town? Yeah, I'm probably gonna go to a different town though. Just because that beach, it was weird. It was a weird vibe. If I go further down south, go past St. Pete, I feel like it'd be a little bit safer to deliver around Sarasota than deliver around St. Pete. Then I was getting a weird vibe from the Scientology shit. Like that whole city of Clearwater. Like it was a weird vibe, man. It's crazy how much that cult's taken over that whole city. I was watching a little bit on the video this guy made where he was talking about they were trying to show him a movie. To watch this movie was like $100. The $100 to go to this seminar, go to the seminar where it's a guy talking, and she's like, "Oh no, it's actually it's a movie." So I was like, "It's $100 for a movie ticket." I'm like, "Yeah, this does sound like some science fiction type of shit." It's like it's a porno or something, like fucking a closed private theater, $100 a ticket. Go watch this movie. This movie. I just thought it was dumb. Yeah. You have to check it out. It's by that guy Reckless Ben that's doing the Lego thing. The Lego the Star Wars Legos. I don't know if you know anything about it. I've been watching it, waiting for part 3 to come out. I'm not doing the Patreon thing, so I gotta wait for part 3. I wonder how long it actually goes on at this point. Because from what I've seen, man, it's made Lego look bad. Like, Lego ought to step in and reimburse them. Right. That's what I remember back in the day. I remember my parents did that. They went, like, I didn't see, you know what I mean? But they went into like this weird theater. They paid for a half hour at this theater or whatever. Is that the? I don't think this is really the code. I need a code to get in the gate. Oh shit. Oh, well, it's calling some. Okay. Cool. Calling some random ass person. We'll find out. Yeah, it still hasn't ended yet. Last I saw, there was a police response to the incident. And then he made a response back to the police response to the incident. And then there's part three still coming. It's like, it's on his Patreon now. If you have like the $15 a month to be on his Patreon or whatever. But yeah. Is that it? There's no numbers on that. There's no numbers on that. Is it? It's definitely over here though. Yeah. Blackout. I'll be right back, guys. After this commercial break. You got a bunch of holes, but you ain't got any nails to fill them up with? Well, you might want to go down to Home Depot and get you some liquid nail hole filler. Do you think ping? It pinged me while I was going up to... Or no, it's the heat thing. No. What the hell is going on? The charger's not charging. But yeah, I'm hoping Lego will reach out to them and reimburse them the money that was lost, because it's really making Lego look bad. You know, for $200,000 too. It's like... You know what I mean? It was really just this small business trying to get out quick or something. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. For a corporation like Lego, you know, they're trying to get off of selling them, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Just make another Star Wars collection of Legos to buy it back. You know what I mean? Basically, that's all they'd have to do. Re-release the Death Star Lego set, you know, whatever. That'd be a quick 200K. You know, the first thing that they could do is pay the family back. You know what I mean? If it comes down to it, I think Lego will probably step in and do that. But I think they're trying to see if the company's eventually gonna do the right thing. I think Lego should actually go one step further, based on what I've seen. Lego should tell Bricks and Minifigs that they're not allowed to sell Legos anymore. That's what should happen. And then that whole company would probably go down, because that's like half of the, you know, probably more than half of their business is just selling Legos. But I don't know, like the whole rat chase, goose chase thing that they made it into. You know, the CEO of the company couldn't just like reach out to his subordinate basically and then be like, you know, I don't know what's going on with your inventory, but you know, you like, you're really fucking my whole name up right now. You know, like, you need to find a way to do this. You know, like, if you can't let me know in 90 days, and then, you know, I'm sorry, but I need to terminate your contract. All right, that should help the lag in like 30 seconds or so to catch back up and line back out everything. Let it rebuffer, unbuffer, and rebuffer. But I closed the whole stream, the whole app down, reopened the whole app. So as best as I can do. The signal out here is just shit. They really need to put up like another 5 cell towers, and they know it. But they're only worried about building houses and restaurants right now. Mostly houses, but more, you know, like, I don't know. They just keep pouring on more restaurants in this city. Like this whole city is like the battle of 1,000 restaurants. It's like watching 1,000 restaurants all fight to the death for the dollar, while the dollar itself is also dying. You know what I mean? If you ever wanted to watch that, come to this city. That's what's going on here. And then they just keep building more and more fucking restaurants. It's the craziest thing. And it's like, you know, you'd think that they would realize, like, all we're doing is competing with each other. You know, like, we're basically taking money out of each other's hand because the restaurants really don't do anything progressive either. If you think about it, you know what I mean. 40% of the population working in a restaurant just simply because they need workers because there's so many restaurants. So that, like, one of the easiest job to get is in a kitchen because there's so many restaurants. And then, like, ultimately, it's the craziest thing. It's like it's barely even actually productive. You know what I mean? Like 40% of people are working in a restaurant somehow, and then they just keep making more and more restaurants. I don't know, dude. It's crazy. It's crazy, dude. It's honestly, keep building more restaurants just to compete with the restaurants that are already there. And then, really, where's this money coming from? You know what I mean? Like, it's like half the world's in restaurants. I don't know exactly like what percentage, which is what, but I bet probably like 25% of the world works in a restaurant somewhere. Probably. That's probably on a small side. Hang on. Maybe it can tell me. What percentage of the world works in a restaurant, whether it be kitchen staff or serving or management? Wow. That's crazy. Only 3 to 4% works in. That's so fucking crazy, dude. That's so crazy. In this town, there's no fucking way. No fucking way. Only 3% of the workforce is in restaurants. There's too many restaurants. There's too many. There's no fucking way. There's way more people than 3%. But yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of crazy in this town. It's like that's all they want to build is more places to shop and more restaurants. And then nobody's shopping anymore. Like, people are shopping online. Like, they're basically wasting their money to open up these storefronts and then move everybody to online shopping. But they keep building more of these storefronts. Really what they need to do is build more distribution warehouses and then just jump into the fucking online more. You know what I mean? Because ultimately there'd be less traffic, less stupid fucking, we're going here, gotta go to Costco, or gotta, go look at these fucking shoes, you gotta go to the shoe store, or I just want to go fuck around, go to the shopping plaza, It's like, but all that's done online. The shopping plaza doesn't exist anymore. Imagine how much thinner traffic would be. And then we can actually use that land for more, like, we could save it for more nature stuff. Stuff that you go outside, not just it's a family outing. We're going to Walmart as a family. You just shop online, and then you can do your family out. And then I don't know, talking all, it's just like talking all over the place at once there. But it is kind of weird here. It's just like, I don't know, dude. They got this Wawa they just built, this Mavis Tire Center place. They got Tropical Smoothie Cafe, the Sprouts. The Sprouts next to it has a nail salon, a bank, an AT&T store. There's Chipotle. They got something they're building next to the fucking Chipotle. I don't know what the fuck that's gonna be. Maybe a Panda Express. That would make sense if Chipotle and Panda Express would be right next to each other. It's almost disgusting, man. Like, I just. In the meantime, what actual progress is being made? Well, I mean, I guess computers are evolving. But yeah, if you're not into fucking gaming, like, I don't know what the fuck they're doing, man. It'd be a little better if they'd like give us a little better picture of what we're actually doing here. And that's some of the first questions they ask in Scientology. So you ever get that feeling like, like we just don't, but like, it's like, why are we even here feeling? Why are we even here right now feeling? I just try to keep living, man. I try to fight the system, but only enough, man, because it's like everybody else sees it. I don't know. I don't know, man. It's like there's so many families. The housing structure has changed here in America, where you basically need two adults, both with a college degree, to afford a house. Otherwise, you need to talk your parents into them not chasing you out of the house. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing I kind of don't understand too. It's like we already own a house as a family. We already own a house. It's crazy. Think about it. Like you already own a house. The family already owns a house. And if for some reason the parents chase the kids out of the house for them to go fight the system and then rebuild a whole nother house, but you already have it. The family already owns a house. Why, like I don't understand now. I'm looking at this like, like my, I have four sisters basically. Of them, I think two of them actually have a house. One of them just lives off a guy, and then the other one I don't know I don't know enough about her to know what she's doing. But I know the one pretty much she's got a sugar daddy, and she's just hanging out. You know what I mean? And the two of them are actually like doing their thing to try to like build a place for themselves. But it's like, and then you look at other families, they've got 3 or 4 different generations living under one roof. They've never chased their kids out of the house. They understand how fucked up the market is right now. That it's like suicide. It's a 30-year suicide kind of thing. It's a 30-year suicide mission to try to buy a house nowadays, pretty much. And I don't know why you have to fight your parents so much for them to like let you have the right to stay there. You know what I mean? Because it's ultimately like me. I'd be a lot safer off, even if I was living in the yard at my mom's house. But for one reason or another, they think it's better to watch me struggle. Like you can make someone else's life easier, and you're related to them, but you choose to rather watch them struggle because you have different views on certain things. I don't know. I don't quite understand it, man, because I see it when I deliver and stuff too. I'll see, not trying to be, I don't know, dude. It's just like, this is fucked up, dude. I've seen it from like going around and looking, you know what I mean? There'll be like an Indian family from India, like Indian, and they'll have, 3 generations living in the one house. They got like one son that he's still trying to come of age or something, like he's still struggling to get through the rest of the school or whatever. He dropped out of school and he's just fighting the system so much that he lives at the house still. But he does chores and he helps keep up with the yard. He pays the electric bill. Certain things you do. It's for your family thing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand it. Like, with other cultures, it's crazy how Anglo-Saxons, we all have this divide and conquer type of mentality. I don't understand why we're still doing that too. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but it's like I've felt that way my whole life from both sides of my parent, like mom and dad both. Like I've felt like I've been just being chased out of the fucking house as soon as I was ready to go, or before I was even ready, like I've never actually been ready every time I've been chased out of the house. It's like, that's the thing where I'm still just kind of rolling around in the dirt now because they just keep wanting to ripping the fucking tablecloth out from underneath me. You know what I mean? Like, just ripping the rug out from underneath you and then watching you fall on your ass over and over again. I'm kind of getting sick of that shit too. It's where I'm like, I'm gonna watch how much I actually build this time, because everything I've built up till now, I have nothing to fucking show for it. I don't know why exactly, but it was just poor money, man, I guess. I don't know. But now at least I can, like, I'm watching my Bitcoin stack get bigger and bigger and bigger. Like it's a different feeling now. I don't know. Like I don't need much, and then I still I'm seeing improvements month to month to month. You know, what I mean, as I'm dealing with these, dealing with the weather and fighting all these elements and stuff. I almost took that. I don't really want to though. They could have tipped a little bit better. Yeah, they live in Freedom Preserve. They could have tipped a little bit better, man. Come on. $400,000 house and only $4 as a tip. It's gonna take a while to build a house. Like, goddamn. Could you imagine? Can you imagine trying to run 40,000 fucking deliveries for Uber? Or no, not even doing that. Like, could you imagine trying to run 100,000 deliveries for Uber to try and buy your house with, because everybody's just tipping you $4? Could you imagine? Could you imagine trying to do 100,000 fucking deliveries for Uber, and then just eating through 100 fucking cars to be able to do that, right? Like, fucking just eating cars like you're fucking Mecha Godzilla or some shit. Just eating cars to make money. And there's some people that basically that's what they do. That'd be a cool job. Honestly, if I can get into that, but just fucking demo cars all day. we just crush cars all day. Like, can we use a monster truck? Can we do with the monster? I don't know, man. Well, all the fun jobs, there's no root into. It's like I don't know. That's why I was saying, like, part of it boils back into who your parents were, what kind of connections they have, Because, I mean, yeah, you can build bridges for yourself, too, but for a lot of us, like, we're lazy. You know what I mean? It's like, Mom, help me find a job, You put this goddamn keyboard in the way of finding a job. Now use it to help me find a job. It's not bad. It's not good either. 1150 for a 15 mile. It's not good. So yeah, sometimes it is the kids that rush to move out. Like, yeah, you're in a hurry, or you don't really want to have kids while you're still at your parents' house. You know what I mean? I get that side of that too, but I don't know. A lot of other cultures, they don't make it so much of a you're a piece of shit if you can't, you know what I mean? Like, and honestly, like, the economy has been on hard mode, I feel like, my whole fucking life, almost, you know what I mean? It's like we've gone from one fucking shit to another fucking shit to another fucking shit to another fucking useless war to another fucking, like, all this fucking spending to keep people fucking happy, and all this shit. Like, it's just been shit the whole time I've fucking been here. Like, this is almost about the shittiest the economy's been since the 1920s. You know what I mean? It's like, literally. But my whole, for 30 years I've been here. You know what I mean? It's just like, fuck, dude. And it's not because of anything I've done. Not necessarily. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. There's some kind of restaurant. That's how it is here. Like, every quarter mile there's a restaurant. It's like fucking, or less. Sometimes they got a plaza. It'd be like eight businesses in the plaza. 5 of them are restaurants. It's fucking stupid. Just like, it is. It's really fucking stupid. Two pizza places in one plaza. I've seen them do that. Or they're two Chinese places in one plaza, or some shit. I mean, they do help, but honestly, like, there's a level of like safety that like I'm sitting here like stressing about, which wouldn't exist if I could pitch a tent in their yard. You know what I mean? Um, I don't know why they would rather me be at risk of being stabbed than just like hang out in the yard. Cause I'm still getting up and going and doing something every day, whether I have an actual job or not. You know, like fucking, you know. And when the car shits out, I'm a bicycle ride from my actual job. I don't know. Like fucking, you know. Well, oh my god, dude. And then, you know, sometimes you get to the point, it's like the police are chasing you to the doctor. Like, that's like another part of the system is like how much of it is like law, how much of it is law. You know, the law trying to cover up stuff, or, you know, and if it's not the law, it's the medical field doing some fucking bullshit, you know. But I'll be out of here shortly. 90 days on this piece of property. I can have this piece of property, like, always have it in my back pocket. All I need to do is keep up with the property taxes on it, and it's forever mine. You know, for the price of $15,000 a day, I'll always have a place in Florida that I can come and retreat to during the winter for 90 days. Even if there's no house there, I could still camp on my own property for up to 90 days. So whether they want to give me shit about being in my van or not, the other 9 months of the year I can be gone across the country, doing whatever, trying to turn the channel into something. You know, at least using Uber to go as far as I can each day. You know what I mean? If the car takes a shit, I buy another $5,000 car. You know what I mean? Hopefully it lasts at least 5 months that I can make the money back from it, you know? And that's about it, you know? And then, like I said, I'll keep the land here in Florida. I'll be able to come back every winter, play by their rules, only camp on it for 90 days, whatever. And then, yeah, I could use it for like 10 years like that. I could use it that way for like 10 years. And then sell it. Probably at least double what I paid for it. You know, basically be sitting on the 12 or 15,000 the entire time. If nothing else, it's gonna at least be, you know, I'm at least gonna sell it for the same price 10 years later, I bet. Because part of it is it's at market value anyway. That's why the guy doesn't want to take less for it, because it's like it's already at market value for that area. Like, you know, you can find a cheaper plot of land, but it's gonna be further out in another area. For me to be in this area, that's the price. That, you know what I mean? That's I guess it's kind of fair price too. You know what I mean? Judging by everything else. Because as I look at other stuff too, if like I'm like, why? I'm like, they want the price of land for that? Like, I could get land for the price they're wanting for that machine. You know? And in the machine in 5 years isn't going to be worth as much as the land is going to be worth in 5 years. The land doesn't go up in value. The machine's going to go down in value. But yeah, I don't know, man. I'll see when I get there. But so far that's what the plan is. I don't know what the girl, what her plans really are. I honestly don't. I mean, she wants to leave Ohio. She doesn't want to just, you know, she doesn't want to just stay in Ohio the rest of her life. She wants to come back to Florida. So I don't know if I at least have the plot of land and I continue to keep building up my credit, you know what I mean? I think I'll ultimately be able to use Bitcoin as collateral to get them to build me a house. Like, I won't need to worry about my credit score at all. I could just put the Bitcoin up as collateral, and then however long it takes me to pay off that, sign up for like a 20-year mortgage or something, make it feasible, you know what I mean? But if I could pay it off earlier, then I'd get my coin back faster, you know what I mean? At least have like a plot of land that we can build on. We might have to use like one of these 4 builders, or we might have to use just this one builder, you know what I mean? I might not be able to build the cheapest house I possibly can, you know what I mean? But if I'm Bitcoin rich, I'm not trying to build the cheapest house I possibly can anymore. I'm trying to build something that actually looks nice, something that I want to leave behind for future generations, even if they're not my own. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to just be, just some fucking square rectangle triangle on top. I'd rather have a little bit more artistry go into it than, oh, it's got a nice front porch on it too. Because usually that's about what I see. Like, even the nicer houses, that's still just a fucking rectangle square triangle on top. And then there's like, oh, there's a nice front entryway, nice double door entryway, and a nice little some steps to go up into the double door entryway, and then it's just a rectangle with a triangle on top. You spent millions of dollars on that. Sorry. A bunch of people left. I'm not trying to sound so negative. I'm just trying to, like, what I want to do, I can't even fucking actually do anyway. So I'm still gonna have to fucking do it their way, which is the biggest piece of bullshit about it all, really. But yeah, like I said, that's the plan at this point, is just buy the land as an investment. I'm not trying to buy it with intent to build. And then since I'm buying it as an investment, there's no intent to build. It's gonna be, I have to pay for it all up front, basically. And I'm hoping that they don't still try to slap me with some kind of, oh, well, you still have the intent, you have to have an intent to build too. You bought the property, so now you're like, you signed up to have to build in X amount of years or X amount of months. You have to break ground and start building. And I'm like, oh, great, cool. Or else I default on the land and lose the land, and I just lose the 12,000. I could see some shit like that happening. Yeah, you can't just got it right now. Has it? No, you have to buy it because you want to do honest improvements to it. Which honestly would be kind of fucked up. I can't just buy it just to hold it for what it's worth. I have to build on it. And then anything else that's available that's also like in my price range, I guess you could say, I have to wait till I'm 55 to even be in that neighborhood. So that's why I'm like, I got, a 20-year plan with Bitcoin as it is anyway. Some lucky people born into rich families getting everything, yeah. Well, even still, I bet there's a certain amount of shit that they have to do and deal with. You know what I mean? Like, I bet they still have to, like, get a bachelor's degree. You know what I mean? Show the family that you're worthwhile. You know what I mean? I bet there's certain. I don't know for sure. I don't know. but I've seen it sort of with kids that were lucky enough, like their dad owns a construction company, and they're lucky enough they'll always have a job, and then eventually they're going to get the company off of dad. Like one of the brothers is going to get the company off of it's like, I don't know, dude. That's the rich that I've seen. The rich that I've seen is like they're upper middle class, and then their dad's already, their dad's been doing something since the 70s, so he's well established, and then he's got a job already lined up for the kids. You know what I mean? That's the rich that I've seen. Still have to work and do. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they might own a restaurant. It's a lot of work that goes into owning that restaurant. That so they can make that 100,000 a year. I mean, and then 100,000 a year, you're still under the poverty line. So you could be a restaurant owner and still be under the poverty line. It's possible there are laws around that calling it land banking, where you'd have to build at a certain time. Yeah. Yep. So then it's like, if that's the case, then I'll just forever be priced out of housing anyway. It'll just never actually be an option because they've made it to the point you need a bachelor's degree to afford it. Or maybe not necessarily, but it's like, I'm hitting this bowl right now. I hope we get a hurricane. Honestly, I'm waiting. I'm waiting, dude. I can't wait to rough it in the car while there's a hurricane, and have the hurricane be strong enough that it like knocks out the power for like 5 days around here. That'd be nuts. Because everybody be freaking out, right? Comes from the car or maybe the gas. So I'll be fine. It'll be just another day to me. Everybody else be freaking out the house out of the house. I can't wait. I'm hoping, man. It'd be nice because if the power goes out, you don't have to go to work. So you go to where, at least where I work. You know what I mean? If the power's out, the security alarm's not going to be working right, and so the computers aren't going to be working. So no way to even clock in. You know what I mean? That's the way they've got it out. That's the way they got it out too. There's no electric. You can't even clock in anyway. Oh man. 8 viewers, all right. I saw it. You all saw it. It said 8 viewers for a quick second there. But anyway, thank you for popping in, man. They would order, yeah, exactly. Too, yeah, probably. If it's not 911 emergency lockdown situation, but yeah, the power would be out, and people probably be trying to order from that one restaurant that says it's open. You know what I mean? Because that's how it is too. They'd be like, half the grid is down, or something. The other half of the grid's kind of fine or whatever, and so everybody's. That's how it was. I remember working in Zaxby's when hurricane. It was like we were the only store open for whatever reason. Every other store was nice enough or smart enough that they closed, and for us it was the normal day. We were still working until 10 p.m. And so since we were the only store open, the whole town was there. Like the only place to go get something to eat. So we had there's like 300 people crawling over the front counter trying something to eat, trying to come inside of the restaurant to get out of the rain and stuff. The whole restaurant's just filled with people, until like an hour after close, probably. I can't quite remember all of that much of it, but I remember we're all doing our thing. We're busting ass. We're grooving. and like finally got like we were starting to get the reins on it, starting, all right, we're gonna get this knocked out, we're gonna get these people fed, and we're like it's just like everybody's calling out stuff, I need this, grab some more of that, have this ready, make sure we got this going, and I'm like, I need a fresh pair of underwear. Someone give me a fresh pair of underwear. It was just funny, the whole kitchen broke down laughing at that moment. It's like, I need a fresh pair of underwear, stat. And then, of course, when you say something like that, about half the crowd up in the front of the restaurant left. So it was, it was about the end of it, about another 30 minutes after that. I think we could just figure out something to make at the house. Yeah, it's like the power goes out. People are afraid to open up their refrigerator door. You know what I mean? Like you're afraid to open up your refrigerator door at all if the power's out. Because you don't know. It's going to be 18 hours. Is it going to be 4 hours? Is it going to be 12 hours? Is it 3 days? People don't want to even open their fridge. You too, Fred. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think I bought some Bitcoin like way back when it was at $3 or $4. I bought some because like I was trying to buy something off a website, and then like they wanted me to have Bitcoin to buy whatever it was off this website. So I tried to research into it. I think I bought like a third of a coin. I bought $100 worth when it was like $300 or $400, but I didn't know enough about it. I don't know where the fuck that went. It's probably like a quarter or a third of a coin that's technically I bought. The blockchain even knows that I bought it. You know what I mean? But I don't know where it is to recover it. The IRS might even come after me about it. You know what I mean? And I don't know where it's at. I lost it in a boating accident. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know where the fuck it's at. You know what I mean? I was too much of a baby with it at the time. I didn't know. I wasn't responsible with it. But yeah, there could be a some kind of a wallet or something where like I technically bought like a quarter of a Bitcoin back when it was $300 to $400, something around there. Just weird. But I had people telling me about it for years. All kinds of buddies telling me, "Oh yeah, you should get into computer mining. You should get into crypto. As soon as you figure out how to buy Bitcoin, you need to buy Bitcoin." Like even my own grandfather and shit, he was trying to tell me about it before he passed. And he's like, it's energy. That's what money is. It's like, it's your time, it's your energy. The energy that you put into the system, and they give you money back for your energy that you put in. It's like in Bitcoin's like he's like trying to explain it to me. It's a whole new system separate from all that. It still basically exists off the same principles because proof of work. Yeah. And it can. I don't know. You got to be. I don't know. Like I honestly, I've got enough of a stack. I could probably day trade, but more on like a weekly basis. You know what I mean? Like I could read about. I could just about like, oh, this is going to be the highest point of the week. I should sell right now. And usually it comes down for 2 days. Because it goes up for like 3 days, and then it comes down for like 4 days or something. You know what I mean? Honestly, I could probably look at it a little bit closer, and I could probably just take my whole stack, sell when it's at the height, and then buy back in, and then maybe even accumulate a little bit more, and then make $300-$400, maybe even the whole 1,000 or something like that. Which if I could accurately do that, don't need to work. But I'm afraid of like selling it, and then having it continue to go up. You know what I mean? And then I'm like, fuck. Like I just sold what was supposed to be my retirement, and now I can't buy back in. You know, I'm gonna lose $50 to buy back in, or you know what I mean? Probably more than that. You know, you'd be trying to cop 300 off of it, and it knows that you're doing. You know, it knows that you're trying to do it. You know, I mean, just you know how the universe works. It'll know that you're trying to cop 300 out of it, and you'll end up losing 1,000. You have to buy back in, and you know, you want to recover what you had. You'll end up spending another 1,000 on the same amount. But yeah, it's just one thing to even be hip to it, man. You know what I mean? Like honestly, because there's a lot of people they still are in scam mode to it. You know what I mean? That's why I think everybody should try to get at least one nugget. Get one nugget of tenth of a Bitcoin. That's all you need, point 0.1. Which there's not even enough of. But yeah, I was like watching a thing earlier where the guy was talking about basically like a lot of the whales have turned into companies or have sold to companies or institutions. You know, so like a lot of the whales from the early days are basically like what the institutions are now. You know what I mean? And they're definitely not trying to lose money. They're definitely not trying to lose money on that. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Like building double the bag, so that way I can sell half. I can look for a price point. No, but I can look for a decent price point, sell half at that price point, and then have the other half to, if it does hit that moonshot number, I still have the other half the bag. That's pretty much what I'm doing with Doge. I'm trying to get to 100k Doge, and when 100k Doge as it goes up, it gets back up to 47 cents. Um, you know, and I have 100k Doge that'll I'll 50k at 47 cents, which will be about $22,000, $23,000, something like that. Which you know, for me to get 100k Doge, I think is 10,000 right now. So I could take half the stack, and you know what I mean, half stack would pay for the whole stack, or the original purchase price of the whole stack, and then I would double my money from just selling half. It's weird. I can't explain it quite the right way, but if half the bag 4x's and I sell half the bag at the 4x, then I doubled the purchase price, and then the other half the bag that's house money. You know what I mean? I can let the other half of the bag ride until it hits $1. If it does, which I think it totally will. There's totally going to be $1 trillion in Doge before there's $1 trillion Doge that are made. It's just I don't see it happening any other way, because they can only make 5 billion Doge. Like granted, that's a lot, 5 billion more Doge, but think in terms of $1 trillion past that, right? It takes 1,000 billion to equal $1 trillion, so that's a lot. That's the even at 5 billion more a year, you're still a long way from $1 trillion. You're years, decades away from $1 trillion Doge being made. And I think honestly, like as Gen Z gets more money, and as you know, Gen Alpha starts to make money, and Gen Bravo starts to make money, and then Gen Charlie starts to make money, these electrified currencies they're gonna make more and more sense. You know what I mean? Like the younger you are, and then as time goes on, you're gonna want a currency that exists inside of the computer for you. You know, it's more ease of access to it. Like I don't know. And then it gets rid of the plastic cards. Like I don't know why we have these credit card companies in the way. Like why? Why is the credit who put MasterCard in the way of me being able to buy a house? See what I'm saying? Like why do I have to fuck with MasterCard and Visa to be able to buy a house in the first place at all? I'm not trying to fight a bunch of traffic lights going up and down this. I know it's after 8 o'clock, but it's still with the time change and the light difference and all that. I just don't even want to fuck. I don't want to fuck with that main road. Like, not like that trip was wanting me to do. I don't want to fuck with that main road that much. But yeah, some good ass tips today, man. Mosquitoes? Fucking mosquitoes. Holy shit. Taco Bell, that was another 6. Yeah, that's right. That's 6 more coming on that. So I'm at $102 for the day. And then I've got a decent chunk of gas. You know what I mean? I put 15 bucks in yesterday. 15 bucks. Wait, no, I stopped and put another 15 in today. That's true. That's right. I was about to say, somehow I made 100 bucks with the 15 bucks. But no, I probably spent about 30 on gas, made $100. But still, less than $30 because I got some gas now, and then part of that 15 that I bought yesterday, I used yesterday. You know what I mean? So it's about 20 bucks probably in fuel. Got me $100 cash. Then I could have took that order. I didn't want to though. Just the restaurant, and the well, not the restaurant so much. The lights going all the way up the street, going all the way up there, grabbing that food, and fighting the lights all the way back down the street, and then going up into the rich people neighborhood. I'm fine. Fucking mosquito bit me right here. It like bit me right. There's like a vein right there. Mosquito bit right on that vein. It probably filled up. Yeah, we got a nice little breeze coming now, man. But yeah, I made it over 100. Started at 12. So I actually made some pretty money today. Because I wasn't even moving the whole time either. You know what I mean? Started at 12, and then probably about half the time I was sitting here. Like, well, 80% of the time I was probably just sitting here. But really, I don't know. $100 a day is like child's money anyway. That's like, that's like almost what you'd pay a 12-year-old is $100 a day. $4? Oh no, yeah, some bullshit. Yeah, and for some reason, mosquitoes love biting my fucking feet. They love biting the shit out of my feet, man. I lost so much sleep this last week just from mosquitoes biting the shit out of my feet, and then my feet being itchy for hours after that, pretty much losing some sleep, like, because I can't even really. Sometimes I don't even go to bed till midnight, 2 a.m. And then like once it starts getting hot in the morning, I'm up again. So I'm usually up by 8, going to bed at 2, and then getting back up at 8 on a good scenario, It's just getting hot, man. Luckily, we got I think there's rain coming. The breeze coming through the car right now. Hanging in. Trip radar, what do we got? $5, 15 mile. Nope. Bunch of bullshit orders. But yeah. That's what I want to do. I want to buy some more. I want to buy some stretch. Just stretch with that 10% dividend, man. That's nice. Because could you imagine, like, being able to put like 5 years salary, whatever you make in 1 year, put, like, if you can somehow. It'd take a while. It would take a while and a lot of conviction. But take 5 years of your pay and put it on stretch and let it do its thing. Let it stretch. Let it stretch by 10%. 5 years of your pay stretching by 10%. And then, I don't know after how many years it would be what your salary is. For 5 years of your salary, 5 years of your salary, put it in a stretch and let it cook for 10 years. And then it'd be crazy if I could do that, if I could use stretch to do that, because I don't make that much. So really, for me to get 5 years salary into stretch would only be 100K. If somehow I could get 100K, put 100K into stretch, I'm already making 10K a year off of my stretch, which I would leave the stretch on itself to let it just keep stretching, because I'm still young enough that I could just go make another $100. You know, like if I gotta go tomorrow, I'm gonna go make another 100. You know, if I'm lucky enough that I wake up tomorrow, I'm gonna go make another 100 tomorrow. You know what I mean? So I would just let the stretch cook. Like if I had it now, I would just let it cook, probably all the way till 40, and then look about how much it is, and then know that, you know, shit, Mexico is like half price America. You know what I mean? Like my dollar would probably go twice as far in Mexico. Especially if you're trying to stretch your dollar, you definitely probably make your dollar go twice as far in Mexico. But yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm thinking for, like, if you can get 20K a year from stretch, 20K a year from stretch, I think living in Mexico with 20K a year, you'd be balling. Because I'm living now with less than 20K a year in America. I don't know. But that's not really the plan. I don't really want to move to Mexico. I would like to maybe go to El Salvador. I want to see more like what it turns into over the years, because in a couple of years you'll start to have the gang members come back out of prison, and then Bukele would have been long gone. You know what I mean? So nothing could do at that point. You know, and then what's to say their next fucking 5 presidents don't put them back on the wrong path? You know what I mean? But I don't know. I really don't even know enough about that country. I would go to maybe check it out. You know, I'd go maybe for like a 2-week vacation, or even like a 90. You know what I mean? Like here in Florida, every inch of Florida is getting scooped up. It's already been scooped up all every more time. You know. But part of me was thinking like maybe Alaska. Alaska would be a cool place to trek around. But I haven't seen it in person. Like I'd want to experience it in person before I like made a decision. Like oh, I want to go buy 10 acres of land in Alaska. You know, like I'd want to see what I'm actually getting into. Granted, I don't think I'd have a problem finding water, because snow can ultimately become water. So I mean, if there's a lot of snowfall, I can, you know what I mean. If there's pretty much snow 8 months of the year, 8 months of the year, I've got water just the snow. You know what I mean. But I don't know. Like I said, I've never been to Alaska to know. But I do prefer the cold. I would rather be cold than hot. You know what I mean? Like, hot is like very uncomfortable. Cold, I can, you know, you just bundle up. You know what I mean? You put on a heated vest, and you grab some hot hands, put them in your shoes. You know what I mean? You cover up your nose and your ears. And, you know what I mean? You just do your thing because it's cold. But then, yeah, like fucking, I don't know. I like being hot. Being hot, just like it's exhausting. Cold doesn't exhaust you. You know what I mean? It might make you tired. You sleep more when it's cold, maybe. That's what, at least in my experience, it was easier to sleep 12 hours a day when it was cold. You know, it's like it's cold, it's snow out. You can't even get the car's buried. The car's buried. You know, it's to go somewhere because the roads are all fucked up from the snow right now. So it's better just lay in bed. I don't know, man. That's why I said, part of me, I'd like to go explore the country because it's cool that us as U.S. citizens we have that right. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I can go. It's almost like being able to go all across Europe without even needing a passport. You know what I mean? It's like the equivalent, probably even more than that. You know what I mean? Because the whole continental U.S. I can go all the way to Hawaii without even needing a passport. You know, I can. It's like there's a lot I can do without even needing a passport, just right here in the U.S. But I'm trying to, like I said, if I can turn this YouTube channel into just enough money to replace the auto parts job, I would probably do it. Because it'd be a crazy story to be able to film the whole way through it, too. Earlier, I was parked right here. There was an old dude who came up and he like parked like right smack next to me. So I thought it was a little peculiar, so I pointed the camera at him to at least get his car or whatever. If anything does happen, I do want the police to like be able to maybe try to find whoever it was that did it. You know what I mean? So when this mysterious car pulls up right up smack next to me, I take the camera and I point it. I get a good view of his car at least. You know what I mean? And then he rolls his window down. And he's like, "We got a problem?" And like, no, I was just filming you real quick. Like, you're out in public, so I'm just filming real quick. He's like asking me about it. He's like, "You took a picture of me?" I'm like, "No, I'm an IRL streamer." And then me saying IRL, granted this is what I mean. So me saying IRL, he had no fucking clue. He's like, ASL, IRL, fucking BRB, TTYL. This guy's over 80 years old, And I'm like, wait a minute, that's right, I gotta explain to him what IRL even is. So I'm like, it's like filming your life, like you filming, it's not necessarily, it has to be a first person, but it's you with your own camera angle. It's your own camera angle of the situation that you're in, like IRL, like in real life, And I was explaining, like, it's been a thing since like 2007, I think, technically. I don't know. I looked it up the other night. I didn't remember enough of the fact on it. When was Justin.tv created? 2007. Okay. So yeah, IRL streaming has been a thing since 2007. It's literally, I'm like 19 years behind on it, This guy's that old, I had to kind of explain a little bit but I explained it pretty well. I was like PBS, right? Like the PBS, like public broadcast. I'm like, it's YouTube is basically, it's PBS on the computer. And then, like, I have my own show on PBS, and then, like, obviously I can't be on PBS because there's a lot of parental guidance that you might need. And he laughed, he liked that, he thought it was funny. Damn, I don't want to do that one either. I don't want to go fuck with that restaurant. But yeah, like once I explained to him what it was, I don't know. which I almost thought he'd get mad, and be like, "You don't have my permission to record me." I'm like, "What, sir? You're out in public, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't really need your permission to film you." Like, well, then you shouldn't have pulled up next to me. I appreciate that, noob. That's what I'm trying to, like. Everybody's been saying the people that do talk, they're a music video. You know what I mean? Just that'll add up, you know. But I'm trying to do and make the channel more interesting. I'm definitely going to. I don't want to just be sit here in this town. You know what I mean? Like, it's definitely gonna be better for me to, like, journey to other states and stuff. You know. And I know my angle, like my camera angles and my videography skills, they definitely need a lot more work. But like I said, at the same time, I'm not trying to be filming people unless it's a potential threat kind of thing. You know what I mean? Then I definitely want to get you on the live stream. You know what I mean? But, like, yeah, if it's just random people at the store, like, I want to if I'm filming them at all, it's from the waist down. You know what I mean? So I don't know. And then I'm not asking for permission to film when I'm in these stores too. So I try to make it look like I'm just, like, playing a game on my phone or something, or even just in a FaceTime video call or something. You know what I mean? I'm sure that's what probably some people think. They're like, "Oh, he's FaceTiming." Like, why is he FaceTiming somebody? Him making a Mountain Dew? That's what people think. It's like, but yeah. Cop watch. I could, man. Honestly, I've thought about it, because they definitely like to set up and, like, they're like fishing basically. They'll set up and they get ready in their car, and then they put up their radio. And they'll sit there and they just, like, they almost got like a fishing pole cast, waiting for a speeder. You know what I mean? I don't really want to be pissing off the police, though. You know what I mean? And then a lot of Florida, is still run by a lot of redneck cops. That I'm sure makes sense. There's a lot of really, really redneck cops that still are sitting in, like, a seat. Really, like, they haven't retired yet, by choice. Like, they haven't forced them to retire yet either, type of thing. You know what I mean? I don't know. Because, like, they do so good at their job. It's like, yeah, Florida looks beautiful, doesn't it? There's so much. No, there's so, like, all the crime's really low. It's all those 50-year police officers that we have. It's all because of them. Because, I mean, shit's gonna happen either way. But really, I've seen it in every county I've been in. There's, like, these like redneck cops that are fatter than me, only worried about lunch, and then to them, the justice system is a revolving door. You just try to look for the same guy over and over again. Keep putting him back in jail for stupid shit. And then they'll label you. They'll label the fuck out of you too. You know what I mean? Like, I came in contact with them so many times that they understand that, like, oh, he's actually is trying to be like a good guy. He's not trying to do the wrong. He's trying to do right. It's just the system's not really giving him any kickback either. It's like, maybe we can talk him into doing something. It's like, the more they try to talk me into doing something, the less I want to fucking do it. You know what I mean? I would ultimately, man, if I could get a stable living condition, situation again, I probably would go to school for computer science or film. You know what I mean? Film, because obviously I could make the channel better, and if I wanted to pursue that all the way. But if I, more sensibly, because YouTube could die, like, whatever. But at least if I knew enough about computer science, I'd be set, because computers they're going to evolve inside of themselves throughout that time. You know what I mean? You got, like, entire stores that are basically a giant supercomputer. Like grain silos, and was living next to one. It was basically a supercomputer for all corn in the state of Ohio, or at least this one region. This one region of Ohio, all the corn that's grown gets pulled into this. They weigh it all, and it's just a supercomputer that counts all this fucking corn. It's basically, it was like, the whole, I don't know, man. The whole system's already just a bunch of supercomputers. I think it's only going to develop more. That's why if I did have a stable housing situation, I'd probably go to school to get like, at least an AA degree or something where there's like some kind of computer stuff, and then really like a computer job, working for doing something on a computer, I could ultimately probably do from home and work remotely. Like even move the mouse on your computer type of shit. I'm just doing stuff like that. I wouldn't have to go to an office building to do that. You know what I mean? But I don't know. But if I'm stuck in this redneck home builder society, then I don't think that's gonna happen. You know. But the way I see it, man, it's like men and women both. We all have a price over our head. Where the girl was worth $1,000,000. It's whatever price you want it to be, but we all have like a price over our head that we have to accomplish, or whatever, before we can get our freedom back from the system, or whatever you want to, whatever you want to view it as. But the way I see it, like like not even necessarily even like $1,000,000 isn't even really enough to like, you know what I mean? Not that I really want to like, I don't know, you know what I mean? But I don't, like for anybody that's like a normal person, $1,000,000's almost not even enough, because you're gonna eat through it so fast. $1,000,000, even with a sensible mind, you might even spend it in like 10 years or so. If you know what I mean, if you spent it the wrong way, you know what I mean. I don't know, dude. I'm going the wrong track there. But yeah, it's like we all have like our own price. You know what I mean? Like if I had this much in my bank account, I'm already retired. I'm just working on top of that. You know what I mean? I don't know what everybody left. I don't know what I said that was that bad. It showed I had like 4 viewers while I was talking about that, like that price over our head with the girl from Taken. Everybody left. So I'm too depressing, man. That's why I'd really like to get out of this credit card debt, because like a lot of my depression, like, because I'm doing good otherwise, man. You know what I mean? I've got 5 digits in my investment portfolio. You know what I mean? That's crazy. 5 digits, 7 digits if you want to count the decimal point, the ones after the decimal point. I've got 7 digits in my fucking investment portfolio right now. I could have never done that if I was living indoors this whole time. I bet the credit cards look about the same as they do now anyway. You know what I mean? The credit cards would look about the same as they do. I'd be living indoors. And I wouldn't have anything in my investment for I'd have like 1 week's pay, that's it. Just like it was. Because that's originally what I did. I was like, let me just I'm gonna put a week's pay just to whatever it turns into by the time I'm 50. Because I don't want to sacrifice that much. I was like 1 week's pay, and whatever. Like some people they become multimillionaires off the fucking stock market. So I was like, I don't need that much. They only had like $600 or $700, for the longest time until 2025. 2025, I seen how much my computer had been mining. My computer mined about $150, and then Bitcoin's price doubled because I knew when it was at 50K, I was telling like I knew it was going to go over 100K. I didn't know enough about what was going on with it, or when I didn't know enough, like I was a kindergartner as far as Bitcoin knowledge. But I was still mining it. I was mining $150 worth that I mined, and then the price doubled. So I was like, oh shit, I got over $300 now that I mined. Yeah, I'm like, how do I get to that? How do I, I want to pull that over and out of that. I want to make sure that comes to me. I don't want, I don't want that to belong to Nice Hash. Like that's $300. I don't, what can that be even later? You know. So I figured out how to get to that, pulled it over to where it was, and then I started stacking on top of that. Because then at that point, then I was like, okay, what did I mine? You know what I mean? Like, what was I actually like? I liked the idea of getting rewarded at microdecimals of a penny. That's what I figured it was. You were acting as a bank, your computer connected to the internet, working as a calculator, doing its most essential function of processing numbers as fast as it can. You help process transactions on the network. The faster they can verify these transactions. Your computer works as a calculator while online to verify these transactions, and then you're rewarded in like microdecimals of a penny. Like I understood that much of it. That's why I was like, oh, yeah, I like that idea. Like that's cool. They're gonna, your computer works as a bank teller, and you can collect microdecimals of a cent over time, and it'll stack. But I had no idea of I knew about the scarcity, but not as the same complexity that I do now, where it's almost like the whole world getting put into 21 million boxes. And that might not happen. There might be another crypto that ends up being it, you know what I mean? But one way or another, the dollar's not going to be the denominator for the planet anymore. We're not going to count things, and we're going to move forward to an electrified currency. The paper currency system's falling apart. There's no trust in it. The double spending, the banks having the access to the ledger, not the common people having access to the ledger. There's a whole bunch wrong with it. The inflation rate not being any kind of like set number. It's just whatever they want. Like it can be 10% one year, it could be 7% the next. It'll be 3% like they want to have it. It'll just be whatever they want. But that won't be the case if we actually can get to where one cryptocurrency is like the denominator of the planet instead of the dollar. The planet, everything on the planet having a dollar value. It'll have this crypto. Everybody will know it. You know what I mean? Like the crypto, whatever one it is, will be the denominator. And I feel like, hey, it could be Bitcoin, but at the same time, I don't know, man. It could be any one of them. Because 21 million it doesn't sound like enough for the whole planet. For as many people as there are on the planet and everything, 21 million doesn't sound like enough. Even divided by 8 decimal points, it's like it doesn't quite seem like there's enough for everybody. And everybody that's yet still to come. And then how long are they going to be under the Bitcoin system until they find a way to break it? Like, say Bitcoin does become the denominator for the whole planet, and everything just gets priced back into this 21 million pieces of this one system, right? Then how long will they be under that system before they finally break that and do something else? I don't know, man. But it's like electric gold. It's like electrified gold. Gold plus electric. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like everything cool about it, cool out to put together in one item. Like, I don't- electrified gold, electric gold. How much do you think an electric gold coin is going to be worth? There's only 21 million of them that'll ever exist. It's not even real. It's not real gold. It's electric gold. It's even better. It's even better. It's better than real gold. It's electrified. Yeah, I try to picture like Benjamin Franklin, right? I feel like Benjamin Franklin. I feel like he probably did, he probably had like an American accent already. They probably didn't have British accent. He probably had an American accent. Like picture like some of the words he would say. Something. I don't know. Because we don't know. We weren't alive back then, but he was an American native, so he probably did have an American accent already. And some of the quotes he made, man, like if you read it with an American accent, it sounds better. You know, it sounds like okay, yeah, all right. There's more than one way to skin a cat. But I'm pretty sure that's probably been a thing for a while. As we're probably skinning cats before our parents chased us out of the first cave. But hell yeah, 103 on 10 runs. 10 runs, 103, man. And then I got some extra gas. I could convert the extra gas into some more money for like some extra gas money for the day, you know, or could just keep the extra gas. More fuel to start with tomorrow. But yeah, I got over a quarter tank of gas still. It's either I could use that tonight and make 20 bucks worth, you know, and then put that into the tank, or I could have it for tomorrow and then, you know, just at some point put some more money in, do the 20 bucks worth tomorrow before I need gas. You know what I mean? I'm waiting to see if anything cool pops in, but they give me restaurants you don't want to go to. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know. Give you either restaurants you don't want to go to, or mileage that's fucked up, or somebody didn't fucking tip. It's always one of those three. But yeah, pretty good day, man. Started late and everything. 12 to 8 made 100 bucks. 12 to 7, I'm gonna call it. 12 to 7 made 100 bucks. And I'm chilling. Fuck it, man. That's like right now. I'm like, I just keep throwing so much into crypto still because the market's going down and it goes down. It makes me want to buy more. You know what I mean? The more I buy, the lower my average cost goes. You know, it's crazy. I just can't help myself, man. On an up day, I don't want to buy. Obviously, you don't want to buy on a green day. But even still, some green days, I'm just like, man, like I made a lot today. You know, like let me put 50 in there. You know, which that makes sense too. I had a day where I scored big. I hit big on that day. It makes sense that I should go ahead and well, fuck, I made 200. I put 50 away. But yeah, pretty much that's where my head's at. And then I want to get the credit cards knocked all the way out. pretty much I'm gonna keep moving every day until the car craps out on me, trying to get the credit cards knocked out. And hopefully the car won't crap out on me until after the credit cards are knocked out. Then I won't have to worry about it so much. I mean, hopefully it doesn't happen. Hopefully I got a 500,000-mile engine. But it does look ancient. Like when I pop up the hood, everything looks old. It's like an old ass car under the hood. It's rust and calcium and whatever else just everywhere. But hell yeah. She should make it at least another 50,000 miles. Honestly. Pulley. And I got a mechanic already lined up for that. I just financially, I can't, man. I'm thinking tires first, because they look like the most immediate problem. Thinking tires, and then battery, and then that pulley in the belt. But even before that, I'm thinking pay off the credit cards. Maybe pay off the credit cards, and then I can maybe swipe the card to buy the parts. Maybe something like that. You know what I mean? $6, 6 miles. Another driver grab. Fucking piece of shit. I was thinking about that. That one wasn't bad. $6, 6 mile. Usually, like later on in the day, is the higher tips. You know what I mean? That $6, 6 mile, you can get that at any time of day. But you're not gonna see too many 15s before, you know what I mean. You might for the lunch rush, but you're not gonna see a 15 before 11 o'clock on a Wednesday. No one's gonna tip that. No one's got that money. They're planning on tipping that much when ordering breakfast through Uber Eats. You know what I mean? Maybe there's a few select of us, but it's usually not that person that's ordering. Chats. Trying to help you. No, I understand, man. I like, honestly, whatever, any idea you've got that I can make a video for $0, throw it at me. You know what I mean? And that pretty clear. I mean, honestly, I could go fuck with it, like, until I get to the point they want to threaten me with arrest. You know what I mean? It's not gonna cost me anything to go fuck with the cops and make a video out of it. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, that's, yeah, like anything I could do on like a $0 budget, I'd love getting it as an idea. Like right now, my best ideas that I've had is to do cart narcs, and then maybe like a haunted house, like me trying to camp out overnight in the yard of a haunted house, maybe. That way I'm not even, say I'm breaking and entering, I'm just like on the, you know what I mean? It's different, it's not it's trespassing, it's not breaking and entering. You know what I mean? Which trespass, they just sign here and then don't come back. It's not a big deal. It's about all it is. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, haunted house, and stealth camping. Yeah, between stealth camping videos, make haunted house thing every now and then, you know what I mean? Because more or less, it's gonna be, you want to see Florida Swamp Monkey doing, you know what I mean? So if it'd be cool if I'm doing some kind of peculiar thing, you know what I mean? But it's more or less, I don't know. But yeah, I like that idea. It's not a bad idea. I'm not the type that's really wanting, because I understand they're just people trying to work their job too. And really, it's a highly stressful job. You know what I mean? It's got to be, you feel like any moment somebody could like lose their temper, and you know what I mean? And especially the way the system is now, and then like even before George Floyd and all that stuff, before all the people ripping down telephone poles and stuff, like it's always been, like the system itself is like rough on everybody, and then you being the police officer trying to like uphold the law, you know, through all, what I mean. At least it's got to be in your blood, really in your blood. Like I don't know how to, like, not even in your blood, but just like in your DNA, your mental, you're mentally prepared for it. You want to, you know what I mean? Because I've pondered it, like me being a police officer, I would be a badass traffic cop. I think I'd be writing tickets left and right, dude. You wouldn't be able to get by with anything, no excuse. There's no excuse for. Are you pregnant? No. Are you bleeding? No. Okay, well then there's no excuse. There's no excuse why you needed to go that fast. You know what I mean? I'd be a badass traffic cop. But I wouldn't want to be a badass traffic cop either and then get shot in the chest 6 times. You know what I mean? I know they wear a bulletproof vest, but that's 6 bullets is still gonna fucking hurt. You know, even with the vest on. like, you know, like I'd rather not be that guy. It's easier on me if I'm not that guy. And really, that's like, I'm not that I'm trying to get a free ride, but I'm trying, like, what's the easiest way through this bitch? Because life is hard as it is, man. Even just watching all your loved ones die, while doing all this hard work for this government that just prints the labor, they just print labor, because we're just like constantly running out of money. And then I don't know, it's fucking weird, dude. You'd think as they're printing more money, it's like, okay, they're allowing more money into the system for us to ultimately go and make. Not that they're, the price of something that was $1 is now $3. Like when I was a kid, that's what I thought. Like, oh, what's the, like they're just allowing, there's more money for us to actually go out there and pull out of the system. I necessarily think that the price of, it's like, I was young, you know what I mean? I didn't think that they were really printing more just to manipulate the. I don't know why it just disconnected there. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I loved it when I was doing that Scientology audit, man, because it was like I was upholding 4 of the 5 pillars of the First Amendment. I was like, this is nuts. Like when you think about it, I'm really like doing all 4 angles of it at once. Religion, speech, freedom of press, and assembly. The only thing the other. I can't remember the other one. I think the right to protest. But I wasn't really protesting anything. That's why I was like, yeah, like I'm not really trying to uphold anything. I'm not trying to protest anything by being here. Just I believe in Jesus Christ. But the thing is, man, like you could, I don't know, man. I feel like you could be a Scientologist but Jesus Christ still exists because technically, okay, well then Jesus Christ is half alien. He'd be, just be a human alien hybrid. But I don't quite believe that either. I feel it was more of like a spirit. It was like the sperm cell itself. Like instead of being a sperm cell, it was a spirit that just didn't like inhabited the egg. The spirit of Jesus. But yeah, man, this credit card debt. Get out of this shit. It was nice though, man. I had the actual bank account showed like $700, man. I was like, fuck yeah. But I know I sent a bunch over to the crypto exchange, buying crypto this week and stuff. So I was waiting to see how much was actually going to empty out from all that. I have no clue how much I spent. Because it was like 40 here, 60 here, 50 here, 100 here. So I don't know how much is even going to pull out. Got to make the insurance payment too. But yeah, I don't know. I had to fire up the car. The voltage was getting low.
Waiting connection. Bluetooth connection success.
Appreciate y'all hanging out, man. Like a Tuesday night takeover. But I might go back to just making clips of throughout the day of Uber driving, just making clips throughout the day, and making a video. And then probably just going live at the end of the day once I'm done. I don't know. Because I was meeting some cool people doing vertical, and then I feel like with the horizontal, it's only showing me to the people that are already subscribed, for the most part. Oh man. Vertical, it'd be like, shit, over 80% of the audience is viewing me for the very first time. Vertical. Probably more than that. Because people come in and go real quick on vertical too. You'll have it. You ever do it, you'll see it'll jump up to like 27 viewers, and then down to like 2, and then the 2 will go back to 0, and you have like 1. It'll flicker in and out. Like 0 and 1, 0 and 1, 0 and 1 for a while. And every time it flicks to 1, you're trying to like introduce yourself as fast as you can, and people keep flicking back out. It's really annoying. It's really annoying at the start. You're sitting there trying to, and then I get to the point, I like the way I express it, where it's like, if you've ever given a homeless man $1 on the side of the road, it's like the same as subscribing to my channel for free and then just ignoring the videos. I think it's really like kind of like the best way to say it. I really don't want to go to that restaurant for a pickup at all. That's the problem. Like, I don't know why it's like they want to send me the worst restaurants, man. I like to let it ring. It takes them longer to find a driver. Then I think it counts more. Request was timed out, not rejected. So I think it looks at it differently or something like that. I don't know. There's like so much heat that this hair is just trapping onto my head. Mosquitoes are biting everywhere. Charging. Looking good. Charging up. I'm gonna try and reset the stream real quick. Alright, I'm back. Give it a couple seconds to unbuffer out. Sorry, like I wanted to close and reopen the app just to make sure. On by itself automatically. And then since the Wi-Fi is on automatically by itself every now and then, it tries to connect to random Wi-Fi networks. So that's, it's been doing that. That's probably why it's been doing the buffering and shit. But I appreciate y'all being here and hanging out, man. The view time's still going up, man. It's still on an upward trend. Some days are better than others. I'm hoping to get more of an audience, man. If I get to the point there's like 10 viewers or so all hanging out for a good minute. You know what I mean? That's about all it's gonna take, man. To be honest. Which there already is. That's what I'm saying. That's why I already know it's like that's all, They're just in at different times. You know what I mean? Everybody's in it at a different time of day. But yeah, here's what it looks like as of right now. This is the stats. I got this with 704 subscribers. Y'all already know. That's obvious. But almost 2K watch hours. You need 4,000. You can see right there. It needs 4,000 hours. I'm at 2K. And that's as of May 28th. So it's a couple days old as well. Because it's just second now. It's 4 days, or just 5 days behind. So there's 5 more days of watch time already that's not been all the way validated yet and put into this validated watch time. But still, I'm halfway there. And I could show you the majority of that, because you have 365 days where you need to make that much watch time. But yeah, the majority of that watch time has been made in the last 90 days. So this is 90 days. In the last 90 days, 2,201 hours. It hasn't validated all of that. You know what I mean? Because obviously it's not showing 2,201 hours. I don't know why. If it shows it here, it's valid enough that it's showing it here, right? So maybe this is the minus 5 days. You know what I mean? Maybe that's what that number is. That 19 is because it's the minus the 5 days from the watch time here. I don't know. Like minus 5 days of watch time. I don't know. Could be though, roughly. But pretty much, yeah, there was no watch time on this channel. Oh, so I didn't even start making videos until December. No, that's not right. I don't know. I don't know for sure, but it's, you know, it's still, it's doing its thing, man. The channel's still growing, trying to make it into something. And then I like how there's an upward trend there. It's definitely, it's like, it went down a little bit, and then I've started live streaming basically, because I haven't even been live streaming that long. The live streaming started probably somewhere about here, so the view time was already going up basically. It was going down. It started up and then went down, and then it started to come up, you know. But I think I started live streaming somewhere, you know what I mean? I couldn't live stream until February. I remember for a fact I couldn't live stream until February 1st. So more, but you know what I mean? It's still, there's a lot of climbing that's been going on. It's kind of been shaky last 28 days. It's been kind of up and down, up and down. But as you can see, like, look, I'm hitting a minimum of 22. I'm hitting like at least 20 hours a day of view time. Just some days I'm making almost 70 hours of view time. You know what I'm saying? So, but in 28 days, over 1,000 hours of watch time, and that's because of y'all. You know what I mean? It's like y'all. What I'm saying, basically. But it's a long, hard fight. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to be consistent on my end. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know. Other people on YouTube, they've told me, like, man, I don't know how you're live how you go live as long as you do. So I think eventually, man, there's gonna be a big audience of people, even throughout the day. You know what I mean? So I might, be like 100 different people that come in throughout the day, but an audience of 10 stays the whole time. You know what I mean? That's kind of where I'm trying to get to. And it's been growing, man. Like, when I first started doing the live streaming, it was just noob. Or it was just Fred. When I started doing the horizontal, it was just noob. For the couple of, till like day 5 or 6, and then it started to be a little bit more than just noob. And still there's some days where it is just noob. You know, but I get it though. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just the life of a homeless person. You know what I mean? Really, you're more or less watching the bounce back. It's like the comeback story. Which there's only so much progress I could make each day without an actual job. But hell, I think I'm doing pretty good off the gig economy. I mean, honestly, like, if I was willing to spend $1,000 a month for a place to live, I think I could easily make $2K off of Uber each month, to where I could put $1,000 in housing. I enjoy the freedom more than having to be on the hook for $1,000 a month for housing, or more. You know what I mean? Like, $1,000, that'd be a cheap option. If I'm able to even find that. And then, like I said, what would be interesting about that? You know what I mean? Then I would just be a dude in his apartment, sitting on the couch trying to live stream. You know what I mean? What would really be that interesting? But this other route, where I'm trying to buy a little piece of land and maybe bushcraft something on it, that's gonna be funny to watch at times. But I don't know. There's probably a part of the audience that would like to see me get an apartment, but I don't know. I see getting an apartment, it's just a waste of money. If I'm gonna buy, like, I'm wanting to buy, I'm not trying to rent at all. It's not worth the time. It's not worth my time to rent. Because ultimately, what do you get out of it after the 30 days are over? You get back to work. And I get, yeah, it's like it's renting, not owning. But it's like, I don't know, it's like it's cheaper to own ultimately if you know how to maintain your stuff properly. Which I'm not saying that I do, but I still feel like it'd be cheaper to own. And then you ultimately you own it, so you can sell it. You can't sell 5 years of renting somewhere. You know. Yep. I'm gonna stay logged in, see if there's maybe one more. Maybe. Hopefully. But yeah, it had some pretty good viewership. It did pop up to 8 viewers for a quick second. I saw it. There was 8 viewers. There was 5 people that were hanging out for a good minute. There was 4 people that were hanging out for a good minute. There was 2 and 3 a lot. You know, now I'm talking to just one person, but it's alright. At least there's one person, you know what I mean? At least one person's with me. I'm gonna make it look like there's 2 people here. So hopefully when like the third person pops in or whatever, it'll make it look like there's more going on. But yeah. I'm gonna probably put that like when I make a short. What you were saying, noob. I'm not even sure if you're still watching. Probably not. You got a bunch of shit to do. You work a damn 60-hour week consistently. You know what I mean? I understand. But yeah, if you do watch this later or whatever, I probably not. But anyway, I'm gonna say it either way. Shit. Damn, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, yeah, I was gonna start putting that like maybe in the shorts when I make the shorts. Put that you know, like I do a 12-hour live stream daily in the short, so that way I'm catching more people that they might be into the live stream because I'm advertising that it's a live stream. You know what I mean? Because ultimately that's where I want. You know, I need people that are gonna subscribe and actually be a viewer. And then since I'm doing so much of the live stream, that's what I need to be advertising is the live stream. Because ultimately, I'm thinking about doing this till I make it all the way to like day 1,000 or something. You know what I mean? Just to see what it turns into between now and then. And just doing this daily live stream, making at least $100 a day on Uber. You know, and if the car shits out, well then I'll have to figure out something else to do, or I can, you know, like I'll still be live streaming though. You know what I mean? But I don't think I could call it Chronicles of a Homeless Uber Driver if I'm not Uber driving after a while. You know, after about a week. But part of the back of my head wants to, you know, like let's go to episode, you know, like let's go to day 1,000. Let's see what the channel looks like at day 1,000, and then cut back. You know what I mean? And then go from the 72 hours live down to like maybe 9 hours live. You know what I mean? Do a viewer's choice for when I should be live. You know what I mean? Kind of go back to the way it was. But I think to do this for 1,000 days, it could really make the channel grow faster than doing it the other direction now. I don't know. I can't quite tell because I do get a lot of views off of YouTube recommendations from the videos. and it does help me find, it's like a throwing in a net to catch more audience with. Whereas the live stream, it's like only the audience that already exists for the most part. I can tell by the new subscribers. You know what I mean? I'm lucky to get 1 to 3 new subscribers a day from 15 hours of being live. But that's because I'm not vertical either. But it doesn't work vertical. You know what I mean? It doesn't work like when I'm driving around. It's not made for vertical. I don't know. So I don't know. I feel like it could take longer doing it that way. But I think even maybe after a while, YouTube will start to notice the consistency and then start to maybe put me out to more people that are into horizontal live streams anyway. You know what I mean? The horizontal live stream of a homeless man trying to rebuild himself. It's a pretty interesting story. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, I just don't know what it is I want to even actually do. The real estate license thing, it does sound funny. It sounds awesome. Like, if it actually does if it does happen, you know what I mean? Like, that'd be nuts. And catching it all on YouTube too, like, and I think that's about the funniest thing. Like, nothing else I can think of would be like quite as cool as if I ended up being a real estate agent. I can't. I've been thinking about it for weeks. You know what I mean? Other than maybe getting into like app development, making better versions of the apps that already even exist. And really, you only need to make like one. Make one app that is like that replaces whatever it is that you're trying to replace. Make 10K a month from an app that replaces Uber, and that'd be a penny in the bucket. All the rest of that money could go right back to the driver. That's a whatever. But 10K a month, dude, I'd be just like chilling in a bounce house. You know what I mean? Fucking Darth Vader and fucking Revenge of the Nerds style. If I was making 10K a month. I know YouTube, they don't like swearing and they don't like smoking, but I can't quite help that. But I see other people, they've got a huge audience of people that they just make videos of them drinking. They make videos of them drinking alcohol, and they have a huge like there's millions of people subscribed to them. You know what I mean? There's one dude they recently started showing me. He makes shorts. His name is Chill Billy Red, I think. Chill Billy Red. And it's usually just him drinking beer bong. Like, he has like a beer bong thing, and he puts some kind of weird, mixed Baja Blast with I don't know, I can't remember, but he mixed like Baja Blast with some kind of alcohol drink, and then just puts it in this beer bong and just inhales it, just like I can get why. I get why. It's like it's kind of funny to watch. It's interesting. Like even that other redneck guy. I think his name is Billy. The short redhead guy, short bald redhead guy. I think his name is Billy something. But yeah, I don't know. There's ways to do it. I think I need to get out of this parking lot though. Here shortly. Man. It's been a pretty chill spot, man. There's some good shade here all throughout the day. And there's enough going on where it's kind of it's entertaining for me to sit here and watch people move. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to just sit somewhere and just be like staring at a wall. Like, you know. And there's a lot of people that be into that police audience stuff too. I've got a couple of people that have subscribed. If I were to make like a police audit video, they'd be all about it, man. Just see what kind of funny shit I'm saying to the cop. But I really don't want to fuck with them and end up in handcuffs either. You know what I mean? Because really, to the judicial system, it would be better for me to be incarcerated than on the street. And if they know I'm on the street, they're gonna try and incarcerate me if I get in trouble for something. You know what I mean? That's just what they do. Like, because I don't have a house, technically, there probably wouldn't be a bail. If I were to, even if I, you know, something stupid passed, like just a little bit more than a trespass. But part of me has thought about it though. Like if I did something where I could just get like 10 or 30 days just to get off the street for a moment, like while it's really fucking hot. You know, how much would it really affect me as far as my criminal record? You know, like, because I already can't fucking get a job anyway. You know, so is it really gonna fuck me up that much to like have another arrest? You know, and then I can explain I can explain that probably even in interviews. You know, it's like I was living on the street at the time, and I figured could get me off the street for 30 days to go to jail. It was like really, really hot. It was July. I checked with my job at the time and made sure that they knew, you know, so I could, you know, try to like have a job to come back to after that 30 days. And so I, you know, just went, I got somewhere, and then I went back to where it was that I was trespassed and got arrested. About as simple as that. You could get an easy 10 days out of that. Non-violent, not gonna really cause that much of a commotion. And even just tell the police officer that too. Like I was just wanting to get off the street for a couple of days. Thank you. And then not have to worry about eating. You might be hungry, you know, because they don't feed you quite enough. But still, you got meals coming. You just be hanging out, waiting for the next meal. Reading a book if you can find one that's actually interesting enough where you want to push your mind, you know. Because to me, it's like, man, I don't know, sitting there reading a bunch of text. If it's like the more and more text it is, the less I want to do it. You know, I don't know. I have to push my brain to focus, to like lock in, to want to read enough of the material where I can paint a picture in my mind and then take off, you know, like people do when they read. I don't know. I don't know. I can't be bothered with it. There's like a lot of reading nowadays. I'm not gonna say that. It's almost like it's a waste of time because somebody could tell you it faster, explain it to you faster with words. And why would you read it? You know what I mean? Why would you read it if there's like a video on YouTube on how to do it? Why would you read about doing an oil change if there's a video on YouTube on how to do it? Even something as simple as that. You know what I mean? Who would read on how to do an oil change to their car nowadays? Unless you're like reading something off of Google or something, you know what I mean? Like, I can understand a Haynes manual as far as like, you know, if you're doing something, you know, something out there in the car, you need a little bit, you know, bust out the manual, get the blue book out for the car, you know. But if you're just doing something like, I don't know, who's gonna bust out a book to like, let me read what's going on so I can change my headlight bulb? No, you just watch a video. Maybe it's because I'm a Zoomer. I don't know. 20 minutes to read how to do it, or a 4-minute video on how to do it. I might have to rewatch it, but I feel like I'm going to save time to watch the video. I don't know. Reading's always kind of been like a bother. Yeah. Hell yeah. Appreciate y'all hanging. They might ping me with something here in a second. There's a lot going on Trip Radar. They might take one of those and send it to me. I'm hoping for something over $10. You know, something that's like 8 or 9 miles, like $11 for Chili's pickup, because it's kind of easy. Kind of, you know, most of the time Chili's is like pretty seamless. Oh, what's it look like? No, it does not look good. It's like the opposite of what I wanted. Why can't it be a $10 7 mile instead of a $7 10 mile? But yeah, I've even seen when there's like websites and stuff. You could, like, for like nomadic living, they got like seasonal jobs they can help line you up with, stuff like that. You could be like picking something, you know, or I don't know. There's things. There's things out there. You could sign up. You know, you sign up and then, you know, you've got a place to park for the month. You've got like, it's like camper hookup basically for your van. You know, you get a camper hookup for free just to work on the property, and it's like 3 months of working there or whatever, and then you go about your day. $10 19 mile going out to a whole nother fucking city. I'm gonna let it ring. Alright, that's enough. Yeah, we got so many places, man. I don't know, man. It's like all these different fucking restaurants. Every restaurant that exists somewhere else, we need a version of here in Ocala. It's dumb. But yeah, I'm thinking I might treat myself tomorrow. I don't know. I'm thinking about it, man. I've been thinking about Chinese buffet. Just because, like, for the price of getting a combo plate, if I go to one of these little New York style Chinese places, if I go to any one of those places and get a combo plate, probably be like $14, 14 maybe $15. Or there's like a Chinese buffet, I think for like $20. I don't know. I could probably look it up and ask right now. So that's what I'm thinking. Like, I'm gonna go to Chinese buffet because what I want is the teriyaki chicken on a stick. You know what I'm saying? If you know what I'm talking about, if you know what I'm talking about, the chicken on a stick that's at the Chinese restaurant, right? But if I go to the buffet, I could get a whole fucking plate. You know, like if I go get one of these combo plates somewhere, they're only gonna give me 4 of them, which I could inhale 4 of them. I've got such a craving for them. You know what I mean? It'd be no problem. Uh, Trying to see if I can see like what, boom, here, like it's the price. Boom. It's like this is on their website. This is what they say the price is. Boom. Uh, so I guess the lunch buffet, at least what I can find right here, this picture on their website, their website slash menu. It says right there, website slash menu. I don't know, website slash menu, and then there's this picture of the menu. It's showing lunch buffet for $11.50. I don't know if that's right. There's a bunch of photos of it. $8. The same one. The same one comes back for $1 more. $1 more. $1. One unit of currency more. One of our unit of currencies more. That's a lot of money. I cannot find this. Like, it doesn't just like plainly say anywhere. Like, boom, this is the price Monday through Friday, or like Monday through Thursday. This is the price for lunch, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday. This is the price for lunch. You know what I mean? I'm trying to find that somewhere. They got a phone number. Maybe they're still open. Maybe I can call. Back. Come on. Back. Shit. Closed. Damn it. The website's bullshit. Maybe here? Okay, here we go. This might be it. Over a year ago. 7 months ago. 7 months ago. I guess that's 4 years ago. 5 months ago. Okay, 5 months ago. Lunch buffet. $12.50 for lunch buffet. Monday through Saturday. Lunch buffet starts at 10:30 a.m. Boom. Starts at 10. I could get there. I could show up at 10:30 a.m. and start eating. $12.50 a head. 5 months ago. So I mean, that could have changed a little bit, but I don't think it's gonna be. I mean, what's gonna be $14 instead of $12.50? That's what I'm. That's the combo plate anyway. So hell yeah, dude. And I'll just get ice water. That's the move, you know. Uh, but damn, I got lunch plans tomorrow. Oh, I might even head up there and like try to sleep in the parking lot tonight. Because fighting traffic to get up there is a pain in the ass. I could ultimately go up there somewhere and find a spot to sleep for the night. That way, all I gotta do is like jump across one light. It's a pain in the ass to get in and out of that place too. Like you're like you about crash trying to get in and out of that restaurant. I'm thinking about it, but I don't know that side of town very well. What the fuck? They're trying to fuck up my acceptance rate. 15-mile, $8 to this whole other Wawa. There's a Wawa right up the street from where I'm at. There's a Wawa. And then, but they wanted me to go. There's a Wawa. Like, is it gonna focus? No. There's a Wawa, like right up here. There's a Wawa, right? They wanted me to go all the way over. All right, see where I'm at. They wanted me to go all the way over here to this Wawa to grab some shit. Like, why the fuck? It's like they try to attack your acceptance rate. I'm over here. This is its own little market right here. This little orange pocket right in here. This is its own little market. And then if you go too far up the street, you're into this, and they just send you wherever the fuck. You know, just like you just end up going wherever the fuck if you go too far up. So you got to be careful. Make sure you like log in far enough down this way. You know, pretty much you want to wait in between where the Chipotle is at and where the Chili's is down here, and then the Chipotle is over like right here. Pretty much you want to park somewhere in here, or maybe even just wait at the Chili's. But the further down the road you are, this way, the better, because as you go further up the street this way, you're in this whole other market with you're in this big old fucking clusterfuck of bullshit. Certain things like that you'll learn after a while of doing it. You know, every city's different, but that's why I like Uber, because it's. I was telling the guy that, like, you know, like I know based on where I'm parked where it's gonna send me. You know, I'm like, okay. Oh, apartment drop off. Damn it. Three-story apartment crap. It's probably not, but I'm gonna say no. It was a $5 2-mile. But like I said, if it's an apartment and it's on the third floor, they get, you know, it was a $3 tip. A $3 tip. Like they basically gave me $1 for each flight of stairs. Then what did I get for my gas? You know, because $1 for each flight of stairs, that's fair. That's fair, right? Like they should have done that on top of the gallon of gas. You know, like five for the gallon of gas. Even though it's not a gallon of gas, it's like it's a mile drive. But still, you know, it's like I really don't think it's like that's not asking for that much, dude. Five per journey, like regardless. If you're fucking, yeah. If you know you're almost 10 miles away, you should tip more, about $10. You know, I don't think it's really asking for that much. Like, that's the thing. A lot of things people they don't know that Uber doesn't pay shit. They assume that Uber's gonna catch up the end on them not tipping, basically. And it's like, no, all we see is the tip most of the time. 95% of the time, all I see is the amount that was tipped. Because what's $2? You know, like on a fucking 21-mile fucking run, they give you $2 for your fare. You know, like the company you work for gives you $2 for a 21-mile fucking run. Oh my God. The civil rights lawyer. You know the civil rights lawyer, right? You know the guy, if you've seen him yet. I don't know if you've seen him yet. The civil rights lawyer. He's getting in on this fucking Legos thing. The civil rights lawyer, right? That guy. He's getting in on the Legos thing now, too. He's a help YouTuber arrested over Lego video. 5 hours ago, already 1 million views. Oh, good Lord, man. Alright, I gotta watch.
Put a stick in it.
Whoa.
Mid-nursing school journey, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. I reached out to Rasmussen. They were very helpful. What? Pull over again. Pull over again.
Did you run a stop sign?
I mean, it's up to you to see. I played the dash cam footage in the video. So from my point of view, it looks like we stopped for at least like 2 seconds. We made sure to follow every law. How's it going?
The only thing I see when I look at that video, it looks like they stopped but past the white line, like past where you're supposed to stop at. They stopped, but like they encroached on the intersection a little bit. They should have stopped 6 feet before where they stopped. That's what I see. If I were to become a traffic cop, that's what I would have came. Like that's what I would have came to them with. Like, no, you didn't stop at the appropriate point. You're supposed to stop at that solid white line that your car was halfway over the top of before you stopped. That's what I'm saying. You didn't stop properly at the stop sign. You know what I mean? Versus them saying, "Oh, you didn't stop at the stop sign." You know what I mean? Because they could have fought the technicality of that. I don't know if you saw it. You know, some of y'all have.
Did you run a stop sign?
I mean, it's up to you to see. I played the dash cam footage in the video. So from my point of view, it looks like we stopped for at least like 2 seconds.
I missed it by just the slightest bit. Damn it.
From my point of view, it looks like
they're stopped, but past the stop sign. All right, let's see how we can. It's a video of a video of a video of a video. All right, but yeah, see, it looks like, see where the stop sign is. It almost looks like it almost looks like it's parallel to their tail lights. Like they encroached that forward onto the intersection, and then you can almost see. Is that a white line under the bottom? No, that's a shadow. But that's what I would have got him on. It's like, no, you didn't stop in the right spot. You basically did run the stop. You didn't quite run the stop sign, but you came too close to running the stop sign. Basically, that's what I would have pulled him over saying. Because like in the technicality of it, that they were past the line. They give me the same order twice, like.
for at least like 2 seconds.
Yeah, look where he's like, we're stopped for 2 seconds. But look where they're stopped. Look, dude, like he crouched that far up on past the stop sign before stopping. And then the guy was so nervous that he should have stopped for like 4 seconds. You know what I mean? Like he should have stopped for like extra amount of time, just so they couldn't say that you didn't stop, because it's like, what do you mean? I stopped for I was sitting there for like 20 seconds before I took back off. You know what I mean? stopped at the stop sign and shot off a text real quick before it took back off again. Which is that, I don't think that's even technically illegal, because you're at the stop sign. You got to the stop sign, you stopped, and then you pulled out your phone to text. You're not even technically driving it, you know, like, especially if you were to throw your car and park for that quick second too, like, I don't know. But that's what I see watching the video as an amateur police officer. That's what I see.
We made sure to follow every law.
How's it going? How's it going? I'm Officer Hawkins, American Police Department. How you doing? Good. How are you? Good. What's your name?
Hundreds or maybe thousands of you have reached out to me about covering the Reckless Ben Lego videos. Basically, he's a YouTuber who made a video about a stolen Lego collection that ended with a bunch of crazy police interactions in this small town in Utah, where the American Fork Police Department did some pretty wild things.
Search warrant. Stand up. Step outside, everybody. No, don't move. This is the story of how I got swatted, all because of Legos. The whole thing started with me investigating a Lego company called Bricks and Minifigs. The company sent two guys to steal the world's largest Star Wars Lego collection worth around $200,000. And for some reason, the police are helping them get away with it. The family reached out to me saying that I'm their last hope to get them their life savings back.
I'm just gonna scare them a little bit and let them go. Don't let them with it. Do we have charges, or are we just tired of them being annoying?
How's your dog? It's good? Like it?
Instead of helping to get justice for the rightful owners of this stolen Lego collection, this police department instead helped protect the company accused of stealing the collection. And by protect, I'm talking about illegal traffic stops, illegal searches, illegal seizures, false arrests, malicious prosecutions, and more.
It's honestly, it's crazy how big this is, dude. Like, this fucking, just give them their shit back, dude. If you don't have it, then fucking agree to pay them. Give them monthly payments. Like, fucking, like, god damn, this whole thing is
Does that make sense? Yeah. Don't
like,
move like that.
so many people are gonna make 1 million views off of making a video on this too, you know what I mean? Like, you think about like all these other videos, they're gonna make 1 million views by like rehashing the same shit.
You understand? You don't.
Even this video. It's like half of today's video and half of yesterday's video was like this Lego situation. It's crazy.
Move like that.
Come on. What is this? No, come on. You're right across the street from it. Just go grab it. Come on. What? Fucking, they like right across the street from 7-Eleven. They're like right across the street from 7-Eleven. Just fucking like an eighth of a mile walk it looked like, this delivery. Like an eighth of a mile walk from the 7-Eleven.
Or even...
Okay, what's this one look? Okay. No. Again, no. Wow. What the fuck? And Zaxby's, they're gonna be closed before I can get there. I should let that one ring. It took forever.
Ben that he needed to reach out to me, so he did. I immediately was intrigued and I wanted to help him. But before I could do that, I had to understand the facts, everything that happened. I needed to talk to Ben himself. I needed to interview him and get it straight from him and not just his YouTube videos.
The way you know we have First Amendment freedom of speech is I can say something you don't like and I'm allowed to do that. So the police officer is arguing exactly against that statement.
Give me the background on how you first found out about this Lego situation and how you got interested in it.
At the end of my last video,
Like this video, right? So he's already at like 700K views in 5 hours. I bet by the time this video is 7 days old, it probably have 5 million views on this video. and then that 5 million views on this video is gonna cause like another million views on Reckless Ben's video. You know what I mean? People are gonna want to go watch the actual video. Oh man, that's that guy. Yeah, that's that guy. That's crazy. That's that guy.
Video. I was looking for other videos to do, so I just put a little call to action, like 10 seconds long. Hey, if you have a problem the police can't solve, email me at this email. And then I just like set up a little email, just got literally probably 10,000 emails the next like 2 days. And I was actually in line for Burning Man. It was, I think, a 22-hour line to start waiting at Burning Man. So me and like my 3 friends just all like went through and were like just starring.
Will y'all stop? God damn. That's all they're doing is fucking up my acceptance rate. I'm gonna stay logged in for another 45 minutes.
We're looking for a video that was more family friendly because
Like,
a lot
really,
of my videos get.
This time of night, it doesn't fucking matter what your acceptance rate is. If I'm the only driver on, I'm not actively on a delivery. I might be the only driver that's not actively on a run. So they're just gonna send me whatever anyway. You know what I mean? I've gotten to the point where I noticed that. So I'm like, if it's just not worth doing, then I'm gonna hit no, and then they can try their best to find another driver. You know what I mean? Because it's. I think that's ultimately what's going on. Because I know from being in Diamond, they're gonna send me bullshit. Doesn't matter that I work hard to keep my acceptance rate up. Because they're just gonna send me bullshit. Like I'm the only driver available at that moment that's not on a run. So they'll, here's a $4 bullshit. See if you're gonna take it or not. So you know what I mean. So I'm just to the point now. It's just, if it ain't fucking worth it, I'm not gonna do it.
Taken down or
Fuck
shadow
the
banned
acceptance
and like age restricted because we're talking about like we're trying to take down people that like torture people or that like abuse people, like really kind of not YouTube friendly stuff. So then we see this insane story and it's about Legos and we're like, oh, that's family friendly. This is crazy. And it seemed like there was such an easy solution. Just give the Legos back. And it's like very easy to understand. This company stole the little guy's Legos, but they're coming up with legal loopholes in order to like keep it, I guess. And in a lot of my videos, I've always come up with like legal
And a civil rights lawyer getting behind this too, man. He might actually get something done for him.
loopholes to do good things. It seems like this company was using legal loopholes to do bad things. So I was like, this is kind of like the perfect like battle, like legal loopholes for good versus legal loopholes for bad. That'll make an interesting video, and it's about something family friendly, Lego, something everyone can understand. Like, seems like the perfect video, So I just got on a call with them, and that was like the first 5 minutes of the video was that Zoom call. Like that was my first time talking to them.
All those vintage Star Wars sets you have in there are ours. I have a contract, I have photo evidence, video evidence, like that is our collection.
Just told me the story, and I was like, this is insane. Like, let's do it. And so I just drove up like the next week, and you saw the rest of the video, I guess.
What was the underlying story about how this Lego collection was stolen?
Basically, in the email, he says, my dad invested his life savings and a good portion of his life into collecting what's now known as the world's biggest Star Wars Lego collection. And he's in terrible health. So I kind of took over. I'm the son. I took over his collection. I was responsible for selling it. So we went to Bricks and Minifigs because they're the most reputable Lego reseller in the entire world. So out of all the places that could resell the Legos, Bricks and Minifigs has the best credibility. So he's like, let's take it there, like, let's do it. And he said at first it actually went pretty well. They were doing a sale, like a split. So every time a Lego set gets sold, he gets a percentage, or the store gets a percentage, but then he gets a bigger percentage. And in the contract, you can see that the Legos are still his. So they're not the store's Legos, they're his Legos. But for thank you for like selling them for him, he gives the store a percentage for doing the sale. So he's like, corporate people come over and
Oh
he didn't.
man, I can't even see what it looks like. But Zaxby's isn't even open. I don't even know if they man, dude, I don't. $14 now. But at Zaxby's, and at Zaxby's they close at 10. I don't think I want to be able to get there before 10. And the guy that's going there to pick up that order, they're gonna be pissed at. You know what I mean? Like, you're not the person that even ordered the food, but I mean, damn, dude. That kitchen, that poor kitchen trying to put that order together, like, and they close in like 15 minutes, and they're trying to put, and then they got to put this order together, and I still haven't found a driver for it. They still have to find a driver. I guess they just did though. But hopefully that driver's close to the store, so that they're not waiting until like 10:15 for the driver to get there. I don't know, man. That's just fucked up. I mean, you'd think Uber would be nice enough that fucking, like, oh, the restaurant closes in 15 minutes. Sorry, you're gonna have to order from somewhere else. Fucking.
She didn't really know why they took over the store. We know now, which is they just lied, I guess, and said that she wasn't allowed.
This restaurant is within an hour from closing. Are you sure you want to order here? Which people will still be like, yes.
Wasn't allowed to do consignments, which actually is a couple of days ago, the franchise document leaked that said they are allowed to do consignments. So what it really seemed
like, you've ever seen that? If you've ever seen that movie Waiting, if you haven't seen the movie Waiting, you gotta watch it, because it's like an intro film. If you ever get a restaurant job, if you ever are gonna work in a restaurant, watch the movie Waiting before your first day on the job at that restaurant. You need to. It's part of the training of working in a restaurant, watching the movie Waiting, and it's pretty funny. It's not a bad movie. It's a good watch. You know what I mean? It's kind of old. Parts of it are kind of outdated. Especially I think when they pull out their phones and stuff, you'll be able to. You're like, wow, it's like, this is an old ass movie. They got a CD player and shit. They're bragging about a fucking CD player. But yeah, the movie Waiting, fucking, there's this is one scene where they're 3 minutes from closing, and there's this asshole that comes in and sits down at a table. they're all staring at the clock, like, come on. And they're beating on it, and the whole kitchen's like, come on, time, just tick faster. This table walks in 2 minutes before close.
Is corporate saw that the world's largest Star Wars Lego set was in the store, and they wanted to make up some reason to take over the store so they could have access to this Star Wars Lego set. And obviously that's me speculating, but I haven't heard of a better reason of why corporate could have taken over the store, because they were saying it's because she's breaking the rules doing these consignments and stuff, but it says in the contract consignments are allowed, so it seems like they're just making something up in order to take over the store. They now claim ownership. They claim that the Star Wars Lego sets are their inventory now, and so Brian goes back and is like, hey, can I have these sets? And that's when the guy crosses his arms. He's like, we're going to drag this out. If you want to sue us, that's the only way you're going to get these sets back, but if you do sue us, we're going to drag it out where it's worth way more money than what your collection is worth. You might as well just forget about these and just let us keep it. It'll be much easier for you if you do that.
We're going to drag this thing out so long, and you're going to end up spending so much more money than your collection is ever worth or what you ever would have gotten on it, that it ain't worth it, man.
Brian was like, what the heck do I do now? And he couldn't go on the news because his dad watches the news. And so he's like, I'm going to go to YouTubers. So I think he went to another YouTube channel and they started it, but then they got hit with lawsuits.
They were threatening legal action against us. Bricks and Minifigs, which is a pretty big company who probably has way more resources than we can, really put up a fight against.
I get sued every single series I do. There was one series where I infiltrated a cult and they were like, well, I guess God is going to punish him. We don't have to sue him. They don't believe in the government and stuff. So that was the only time I haven't been sued. But I guess Brian saw that I get through all these lawsuits magically somehow. So he was like, I think Ben's the one for the job. And I was like, I'm the one for the job. And then ended up taking it on.
What did you end up doing that brought you into some interaction with the police?
I walked in and I said, hey, I think my friend said that he has some Legos in your store, but he's having trouble picking them up. He was wondering if I could pick them up for him. And she's like, whose sets are these? I'm like, I think Brian Mansell. And I'm like, I think it's like a Lego Star Wars collection. And she's like, you can leave, like, get out of here. And she's like, and then she calls the cops. She's like, I think she calls the owner first. And she's like, watch the cameras. Like, I'm being harassed. She's like, you're harassing me right now. And I'm like,
figure out about yourself.
It's pretty good. So basically my friend said that you guys have some of his Legos, I think, and he told me to come here and see if I could pick them up.
Who's your friend?
I think they're Brian's Legos. It's like a big like Star Wars collection set, I think.
You could go ahead and leave now.
Really?
You could go ahead and leave now, or I will call the police for harassment.
I'm here for a legal business reason. Like, this isn't harassment. We're doing business right now. Like, you have $200,000 of our inventory. Like, this is not harassment, you know? But obviously, it turns out she was just using that as an excuse not to talk to us. And then I call corporate and the owner, and then the owner's like, because I'm like, hey, I have a contract here. Because I knew that Brian kind of gave me some like foreshadowing. He's like, this is what they're going to say. They're going to claim you're harassing them. You're going to claim this. So if you say you're here for a business reason, have the contract, have all this set. So I had all the paperwork and evidence ready for me that first day when I went in there. And I was trying to get her to look at it. And she's like, I can't look at it. I can't look at it. I'm like, here, just look at this. She's like, I can't see it. I can't, like, basically one of those things. And finally she calls the police on me, and then the police come. And I don't know why the police were acting like this. Like, I've had a lot of interactions with the police, and like 95% of the time it goes like super well. I was caught so off guard because I'm used to like kind of being buddies with the police, you know. I'm like, oh, like I'm under the assumption of like, oh, the police are here to like protect us, keep us safe and stuff. But they come here and they're like, hey, they don't want you in the store, you got to leave. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm here for a business reason. Like, I came here because they have a bunch of sets that we just want. It's like they're keeping our inventory and we just want it back. And they're like, yeah, well, you just got to leave. I think he even said something like, we already talked about this. And I'm like, we didn't talk about this. Like, you said I'm not allowed here. That's all like, you talked to me. I didn't talk to you, you know? And I don't know if he was just having a bad day or if they think that, like, oh, like, we have to support small business maybe. I've tried thinking about it so many times, and I have no clue why the police were protecting this company, because it makes no sense to me. I've tried putting, like, my brain in the police officer's brain, and I feel like there's no scenario where I would act the way that police officer acted.
Where is this taking place, and what is the police department?
It's in Kaiser, Oregon, the Kaiser Police Department. And it's about 15-20 minutes north of Salem, Oregon, which is the capital of Oregon. So just some super small town where probably everyone knows each other in Oregon, you know what I mean? So it's like, okay, the police comes to this business that's a business of their town that they're trying to protect, and some out-of-state well, they don't know I'm a YouTuber, but they know I'm from California. So they don't really find out I'm a YouTuber until part 2. But so I come up and they're like, okay, so some out-of-state person is coming up, which they're getting a harassment phone call to harass this company. And it sounds crazy, like, oh, basically their entire store is my inventory, is what I'm claiming. You know, like all of the sets in their store are mine pretty much, is what I'm claiming. It just sounds crazy. So they probably just think I'm lying. I tried to like say the facts, like, here's the facts, here's the evidence to support the facts that I'm saying. But it's even with that, it just sounds so crazy. I think the police just can't believe it, you know? At least if I was a police officer, I'd be like, okay, let's look at the evidence now, you know, like, but the police would never do that.
How is it different than stolen items ending up in a pawn shop? I mean, the cops don't say, well, there's nothing we can do about that. No, they go and they get the stolen items from the pawn shop. Did anyone make the claim to the cops that, look, these belong to somebody else, not this store?
No, I said that, and he's like, okay. That's his response. Okay, time to leave.
So they tell you to leave, and you leave, but you still have additional interactions with them, right?
What Brian was saying, when he originally first contacted the police, they did do a police investigation on it. I was actually able to get the police report, and there's a lot of false information on the police report. So basically, they were lying to the police, and the police were taking the store's word over Brian's word. Basically, what they end up saying is it's a civil matter. So it's kind of what the whole point, right? It's like, hey, you can sue me, but it's going to cost way more than what this collection's worth. It's not worth it. Just give up now. That's their whole strategy. And there's been multiple phone leaks of that. Actually, as of like yesterday, I think the owner leaked corporate saying that to them. So it's on video of that is their strategy now. I was just looking, I'm like, okay, so if we can't sue them, how do we get back to criminal? So I'm just going through a list of all of the criminal laws that can be like, because when I first started this, I had no clue what civil and criminal meant. I knew that they were legal terms, but if you told me like, what's a civil law? I'd be like, I don't know. Like, I'm not like really that into the law, I guess. So I started looking it up and I'm like, okay, so I saw that stealing from a lottery in Oregon is actually a criminal law. So I was like, why don't we just lottery one of these items off? And then if Bricks and Minifigs steals the prize by keeping it in their store, not giving it to the owner, that's technically stealing the prize. That's stealing from a lottery, which is now criminal. So I'm like, okay, that's something the police have to investigate. So in the back of my mind, I kind of knew they were going to come up with something, but I tried to do everything I could to make the police do it. So I got a copy of the Oregon law book. It was really hard to get that, but I was able to get it. And I highlighted all of the sections where it says stealing from a lottery is a criminal offense that the police have to get involved in. So I highlighted that in the Oregon law book. So when the police came, I opened up the law book. I said, hey, look at this. And the police officer actually is like, hey, he's reading all the highlighted parts. He's like, we do have to do something about this. This is criminal. And then that's when the police officer whispers in the other police officer's ear. And because he was helping us for probably 15 minutes. And he seemed like he was on our side. He was taking notes, like, we're going to do an investigation on this. We're going to take this company down, you know. And then the second the police officer whispers in the other police officer's ear, they all change, like, nope, we can't talk to you guys anymore. You guys are trespassed. Oh, you got evidence that you guys did a lottery? We can't look at that evidence. We can't do anything. Get out or you're getting in handcuffs is what they would say.
You're trespassing the property for life, okay? You come back, you're going to go in handcuffs and go to jail.
But they trespassed you? But we're just trying to claim our prize.
At some point, you did file some sort of civil lawsuit, right? And you were trying to serve it.
Regular court, I think they were estimating it's going to take like around 4 years. And so with the dad's health slowly declining, like one of his goals was to see his grandchildren be paid out for their college funds before he dies, I guess. So if you have a 4-year lawsuit, that kind of doesn't like, it's a little scary there, I guess. And then also it's going to cost him like $200,000-300,000. So why would you pay $300,000 for a lawsuit that you're only going to get not even $200,000 back? You know, it makes absolutely no sense. Because even if you win, you still lose. I was looking up just everything I could look up. You know, like I was just going through every single like possibility. And I looked up small claims court, and I'm like, it costs $100 per law. It's $104 exactly per lawsuit. And it takes, I think, like 3 months or something like less than 3 months. So we're like, why don't we just do that 10 times, you know, and get $100,000 for them? Because you can only sue for $10,000 in Oregon. So we're like, let's just do it 10 times. So I just got 10 friends who said they were down to sue. And I ordered so many credit cards. I still have credit cards coming in the mail. I just had one come 2 days ago because I just ordered like 30 credit cards, you know, and I actually went to the bank. I pulled out $10,000 for each one, and then we paid them the money. And so now it was a legal transaction. I didn't want Bricks and Minifigs to say, oh, this wasn't a legal transaction. So we had a public notary there. So if Bricks and Minifigs ever says, was this a legal transaction, they can contact our public notary, who's the official person who basically approves purchases. You can say, hey, I saw the money, go to Brian, and I saw Brian give him the ownership of these sets. So that was legal. Not only are we claiming it's official, but an official person claims it's official. It's official. We have a public notary approving it. The notary public. We have a notary public approving it. Now that we own the sets, if I get my sets stolen, that's a completely crime than if my friend gets his sets stolen. You know, like if one robber robs 10 houses, like 10 houses in a neighborhood, all 10 people can sue for the same crime of robbery because it happened to 10 different people. You know, it's 10 separate crimes. Even though it's the same crime, it's still 10 separate crimes were committed against 10 separate people. So they can all individually sue that robber, you know? So it's the same thing here. We all individually, separately got robbed, and we can all sue for the same crime, but it's still 10 crimes. It just all happens to be the same crime, you know?
How do we get from Oregon to Utah?
So they closed down the store in Oregon because this whole situation was getting so bad. I'm pretty sure it was one day after we filed motion for default judgment. So we didn't win motion for default judgment yet. We just filed for it. And then I guess they got the paperwork and they were like, dude, we got to close this store down. Like we're going to just lose just by default, I guess. So they closed the store down. I'm like, well, because we were thinking about suing them personally at first, but then we were like, it's actually a little bit more credible if we sue the business because the business is kind of the one that stole, not them personally. So then what I was telling all my friends the whole time is like, hey, if for whatever reason we happen to lose, we can always just do the whole thing again, but sue them personally. And so we're like, okay, they closed down the store, let's sue them personally, So the only problem was the court cases kept getting rejected because we weren't it's like, what did you do to resolve the dispute prior to filing? It's like you have to have a good faith conversation with them. They basically want to, it's kind of like mediation, they want to see that because they probably get so many court cases that they're like, okay, we can probably cut these court cases in half if we can get proof of them trying to resolve this first. So, and I think every state does it differently, but this is how the Marion County Court District works. That's just their rules that they set up for their court. So I was like, okay. So I called Josh, and I think at this point, this is when he found out I'm a YouTuber, because they probably looked at the paperwork, and it's like, who is this guy? He actually went through with the lawsuit. I'm going to do some research on who this guy is. So at this point, I get blocked when I call Josh, and I think this is the point where he finds out I'm a YouTuber now, because before this, he would always talk to me because he just thought I was some stupid kid. Now I think he realizes, this guy's serious about this, So he blocks me, and so we're like, the only way to have this good faith conversation, I show up to his house, which is not illegal, and I did the same thing to Brandon, too. I showed up at Brandon's house, and with Brandon, you can actually see the interaction. I show up, I'm like, hey, we are planning to sue you, or we can settle it now if you want to open. I think what I told him, hey, all the Star Wars sets are just sitting in the store right now. You're going to give them back to corporate. If you want to just unlock that door for us and we can just have the sets back, we won't sue you. We'll call it even, and you won't get hurt by it at all. Or we can do the court. It's kind of your decision. He just stood there, he didn't say a single word. We were standing there for probably 30, 40 minutes, and he just didn't say anything the whole time.
Hello. Hey, how's it going? Hello? Hey, well, I was wondering if you'd be down to pay us for the lawsuit we won.
Yeah, the cops come, and then I do the same thing with Josh, but Josh was already on the phone with corporate, which was crazy, because we were at corporate that same day earlier, which corporate only lives 15 minutes away from his house. So I think they knew we were in the area. So Josh is outside, pacing and stuff. And then the cops, and I thought it was gonna be kind of rude to interrupt his phone call, because I wanted to catch Josh and I actually want to have a productive conversation with him. I didn't want to just talk to him. He's like, I'm on the phone, and be cranky, So I was like, I actually want to have a good conversation with him, So I'll wait till his phone call is done, and then I'll go talk to him. And while we're waiting for his phone call to be done, the cops come and they pull us over for running a stop sign.
Obey every traffic law.
Oh, shoot. That's when they're like, is this reckless, Ben? How's Utah? And they're like, you came all the way here to harass this guy? Why are you here?
Who's Ben?
Me.
Ben? How's Utah? It's good? Like it?
The guy's Ben's lying to me about everything. His exact wording was reckless Ben's just lying to me about everything. So I'm going to tell this kid to get out of here or something, And
Can you get the contact for reckless Ben? He said he didn't have his ID, but he was just straight lying to me about everything.
To give the cops some credit, it is a crazy story, It is probably a 1 in a million chance that I'm telling the truth, but it is that 1 in a million chance that I am telling the truth,
Did you run a stop sign?
It's up to you to see in the video. I play the body cam footage I play the dash cam footage in the video. So from my point of view, it looks like we stopped for at least 2 seconds. And right before we got to, I saw the cops were following us, and I literally tell my friend, I'm like, hey, do not break a single law, go 2 miles an hour under the speed limit, stop at every stop sign. So we made sure to follow every law. And in the body cam footage, it looks like we stopped for 2 seconds. So that's my opinion. I think we stopped.
The reason I stopped you is the stop sign.
I didn't? I thought I stopped.
Yeah, you definitely stopped.
So you said you ran a stop sign? You said you ran a stop sign?
I didn't see what happened.
Yeah, I was like, because we definitely stopped at the stop sign. Yeah. I was so sure that we stopped at the stop sign that I actually requested all the police footage of this. And as you can see, we didn't even do a rolling stop. We fully stopped at the stop sign. So this is an illegal traffic stop.
What is the law enforcement agency that was involved in that?
The American Fork Police Department.
Did anything else happen during that interaction where they pulled you over for the alleged stop sign?
Basically, I told him the whole story. I ran through the story. Basically, this guy has his pet stolen. Basically, they were like, he wants you trespass. We're going to issue you a formal trespass. If you go back on his property, you'll be arrested. And this is when they told me, however, if you're on the sidewalks or the streets, you can still film there. It's public, like you pay taxes, that's fine. So as long as you stay there, you can't get in trouble and you'll be fine.
When was it that they searched your car? Was that in Oregon or was that in Utah?
That was Utah. Yeah, that was right after we sent the Mormon guy in to talk to him.
We were trying to talk to Brother Johnson on the other side of the road.
I was like, okay, if he's not going to listen to us, maybe he'll listen to someone from his own community, you know? So we just showed someone from his own community this audio of him swearing to God. He's like, I swear to God, I will give everything back.
There's been an audio around the group. Okay. What's the audio that you wanted to play? Here's the audio.
I'm not going to screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am. I promise you, I swear to God.
And then he did it. So, like, if I say, like, I swear on my mom's life, I'll do this, and I don't, then now my mom has to die, according to my words, right? So it sounds really bad if you say, I swear to God. And if he actually believes this, that's, like, really bad for him to do. Like, he probably thinks he's going to hell, you know? So we were like, we think it would be a good thing to show the Mormon community what he's doing. That way the Mormons can maybe convince him to do the right thing, you know, because if he's not going to listen to me, I'm just some stupid YouTuber in his eyes. But he respects the Mormon community or he's a fake Mormon. So there's two options there. So he's either a fake Mormon just pretending, or he actually respects the Mormon community. And if they show him a way to improve his life, he'll probably listen to them. So that was our thought. And then as we were driving, American Fork is even smaller than Kaiser. It's like literally everyone knows each other in American Fork. So it's like just some small little neighborhood. So one of my fans, that house we were staying at, lives like right next to Josh. And so we were just driving back to my friend's house, who just happens to live next to Josh, and the police come and pull us over. And yeah, it was bad. Basically, they're like, we know there's heroin in your car. And we're like, what the heck?
We're going to do search of your person because the substances in the vehicle. So he's going to do that. I'm going to put this away, and then we'll be right. Don't reach in your pockets. Okay?
I explained to the police that we didn't have drugs, and the reality of the situation is that Bricks and Minifigs is so desperate at this point that they're willing to do anything to get us arrested so they don't have to pay for the property they stole. And the police was arguing back with just some of the worst comebacks I've ever heard, which is why I think the police actually redacted this audio in this clip, because if they kept the audio in, then the world would get to see how stupid the American Fork Police Department is. But anyways, even though we were passing every single drug test they gave us, they were still not going to let us go until we told them where the drugs were.
Your eyes, for example, right? Yeah. There's a constriction, which is dilated, and then not.
It's funny because Tyler's like, he's not Mormon, but he's super straight edge. Like, he always follows the law. He's never had a drop of alcohol in his life, never smoked done any type of drug ever. And him getting accused of heroin is just like the most ironic thing.
No idea, because I've never done any drugs in my life. I don't do drugs. I don't do alcohol. I've never done any of that in my life. I'm willing to do any drug tests. Like, I'm very cooperative. I don't understand what you're seeing in my eyes.
I'm going to have a discussion with this officer.
And then the police department illegally redacted this conversation too. My guess is that they acknowledge that it's very obvious we don't have drugs on us, but they were going to try and pressure us into giving some type of false confession anyways.
Normally, if the cop's like, hey, can I search your car? I have the right to say no. They were not giving us that right. They said, you do not have a say in this. We are searching your car because we know there's heroin in it, is what they said. They said, we have reasonable suspicion to believe that there's heroin in your car, and now you cannot decline a search. Like, we have to search your car.
I'm not sure if you're lying to me or not, to be honest.
I'm willing to take any drug test you want.
Walking a very dangerous line, which gets you in there.
Yeah.
You you're gonna end up in jail in Utah when you're from Cali.
Oh yeah.
Not worth it, right?
Yeah.
We play differently here. Does that make sense?
Yeah. They said they had the probable cause, and when I ask for the probable cause, they don't give it to me. And they say Joshua Johnson is a protected person in this case. So if we tell you what he said about you guys are going to use it for your YouTube clicks and likes, is what they say. So we can't tell you how we know this stuff, is what they're saying. But they ended up doing a canine search of the car, and apparently they said the canine gave the signal. I don't know what the signal is. They got some type of reason to believe that we had drugs on us. And when I ask, what is that reason? They say, well, Josh and Brandon are protected people in this case, and if we let you know what they said about you, you're going to use it for your YouTube clicks and likes and subscribers. You're going to make money off that, and that's bad. So we can't let them know any. I actually went to court a couple of days ago, and I was like, I don't even know why I'm here in court. Like, they won't tell me why I'm here. And then the prosecutor, Russell Farr, he's like, well, if we told him, he's just going to use it for his clicks and likes, and he's going to make money off the victim. Isn't that a bad? We don't want that, judge. He's going to make money off a victim in this case, so we can't tell him. I'm like, well, if I don't know why I'm here, like, what am I doing here, you know? And it's just so ridiculous.
What happened with the search?
Oh, they found nothing. Oh, wait, I'm on 1% on my computer. Let me plug it in really quick. I'm sorry. It wasn't like 50%. I guess it dies fast on Zoom. Okay, I'm plugged in. So with the search, they searched our car. I don't know how long they searched our car for, but the entire interaction lasted for about 3 hours. And it sucks because when I requested the body cam footage, like probably 60% of it is just all redacted audio. And they claim it's to protect the victims of the case. They're like, oh, well, the victims, Joshua Johnson, who's a victim in this case, that's who we're protecting by redacting this audio. But the audio they redacted, like, I remember the conversations. It's me being like, there's nothing in our car, and then being like, 100% there's stuff in your car. Like, we know there's stuff in your car. And so I think they might have redacted that footage, not to protect the victims, but to make the police officers not look stupid, because if this footage gets out, then the police officers' jobs are now in danger. So the only way to save their jobs, I think, was to redact this footage.
You said it took like 3 hours for them to search your car.
Yeah, we're just standing talking, like, just the police are just arguing with us the entire time. Like, dude, we know you guys are on drugs. Just admit it now. You know, like, you guys are going to jail for a long time.
Eventually, they let you go?
Yeah, they let us go because they couldn't find anything, so they just let us go, yeah.
But not for long, I take it.
So that was the night that we did the, I think that was after we did the, what's it called? The good faith conversation, I think. So that was the day before I got arrested. Then the next day I get arrested, yeah. So the next day we're like, okay, let's go serve them papers. And we'll do exactly what the police told us. We'll stay on the street. I have a process server who's going to serve the papers, and I'm just going to be there, like, because she was like kind of scared. The server was kind of scared to go to his house alone because she's like, this guy's crazy. Like, I don't know what he's going to do. So it made her feel more comfortable if I was in the car with her, you know? We just go, and this is when probably, I don't know how many times we had the cops calling us. We were there for 3.5 hours, though, of constant talking to the cops.
What are you guys doing here?
So we are in a court case with them, and we have to serve them legal papers.
So I explained to the cops the entire situation.
I'm like going on his property. Right, no, that's fine. Yeah. That's fine.
The police realized that we're not breaking any laws, and they've been called here for a false reason, so they decided to leave.
Awesome, thank you.
Then we got the police called on us again.
Hello. This man stole basically his family's life savings.
But we got the police called on us again.
Hello.
Normal voltage. Waiting connection. Bluetooth connection success.
Whew. Hot.
At first, the cops were cool. You know, they come up to us and they're like, hey, we see that you're doing nothing illegal. You're standing on the streets, the sidewalks. You're not going on his property. As long as you keep this up, you're good. The Oregon cops were like trying to get us in trouble for things we didn't do, but these cops acknowledged that what we're doing is legal, and they gave us the thumbs up, you know? So we're like, okay, sweet. But 10 minutes later, we get the cops calling us again, and I think same thing. They're like, those cops are cool. We told them the whole story. They're like, yep.
Speaking of cops.
They're like, this guy is really mad, is what they kept telling us. Like, this guy is super, super mad. So, like, I guess that's why we're here again, you know? And so We're like, well, of course he's mad. Like, he's about to get in trouble for stealing an old man's life savings. Of course he's going to be, that's expected for him to be mad, you know? And then after that, then I think the cops the next time, what they say is they're like, okay, this guy is super mad. Like, this is starting to cause problems for us now because of how mad he's getting. Can we just serve the papers for you? And I'm like, that would be awesome. That would literally fulfill our goal if you served the papers for us. So they are gone for like 20 minutes. And he comes back. And I'm like, yep, okay, we served the papers. Now we can sick. But instead, what he does, he gives us the papers. Like, he does not want your papers. I'm like, did you talk to him? He's like, yeah. He says he doesn't want them. I'm like, of course he's not going to want them. No one wants court papers. Like, just all you have to do is you say, you've been served, and you can literally drop them. You don't have to give them to him. Just, you've been served, drop them. And he's like, yeah, but he doesn't want them. I'm like, do you not know how serving someone works? Like, no one is going to. That's why you have to serve. Like, no one wants to be served court papers. He's like, yeah, well,
Does not want the paper. So
Does not want the papers?
here's that back for you. Okay.
this is where he goes, actually, these are fake court papers.
How you doing? Beat it and skate it. Let's beat it and skate it. You know what I mean? Yeah, you do. Almost there. Hell yeah. God damn it. He ripped me off on the light. Happens all day long. Viren's reward? I'm close to a reward. I'm close to a reward. I'm getting really close to a reward at Taco Bell. You got close to the reward. Nope. Alright. Well, hell. Get a warden. What the? Okay. trying to decide what I want to eat, man. I want something that's like meat, and it's like for like $1 or $2. Taco Bell ain't got nothing like that on the menu. We got 3 cheese chicken flatbread belt. Ooh, it's just crazy, man. Yes, just give me 2 of these. Check out and skip it. How you doing? Check out and skip. Use the blaster card. Almost. Oh, did I get it? No. 27 points short of our free fucking.
When you're ready.
Hello. Picking up a mobile order for Jimothy.
All right, everything on there look correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Please pull.
All right. Well, at least I made it over $100 for the day.
How are you tonight, Mr. Joe?
Doing all right.
All right. Did you want any sauces by the way with that?
No, I'll be all right.
All right. Any drinks?
No, I'm all right.
All right.
The girl's car, she's gonna be like, "Excuse me, sir." I'm pulling up, I'm getting off their timer. So now it looks like it's, you know. And then I'm gonna back up. That's a pro tip. If you're ever like the only car in line, you could do them a favor. Just pull forward off the, like stop for just like a couple seconds so it'll read the right way. It'll look like it took them 10 seconds to make the food or whatever.
Yeah, one for that, all right?
Got you. But the girl inside, she's like, she mouthed, it looked like she mouthed, "Thank you." But even like, that was like, it was 20 seconds faster on their timer for like their average time or whatever. She knew what I was trying to do. Well, hell. Well, I hate to go. People hanging out watching. At least one person watching, maybe. on 2 devices or something like that. I hate to go, but I think I am gonna crawl in the back seat, try to find a place to take a nap for the night. But I'll be back on tomorrow. Gonna hit it. Try to get some more done. You know, another day, another $100 to be made. But I appreciate y'all hanging out throughout the day. Everybody that stopped in, said hello, dropped a like. I don't know, for some reason the stream got cut. I don't know exactly why. They just abruptly ended the stream on me. Otherwise, I'd been live for about 12, 13 hours now. But that's why it says like part 2. I think at the end of the title it says part 2 or whatever. But anyway, like I said, I appreciate y'all hanging out, helping me get the view time up. It's going up, man. It's gonna make it. It's gonna make it. And I'll be here, so I'm hoping, you know, over time, eventually there'll be more and more of an audience that'll be here. And just as there's more of an audience, there's more people to talk to, and there's more going on. You know what I mean? More people popping off in the chat. You know, more. You know, y'all could say one comment in the chat, and then I'm talking for 20 minutes about it. You know, sometimes. But yeah, just bear with me. Like I said, I'm gonna go all the way till day 1,000 of this, hopefully, and we'll see where it goes from there. But I think that'd be pretty cool. You know, all the way, you know, 1,000 days in a row. What's up, kid? I might hang out for another minute. If you're here, man, I can hang out. I was watching the civil rights lawyer. If you know who that is, he does a lot of civil rights. You know, he's a civil rights lawyer on YouTube. He's got a couple million people are subscribed to him. He's pretty big. Like, you know, you can reach out to him if you got a big, you got a case or something you need him looked at. But yeah, he'll give you, like, I don't know. But anyway, civil rights lawyer. He's looking at the damn Lego bullshit that's going on. So now it's funny because, like, you know, he posted a video like about 8 hours ago. It's already got 1 million views on it. They're basically going to trade views back and forth. But it's like there's more to the story. It's like it's its own piece too. Like, he did a pretty good job, you know, like, because it's him interviewing Ben, you know, trying to get like like how a lawyer will say, okay, well, give me the whole story, start from the beginning, tell me everything, you know, remember that I'm your lawyer, so, you know, you don't want to lie, don't lie, and, you know, let me know the situation so I know how deep we're in, you know. So it's basically what he's doing with Ben, and it's more like an interview between him and Ben, and he's trying to get the story from Ben rather than from the video, you know what I mean. And then he made a video, basically, you know what I mean. It's not as good as Ben's video, or Aspen's reaction to Ben's video, but it's still, I'm about halfway through. I'm gonna watch the other half of it, at least. Just trying to get somewhere. I might could take a nap here tonight. I've been napping here like once a week. Yeah, even the manager lady, she don't even, I don't know, she bitches about it. That's all she does. She bitches about it. But I bet she's even gone and looked at the YouTube channel, and she kind of slightly understands why, you know, maybe. As long as free parking is still a spot monopoly, that's where I'm gonna try to be. Like getting here 20 rounds late. Hell yeah. 5 viewers. I'm gonna log on. Well, I gotta. Oh, fucking Bitcoin's at fucking 666. Jesus Christ. I want to buy some stretch. Lego lady going to get served by the Lego lawyer. Long-legged Lego lady. Oh, here's a good dude if you want to see some like serious mathematics when it comes to crypto. You should check out this guy. I'm gonna prop him up. He's live right now too. I'm not saying don't leave right now, but you can check this guy out. He does late night. Late night. Well, as far as East Coast, it's late night. Damn, where's Dan? There it is. Put this thing in here. Slide that bitch in there. That should sit better here. Okay. This dude, his name is Crypto Road Dog. I don't know, basically we're gonna view smash onto his. Here we go. I'm gonna merge this into over to his show.
And I would just skip on right down to the 36-cent area if we lose that guy. So we can see a little playthrough here short term on Nando. It's 24-minute. But it's trying to. It's a higher low, higher highs. It's trying to change trend. So I ain't going to bash it. I'm going to encourage it to be the outlier that tries to save crypto from going to hell. But it's not one of my favorite coins, and I will tell you why over here. Kind of like XRP.
But pretty much, you can message him in the chat. He'll talk to you. Super chats get priority, obviously. You know what I mean. But the channel's still small enough that you can ask him whatever. He's gonna read all the chats. You can ask him about whatever coin you have on your mind, whatever crypto you've been thinking about, or whatever crypto you got half of them to, and he'll break it down and he'll show you like, boom, okay, this is where I think it's gonna go. Like he talks on a level I don't even understand about crypto. You know what I mean? But you might understand more about it than you know what I mean. Some of the stuff he's talking about, you might understand more about it. But he talks about different resistance levels and stuff like that, and literally you can ask him about any fucking coin and he'll give you, there's people watching him now that he's helped them make thousands from his advice. And then take it for granted he's just a turkey on the internet. He's just a turkey on YouTube.
I mean, they're totally different, but hey, what's going on here, man? Why are you being all slowpoke over here? Why are you not loading?
But anyway, he's got a pretty interesting show. You know what I mean? Like he's a turkey dude, and he's got this chick dancing with the titties giggling, and it's like a lot going on. While he also tries to break down the crypto as much as possible. You know what I mean? He tries to let the people know what he, as a former financial advisor, whatever. That's what he actually did for a career. Now he's mostly retired and just on YouTube fucking around. Uh-oh. This thing just broke. Okay. Let's show it. Alright. There we go. But yeah, we're gonna watch the other civil rights lawyer guy. Finish watching that video. Oh, there it was right there. Hang on.
I think every state does it differently, but in Marion County, in some states, I think in Utah, probably what he's used to is there will be a judge's name on it before you serve, which is probably what that police officer is used to. But this is a Marion County court case in Oregon. And in Marion County, you get the judge's signature after you serve the court papers. So you go to mediation first, and then you go to court. That's just their process. I didn't make the law. I'm just following what the law is. And
I've never seen something like that. To be honest with you.
These are court papers.
Okay. It doesn't have a judge's name or anything like that on it?
Because it hasn't gotten to the judge yet. So this is serving him, and then we'll go to the court, and then the judge will be there. So the judge doesn't get involved until we're in court.
Why is he saying that you guys will be there?
Because he wants us arrested, so he doesn't have to go to court.
It doesn't look good when you've been trespassed.
Yeah.
Some papers.
Well, I think it looks exactly how we're supposed to do it legally. This is the legal way to do it.
Well, we have 2 or 3 incidents.
Yeah, well, first, so they're incidents because he's lying to you guys. He's making them incidents. We came to do a good faith conversation, which is required by the courts before we can get a court case approved. So we did that. He called the cops on us. He lied to you guys saying that we had heroin on us. And we did a 3-hour search of the car yesterday. We found no heroin in the car. He's going to make up any lie he can to get us arrested. We are doing things the legal way, the correct way. The reason he's hiding in his house is because he's the criminal. If something doesn't look good, it doesn't look good for him, not for us.
Go through the legal process, find an actual process server.
She is an actual process server.
And what is your guys' relationship?
I just met her today.
Well, maybe just have someone not affiliated with you.
That's her. Yeah, she's. We have no relationship. That's why she's here. We have no relationship, and that is who she is. The exact person that you're describing.
They keep calling the police on us and all this stuff, and finally, I got the body cam footage where he calls them, and he's pissed off. He's like, he calls the court, and like, yeah, this is a real court case, and he's just like, this is where the cops just get like upset. They're like rubbing their chins. They're like, what do we do? You know, they're like, what? And they're just really pissed off that this actually is a real court case. And that's when they arrest me. And I'm like, what the heck? Like,
Okay. Am I being arrested? Really?
And I think the official charge they got me with is stalking. It's kind of complicated. There's a lot of things that have to be, like check marks that have to be checked off for stalking. And I guess technically I did every check mark, which is why they got me for that. One of them is like, I crossed state lines. So I went from California to Utah. So I traveled to go to him, you know? So that's in stalking. But the difference though is I was going there for a business reason, not to harass him, you know? I was there for a legitimate business reason, not for harassment.
Following, monitoring, observing, photographing, surveilling, or communicating to or about an individual.
Another check mark I completed was that my actions caused him fear. So that's another check mark when it comes to stalking. However, if you read deeper into the stalking code, it says that it only counts as stalking if a reasonable person would be scared, and a reasonable person would not be scared if I come to serve him papers, you know, like that's his fault that he's scared. He's only scared because he stole the money. So it's his fault that he's scared, not my fault. Like my actions, just sitting outside a person's house waiting to serve them would not cause the reasonable person fear, I would assume. And so, but that's another check. And then the other check was multiple incidents, I guess. So we had the day before the cops came and they trespassed me. And then now I go back. And so because there's multiple instances of harassment, now it's stalking. So if I just harass someone once, that's not stalking. But because I harassed them twice, now it is stalking. Even though I would argue it's not harassment, I'm there for a legitimate business reason. And if you're going somewhere for a business reason, that's not legally harassment, I would argue at least.
The night before you got arrested, that is when they searched your car. They detained you like for 3 hours, didn't find anything, had to let you go.
Yeah.
The next day is when you're trying to serve the court papers and they come interact with you and eventually arrest you.
Yes.
Are those charges still pending?
Yes, I've been to court a couple of times for them. It looks like it might take about 1 to 2 years. I've already been to court like 3 or 4 times just because of this. So
what are the charges against you? Like, what are they called? How many counts?
It's stalking. I think it's a class A misdemeanor stalking. It's like the highest misdemeanor right before felony. It's like the worst misdemeanor I can have. And so that's stalking, and then residential picketing. So our way to get the Josh out of the house so we could serve him was I put a sign across the street that said like, I stole a family's life savings or something, you know? And It was just a small sign, and it was actually, we looked it up. This patch of land, it's a small patch of land that it's like super kind of a gross patch of land because it's the HOA does not own it. It's just public for anyone to use. And so I'm allowed to put a sign there, you know, because it's freedom of speech. I'm using the public land. If the police officers told me to take it down, obviously I would take it down. But it's funny because the police officers never mention the sign. Like out of all the times the police officers come, I'm always like, okay, this time they're gonna mention the sign, and they just like, this is fake court papers. I'm like, what? Like, so they always caught me off guard on that. But technically in Utah, targeted picketing, residential picketing is illegal, I guess, even though it was a public area. So I don't really know much about that, but that's the other thing they're getting me on is residential picketing.
They had to dig deep for that one.
Yeah.
It sounds like First Amendment retaliation to me.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But that was the first time I got arrested. I got arrested again. So basically we realized if we sue them, it's like the police are making it impossible for us to sue them. Like, if I try and do what the court tells me to do, I will get arrested. So we were brainstorming other ways to get his money back, and we're like, well, if we can't take Bricks and Minifigs down, maybe the video will be enough to take them down, and we can still reimburse them through a GoFundMe. So I made a GoFundMe, and I used the same picture as that sign as our GoFundMe picture, because I was like, if they got really upset at that sign, it'd be kind of funny to put as that picture. And also, I just thought it was a funny picture. I'm like, if this is the picture of our GoFundMe, the GoFundMe will go more viral, and the more viral it goes, the more money we make. So it was a strategic business move to make that picture our GoFundMe picture, because that picture is going to cause more people to donate, you know? And I think I said in the GoFundMe, like, Josh stole the Legos, and now Brian is trying to get his money back for what Josh stole or something, you know? We're like, okay, let's go hang this GoFundMe picture up, you know? And so we print out the sign double in size this time, and we got permission from the person's house to put it up. And so it's not like we're on like a public property. This is private property that we're allowed to post the sign on. And the police come literally within like 30 seconds this time. The police come because the police are always driving through the neighborhood and stuff. There was one time they even just like showed up to our house for whatever reason. The police are just always in the neighborhoods, I guess. So within like 30 seconds, like the sign's not even like, it only takes like less than a minute to hang up a sign. You know, it doesn't take a long time to hang up a sign. They couldn't even hang up the sign yet. So it's literally within like 30 seconds to like the police must have been following us, or they must have already been in the area. It was just a coincidence. They were already there, but within 30 seconds, the police show up.
What you guys up to?
We're starting a GoFundMe.
Yeah.
What we're doing is we're going to get a bunch of publicity to get basically all this money back for this family.
And just like goes and cuts it down. And then pretty much all of it redacted. And so I can only assume what the police officers are saying now because they're not letting me see. And some of it I was able to like splice the clips together and see bits and pieces that they didn't want me to see, where they're arguing like what is, like, why did you take it down? Like, we can't just take this.
Your stalking code. See if it's that. If it's not, we're going to look at disorderly. If it's not disorderly, then we're going to look at the city ordinance. Is it disorderly conduct? Why? Is he upset about it?
I guess, but that's not.
Yeah, this police officer is right. Just because this might make Josh upset does not make this poster illegal. So I decided to let the police department know that some of the redactions they made aren't exactly what they're claiming they are. I think you guys might have accidentally forgot to redact another clip that was at the same time. When I synced the two clips together, I was able to see what they were saying, like what the redaction was. And he was talking about how what we're doing actually isn't illegal and how the police officer might be wrong. And so it wasn't about protecting a victim. It wasn't any personal information. And so I was wondering, it seems like there might be a lot of stuff like that got redacted, maybe to protect the police officers, not to protect the victims, if that makes sense. And so...
Yeah, we don't do that. So like I said, anything that's redacted is pursuant to Utah State Code.
I can tell because when I sync the two clips together, I'm actually able to see that that's what the redaction was.
Okay, well, that didn't happen.
That definitely didn't happen?
No, I don't do that, Ben. I follow the Utah State Code, like I just said.
Okay. I don't know. It seems like the police department redacted this entire conversation because right here the police are admitting to themselves that none of this is illegal, but they're still going to try to arrest us anyways. It seems like the only reason they're getting rid of this audio is to protect the police officers from getting fired. The way you know we have First Amendment freedom of speech is I can say something you don't like and I'm allowed to do that. So the police officer is arguing exactly against that statement. He's like, if this makes him mad, this is illegal, which goes completely against the First Amendment. And so he's like, because it makes him mad, we're going to steal their property. They're kind of brainstorming schemes, way to get us arrested. He's like, let's get him on disorderly. If it's not disorderly, we'll get him on a public nuisance. If it's not that, we'll get him on, and they're just listing off all these things. But at the end of the day, they can't find anything we're doing illegal. So finally, they're like, Sheldon, let's confiscate your phone. And then Sheldon pulls out his phone, and I guess he like double tapped it and he sees his wallets up on it. And he just like locks his phone before giving it to them. And then they arrest him for destroying evidence, which they call obstruction. I cut in the video to Sheldon in the interrogation room. He's like, I'm assuming you have a phone. He's like, if you lock your screen, can you destroy evidence that way? He's like, actually, you can't because the phone's locked. What I was doing is I was preserving the evidence, actually.
My wallet popped up, so I said, hold up, let me hit my power button. And, I had to record as well. That's all I went and did. That's not obstruction of evidence. And then I let him have the phone. I wasn't trying to delete anything. In fact, it is actually impossible to delete something from an iPhone from a locked screen by hitting the power button. So in no context could I have been trying to erase something by hitting one button on my phone. Now, I'm sure you have a phone as well. When you hit the power button, that doesn't delete anything, does it?
I imagine it wouldn't, yeah.
Yes, that's all I did. So I don't know how that's obstruction of evidence, but that is what it is.
So he gets arrested for obstruction just because they're fishing for anything at this point to get this GoFundMe down. After that, I'm calling the police station. So Sheldon's not even in jail yet. And I'm calling the jail and they're like, Sheldon's not here yet. And then all of a sudden the police just raid our house. We're like, what the heck is happening now? And one of my friends is like, what happened? And I've heard of YouTubers getting swatted before, where someone will call the cops and be like, hey, I'm a dangerous terrorist. You're going to explode everything. Come get me, and then the police will show up. And it's actually really dangerous. So I'm like, I think we got swatted for the first time. But we're all confused. They're not telling us anything. We're like, are we getting arrested? And they're like, we can't answer any of your questions. But they end up taking everyone to jail, except for me. They took me to a detective room. And later I got the warrant. And on the warrant, it says that they had a search warrant to search our house for missing Legos. Missing or any stolen Legos. And so I'm requesting all this footage, hey, can I get the claims? Can I get the 911 calls of why they had to search our house? And they're like, we can't give that to you. You're going to use that for clicks and likes in your YouTube video, so we can't give you any of this. Even though they legally have to give it to me, they're not because they don't want me to make it viral, I guess. Why else would they be searching our house for stolen Legos if they didn't get a call? I don't know. It just makes no sense.
I've been swatted twice, and what they actually did was share absolutely everything with me. This is the call that we got. This is where it came from. This was the number. This was the IP address that was used, and then help me try to track the people down. Here, it sounds like it was sort of a mutual effort.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to know why they swatted my house. All I have is it says, we are looking for stolen or missing Legos inside my house.
Did they find any missing Legos in your house?
No. We had no Legos in our house. I didn't steal the Legos. I'm investigating the thief who stole the Legos. So I kind of connected the dots. And then in the previous video, Josh said, if I actually attempt to go out and sue him, he's going to come out and say, I stole the Legos. I don't know. I'm just connecting the puzzle pieces in the way I think is the best way to connect them, I guess.
After the swatting, did they arrest you?
Yes. They searched our entire house. They didn't find any Legos, of course, but they arrested me. They detained me in the interrogation room. So I wasn't arrested yet. I was just being detained in the interrogation room.
Well, that was against your will, though, right?
Yes.
So you were arrested.
I guess so, yeah.
They can call it detained, but unless you're free to leave, you were under arrest at that point.
When he read me my Miranda rights, he says, this doesn't mean you're being under arrest, you're just being detained, but I have to read you these Miranda rights, is what he said. So the police officers claim I was only detained at that point, and then I was officially under arrest once they found out I made the GoFundMe, is what the police are claiming.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Okay? Yeah, this cop pulled my arm so far back, it dislocated my shoulder. He claims it's because I was attempting to make an escape or something. Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Don't move. Everybody still. If we go back a little bit, you can see I was being completely still when he grabbed me, and I actually made 0 quick movements. So this police officer is just straight up lying so he can give me a serious injury.
Did the cops dislocate your shoulder at some point?
Yeah, that was, so I was skiing literally 2 days before going to Utah, and I had a really bad skiing accident where I dislocated my shoulder, and it still kind of hurts. I probably need like surgery on it or something. So the entire time, like I'm driving, like I don't know if you can see in the videos, like when I'm driving with one arm, because like if I like lift my arm up like this, like it would just dislocate. So like it was just any like rough movement on my arm would have dislocated. You know, I don't think he was being like overly like aggressive, but I mean he did dislocate it for no reason, because he was like, he's like, no quick movements, like you made a quick move. He's like, you have to just chill. But I was just walking out just like everyone else, I think I had a confused look on my face. I'm like, why are all these police officers here with guns? I'm like, okay, I'll comply, you know, because this is my first time ever having like a machine gun pointed at my face. So I'm not, like, all it takes is like one mess up of a movement for the cop to shoot me. So I'm like, I'm going to comply as much as possible. So I was making sure to make no quick movements. And you can see in the footage, no quick movements. And the cop like takes my bad shoulder and just moves it up super hard. So I still think there was no reason for him to do that.
How long were you in custody?
The police originally requested for me to have no bail. So I was like scared. I'm like, dude, I'm going to be here for like a month, dude. Because my court case was about a month later. So that's what the police wanted. But the judge said that I think I got out maybe like 12, 13 hours later or something like that. Like it wasn't too long.
All of these charges are still pending?
Yes. I've got none of them taken down. Every single thing I've been charged for is going to court. I tried to call the prosecutor and make a deal, and they're not willing to play ball.
Do you have a trial date set?
I have a lot of trial dates set. Yeah, the next one is July 1st. Yeah. And that is for discovery for this case, because I said, hey, I don't know why I'm here. I won't know why I'm here unless you tell me why I'm here. So that's what we were deciding on July 1st, whether I'm allowed to know why I'm here.
And these are all misdemeanors?
Yes, but of the highest class. And I have new charges. So after my first call with Eamon, where I'm like, hey, can you please just give us the Legos back? After my first interaction with Eamon calls the police. He's like, Ben just came in here saying he's going to burn down the building if I don't give the Legos back. He's going to shoot every single person inside. So those ones I'm actually dealing with the Class B felony for those charges. So now I'm dealing with felonies, but we're still just in pretrial right now, so.
And meanwhile, has this family gotten any of their money back or their Legos back?
Now that big streamers are talking about it, I think if we can get big streamers to like shout out the GoFundMe, I think the internet will do its thing and we'll reimburse them. But that doesn't solve the problem of, oh, now the business just gets away with this. Because I don't want, the thing I don't want is for the business to be like, oh, Brian's been refunded by the internet. Now we don't have to pay him anymore. You know, like the problem solved. Stop harassing us now. You know, like that's what I don't want. So I was thinking maybe the GoFundMe's for me. And then what happens is I take the money from the GoFundMe, give it all to Brian in return for the rest of the Legos we didn't buy from him. And now it truly is like me versus corporate. Brian gets refunded, but now I'm in debt to Bricks and Minifigs. And then now Bricks and Minifigs has to pay me back is kind of what. And that way Brian gets completely, because he just wants out of this thing. He just wants to get paid and leave. So I was thinking that might be the best way to deal with it. So I used the GoFundMe money, buy the rest of the Legos from Brian. He gets paid out. And then now I just continue to fight for the money Bricks and Minifigs owes me now.
Sounds like a plan.
That's crazy.
More than just interview Ben about what happened, I also needed to review the court documents for myself. So Ben gave me the access and I started to go through them. As I'm doing this, the situation, as you know, starts absolutely blowing up everywhere on the internet. And I start to just continuously get more and more emails and messages about this situation. I've watched his GoFundMe go from just a few thousand to over 200,000. in just a matter of days. And that's probably a good thing because Ben will need basically an army of lawyers to get through this thing. Despite having the apparent support of the entire internet, he's currently facing serious criminal charges in the local courts there in Utah County, Utah. He's currently facing 1 count of stalking, a Class A misdemeanor under you.
All right, Senator Lummis. Senator Lummis, you gotta do that thing where you pardon him. If you can get the senator, like, don't, right? If you can get the senator, she's almost as good as the governor, right? The governor can pardon you from those crimes. I think the senator can too. I don't know 100% on that. I know the governor definitely can. I don't know. That's all that needs to happen. This is just like, it's just a violation of his civil rights, man. There's nothing. I don't know. From what I see, this dude, he committed no crime. There's no crime that has ever been. Oh, have you seen this guy yet? Nasubi? That's a very interesting video. We'll have to watch it after. Yeah, that's a good one.
Utah law, and 1 count of targeted residential picketing, a Class B misdemeanor under Utah law. Those are both still in the very early stages, and he's currently out on about a $2,000 bond. But that's not all. He's also facing a 333-page civil lawsuit filed by BAM Franchising and other plaintiffs, and it's quite detailed. It's full of allegations. What they are claiming is their side of the story, replete with numerous screenshots from the Reckless Ben videos, as well as numerous civil causes of action, including a Utah RICO claim, defamation, injurious falsehood, whatever that is, civil conspiracy, tortious interference, civil stalking, nuisance, trespass, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and unjust enrichment. Meanwhile, as you know from Ben's videos, the American Fork Police Department has been busy redacting the audio from most of the body cam videos that they have released. So there is a lot going on here, and as always, the most important thing is the criminal case. Unlike a civil case, Ben's literal freedom is on the line. Additionally, if they are able to secure any criminal convictions against him, that could negatively impact or even foreclose Ben's ability to win a subsequent civil lawsuit against the officers and agencies involved here and everything that had happened. At this point, the criminal case is far from being resolved. Then there's the civil case. As was alleged to have been threatened numerous times throughout these incidents, it can take a long time and a huge amount of money to defend against these sort of civil lawsuits. I mean, just look at the 333-page complaint and attachments that these plaintiffs paid attorneys to draft, file, and serve on Ben. He's going to need his own army of attorneys just to defend against it, and it could take a long time. But hopefully he will have even better lawyers, and hopefully they can get it out of that local courthouse where it is now and get it removed to federal court. I've already been talking with one particular lawyer that I have in mind to represent Ben, who would be perfect for the job. Hopefully that can be made to work. But for now, it's important for Ben to keep building his war chest and collecting evidence. I've also been going through the body cam footage and audio that we do have from the interactions with the American Fork Police Department, and I'm going to address those in a part 2 video because there is just so much there that happened. I'll also address the specifics from the civil lawsuit that was filed against Ben that contains the other side's allegations. So you can follow along by subscribing both here and at the blog at thecivilrightslawyer.com. You can follow me on X and the other socials at JohnBryanESQ. Remember, our rights don't end where your fear begins. Freedom is scary. Deal with it.
It's your life. Pack in all the things you love, like Breakstone's cottage cheese.
No shit.
In the late 90s, a very popular Japanese game show tortured a man for a year and broadcast it every Sunday night. This isn't like reality TV where it's all fake and scripted, not to ruin Christmas for all the believers out there. This was legitimately torturing another human being for the sake of entertainment. and it was extremely popular, averaging 17 million viewers every Sunday night that they'd play the clips. That's absolutely massive, even by today's standards. It's more viewers than the last 4 years of the NBA Finals and the World Series, and obviously more than most television shows get. For reference, The Boys season premiere got around 8 million viewers, and according to YouTuber Atrocity Guide, who also covered this story, the most viewed episode of Game of Thrones got around 16 million viewers, so it even beats that. Just an absolutely massive success, but it doesn't stop there. The producers knew there was still a little milk left in those teats and they wanted to suckle. So they actually turned it from just a weekly broadcast into a full-blown live stream where you could log on online and watch him suffer in real time. So whenever you were just feeling particularly quirky, you could hop in there and watch a man be miserably tortured for the better part of a year. Doesn't that sound like fun? What a great way of starting the day. A nice bowl of cereal and milk for breakfast and watching a man's sanity slowly deteriorate as he dances around naked in absolute agony. Wonderful. This is the story of Nasubi. As I briefly mentioned, another YouTube channel named Atrocity Guide made a great video on this topic, but I wanted to go even deeper. So we, Caleb, Chelsea, and I really did a fucking thorough deep dive, spreading the foul cheeks of this situation wide open, going through live streams, all of the broadcast clips, in order to really get a handle on just how vile this whole thing was. So let's begin. In 1998, a popular Japanese game show named Susanoo Dimpa Shonen held a raffle to find their next contestant for an upcoming show they were working on called A Life of Prizes. Nasubi ended up winning the lottery and was ecstatic. He believed this was going to be a big break for him since he was also an up-and-coming comedian, and he was escorted to a small apartment where he was then instructed to take off all of his clothes in order to participate in the game. The challenge was he would have to survive in this apartment on nothing but his winnings from sweepstakes. They only provided him with water, and he was told that he would not be allowed to leave or communicate with the outside world or have any access to anything that he didn't directly earn through magazine sweepstakes. He was told that he'd need to win 1 million yen, which at the time, 1998, was right around 8,000 US dollars, through only mail-in magazine sweepstakes in order to complete the challenge and be released from the room. And yes, this does include food. They didn't provide him with any food. The only food he'd have access to is the food that he earns through mail-in sweepstakes. It just feels like there were better odds of a bird carrying $10,000 in its mouth crashing through the apartment window than actually earning 10 grand through mail-in sweepstakes. This shit is like something you would actually hear of like fucked up prison guards at Guantanamo Bay doing as like a joke or something. It's so cruel and brutally difficult. But Nasubi did actually pull it off. It took Nasubi 335 days total to finally make enough money to be released from it. Or at least, so you'd think. This is actually only the tip of the iceberg here, but I just want to give you the story in a nutshell. And I also want to explain the name Nasubi, because that's not actually the contestant's real name. His actual name is Tomoaki Hamatsu. The name Nasubi actually means eggplant. And he got this because the producers used an eggplant to censor his genitals for the broadcast, and they also said that his head resembled the shape of an eggplant. The whole point of the Susanoo Dimpa Shonen broadcast here was to laugh at Nasubi, and people were. 17 million people having an old hoot and a holler, real side-splitting comedy, watching a man be legitimately tortured. Nasubi believed that he was being recorded and that the clips were going to be re-edited and broadcast for TV. So he would come in and like update people on what he's doing. Like, I just won this can of cat food. I just won this bicycle. And then he'd like dance around and try and make it entertaining. But he never knew that he was being live streamed the whole time. He was under the impression that it was just going to be moments from the challenge. Not that every excruciating second of this challenge was being broadcast to all of Japan. Extremely fucked situation, and this is just the bare outline of it. What I want to do for this video is actually go through a lot of clips and moments from this live stream and the broadcast, as well as just everything surrounding it, because it is so baffling. It is bizarre that this actually happened. I remember Vsauce did a video on what happens to the mind when you're cut off from stimulation in the outside world for an extended period of time. And unsurprisingly, it is so psychologically damaging to be completely alone and isolated like Nasubi was. And Vsauce only did like a few days. Nasubi did over a year, 15 months total.
Having a son be a part of the Billions Club is a really insane experience. It's crazy to think that it's something you kind of wrote in your quiet moments can have impact like that.
Ding dong, it's Realtor.com time.
I love it, Reba.
Mortgage 26 says we should keep renting.
Mortgage.
なんと脱いで書いているとはい誰かが来た宅急便
やった来た第1号
気分フードケミファさんのファイバーゼリー12個入りでございます。
Alright, I'm gonna hop into the back seat here. Oh. Look. Oh. Trying to get set up here.
This was Nasubi's first big win, a fat dubski. He was able to secure 12 pots of fiber jelly. I don't know what the fuck fiber jelly is. I've never heard of it in my life. That sounds like a made-up substance in the movie Snowpiercer, but it was huge for Nasubi because it's his first bit of food since this started, so he was extremely hungry and was able to get some nutrients. This wasn't the first thing he applied for, though. The first sweepstakes he was entering were for clothing items. He wanted to cover up, obviously, because being naked is going to be cold, uncomfortable, especially since it's being filmed. So he had applied for an apron first, but he didn't win.
やった！また何か当たったんだ。
はい。お名前出してもらいたいと思います。あ、はい、わかりました。はい。当選か？
まずラーメン。全部で1700円になります。すいません、わかりました。
Obviously, since Nasubi was trapped in isolation, cut off from the rest of the world, he cherished every single knock at that door. It was the only bit of human interaction he gets. So he'd get excited, and of course, he's expecting to win something, since why else would someone be knocking at the door? So he gets really hyped up, like, hey, finally something came that's going to help me get closer to completing this challenge, or maybe it's food and I'm starving. But that wasn't always the case. Like in these two clips here, sometimes it was just fucking cruel, where a postman knocked on his door just to let him know that he needs to put his name on the mailbox or some shit, and then also someone put the wrong address for a ramen delivery, so he couldn't even have the ramen after smelling it. It was just really sad to see. Finally, it seems fortune's looking up for Nasubi here. He's able to secure 5 kilograms of rice. But then things get heartbreaking when he realizes he has no way of cooking the rice, because he'd need to win a pot from a sweepstakes in order to use it. So he just has 5 kilograms of rice that he can't cook. It's fucking terrible. You know, like it's a treasure that you can't have. So he gets desperate and he starts resorting to eating the rice raw.
お願いします。おかゆにでもちゃんとなってください。申し訳ないですけどね。ちょっとこれは失敗じゃないですか。待って。ちょっと待ってよこれ。実験成功。
Unable to continue eating the rice raw, Nasubi knew he needed to find some way to cook it, so he went full fucking Jimmy Neutron here. He hatched an idea to put the rice into one of the jelly fiber containers, and he put hot water in it, left it out overnight, hoping to make it somewhat cooked. As you can see in the clip, he said, even if it's gruel, just make it into something. It didn't work at all. So he came up with another plan to put it in the fiber jelly container, put it in the hot water, and set it next to the gas burner. So that way it would kind of cook it by proxy. And this worked. It was able to cook the rice, and now he had an efficient way of actually eating that rice that he'd won.
Have
find the right car for you. Go to cars.com. Look at the car you like. Ciao. Ciao. Find your next possibility on cars.com.
Charlie, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be in the lab. Oh, a golden retriever collie would be so cute, but HR will probably say no. The real worker is our automated bending test machine. So what we do is we fix the cable 5 centimeters from the connector, bend it at a 9.
Slowly but surely, Nasubi was chipping away at that million yen goal, winning more and more prizes, such as a bicycle, which on the surface seems pretty useless since he couldn't take it outside, but he turned it into a stationary bike, and I'm sure that was like a good way of stimulating him, because what the fuck else are you gonna do? So he'd eat his watery rice while pedaling on the bicycle, and he started gathering more and more winnings. It started to look like my fucking dorm room from college, just a bicycle and all kinds of miscellaneous shit all over the place.
来ましたね。見事にいやいややってみるもんですね。ほら。
お米の炊き方98年3月はニューバージョンです。
やっちゃってるよこれ。
He also upgraded his whole cooking operation by using a pin and a can of sake. He was able to create a pretty efficient cooking apparatus, so he was able to make rice more efficiently. He was even able to cook spaghetti now. So he was really like climbing up the tech tree here by just being an absolute fucking genius. And it's also worth noting some of the more useless things he won, like the bicycle, wasn't entirely worthless because that helped increase the value of his winnings, bringing him closer to that million yen mark. So even if he didn't get a ton of usage out of it directly, just having it in the room was beneficial because it gets him closer to being done with the challenge.
あ、でもちょっと厳しいね。こんな小さすぎた。なっちゃうね、ちょっとね。
Now, it's been about 2 months in this clip here, and according to Atrocity Guide, Nasubi submitted 5,748 sweepstakes entries in the first month. So you can imagine that he's right around that 11,000, 12,000 sweepstake entry ballpark, and he is just now winning his first article of clothing, which are used panties from someone named Hitomi-chan. I want to say I had no idea the used panty market spanned this far back in time. This is 1998. I thought soiled panties, used socks, and bathwater were things women started selling within the last decade to take advantage of like internet sales. I had no idea that this was a popular market all the way back into the 90s. But anyway, Nasubi wins these panties. It's his only article of clothing he's won so far, but they don't fit, unfortunately.
名前つけてあげないとね、かわいそうだね。そうだ。 ナスビのお友達でヴィーナス。
ナスビ、ビーナス連れて初めてのお散歩。
I found this one to be extraordinarily sad. So, still around 2 months now. He's had no contact with any human beings aside from the delivery guy just dropping off his winnings. He wins a stuffed seal, which he names Binasu, and takes him for a walk. It's his only source of companionship. That shit just breaks my heart to see. I'm not gonna lie.
貧乏芸人の日常生活においてステーキの4文字なんて想像だにしなかった。
肉をボールペンに刺して炙り始めた。5分後。
美味しそう。
ナスビにとって最高級の食べ物、ステーキを今まさに食べようとする瞬間。
This is his first time winning a direct source of protein. Up until this point, his diet was mainly just the rice and like spaghetti. So he'd be getting trace amounts of protein, but never something like steak. His macros had to be so fucked from this, but he finally gets steak, and he cooks it by using a ballpoint pin to cook it over the direct flame, and he gets to eat it and is super happy about it. I'd also like to highlight something in that note he wrote. He said, in the life of a poor comedian, he's only used the word steak in his imagination. I think this is big because prior to this challenge, Nasubi wasn't a popular comedian in Japan. He wasn't well off or anything like that. This was his big break, which is why he was so excited to be part of this show. And then he gets tortured. It's so fucking cruel. Like, you can't help but feel absolutely horrible for this guy.
専用コントローラー付き。
運転手はナスビ、車掌はビナスってな風に。
加熱しないで食べるつもりだ。
うん。全然いける。美味しい美味しい。うん。すべてヴィーナス、君のおかげだ。
He wins a PlayStation game as well as a special controller for it, but he doesn't have a PlayStation or a TV to play it on. He then also wins raw pork and raw crab and eats it raw because he didn't really have an efficient way of cooking those. And you can see that he talks a lot to the stuffed seal. This is very much like a Castaway situation with Wilson. When you're deprived of human contact for as long as Nasubi has been, you start to try and find ways of being social. Humans are social creatures by nature, which is why it's so torturous to be deprived of that. It's fucking brutal. It's been right around 3 months by this point, and he is not even halfway done to the million yen goal.
3ヶ月ぶりの掃除スタート。
まあ、1は打つんやろか。ラップするよ、これで。
そのものとは
歯ブラシと歯磨きのセットです。
He's able to win a vacuum cleaner, which enables him to clean the room for the first time in 3 months, and then wins a TV, which would have been great because he'd finally have some source of entertainment, but unfortunately, since there was no antenna, it was useless because it would only play static. And he still didn't have a PlayStation to like play the PlayStation game that he won. So the TV was just a source of fucking white noise, I suppose. And then he finally gets something really, really useful, which is a toothbrush and toothpaste, which lets him brush his teeth for the first time in 3 months.
健康チェックに来ただけです。
It's just me and you, girl.
This is one component that I always see left out for all of the publications or videos that talk about the horror of the Nasubi story. They actually had a doctor come in and check up on him. The staff wanted to make sure that he wasn't like on the brink of death or that he hadn't contracted any like serious disease or anything. So they had a doctor come in, take his vitals, also did like a blood and urine test, or so they claim, and then gave him a clean bill of health. Now, assuming that that's all legitimate and not just, theatrics for the television program, I would still say this doesn't take into account the actual torture this man is enduring. Like, even if his vitals are okay, he doesn't have a disease or any, big alarming health concerns. This is a man that has been deprived of sunlight, socialization, entertainment, and just basic human needs for 3 months by this point. So even if all the blood work and all of that is within normal limits, this is a man who is still very much not okay. And to try and make it seem like, no, everything's great, Nasubi's happy, and this is a totally fine by the books thing, look, the doctor even says so, is even more scummy and shitty.
嫌なことに気づいてしまった。命の源お米が米袋の底に溜まってる程度になってしまってる。
ついに今日で最後か。これが最後のお米です。はい、ドッグフードです。
すると
まずい。
ドッグフードです。
Somehow, the story keeps getting more tragic. The rice that he won on the 20th day was finally running out, and he was unable to win any more during this time. So he resorted to eating dog food, and dog food became the primary thing that he was eating. It was like his main diet. So he was surviving off dog food. And another thing that I've seen brought up a few times that I also question is the legitimacy of what shows up, because it would have been very easy for producers to intercept things that Nasubi had won if they were too helpful. I find it very odd that the only thing Nasubi won in terms of clothing throughout all 15 months was a pair of panties. That seems so unrealistic. I really think there may have been foul play, and this is just a conspiracy, where the producers intercepted clothes in order to keep him naked for the sake of the comedy of the show. And I think that there could have been a lot of cases like that. There's also nothing that would have stopped them from sending things he didn't win, like dog food. He may have never entered a dog food sweepstakes, and they could have sent it to him in order to further humiliate and torture him for the audience. There's just so much shit in here that is beyond cruel and unusual. It blows my mind that this is something that actually happened to a real human being.
我に生きる力を与えてこれです。チュンチュチュ
Luckily, he was able to win rice 3 months later. He won 10 kilograms of rice about 3-ish months after mainly surviving off dog food, as well as a couple of other foods that he'd win here and there. But dog food for a while was his primary source of nutrition. And then he finally gets rice again. Now, it's been about 6 months-ish, and he is finally halfway to the goal. In 6 months, he reaches the halfway point. According to Atrocity Guide, he has submitted 38,000 entries by this point. 38,000 sweepstakes entries in 6 months, and he is only halfway to the goal.
久しぶりだ。この時ナスビは思った。
終わりですか。100万いったんですか。
いってない。
意味がわからないんですけど、全然。車やった、動いてる動いてる。これはまあ全部揃ってるというか、引っ越しっていうことなんですか。
Just when you thought it couldn't get more fucked up. So what happened here is this show was so popular, people eventually found out where Nasubi was being held. So there was paparazzi, reporters, and everything that all were crowding around the space. So the producers moved him to an identical space where no one would know where he was. It was super far away. It was 5 hours away, I believe. And this whole time, Nasubi thought, oh, I must have won. But it turns out he didn't. They were just moving him to continue the game in a different location. It looks like actual kidnapping, and to a certain extent it is. The entire time, Nasubi is kind of delirious. He hasn't talked to people in a long time. He even says his mind is clouded with anxiety, and he's saying things that don't make any sense. He's unable to really talk to people or talk around people in general. He's like completely lost that ability due to right around 6 months in total isolation.
しかし、この企画が放送されていることを知らない結びに、プロデューサーは演技担ぎ。
じゃあ私のためってことですね、これは。
The team told Nasubi that he was moved to a new location for renewed luck, so better fortune at a new spot, because they didn't want to tell him the real reason that they were relocating him. So they came up with that, and I'm pretty sure Nasubi doesn't believe them because he kind of laughs about it, saying, oh, so it's for my own benefit. I think he's very well aware now that this is a pretty fucking evil team of producers here, and whatever reason they had for moving him probably wasn't for his own benefit.
国屋のこれは椅子と机が当たったってことなのかな、これは。社長気分っつうのかね。
当選第1号、国屋のパーソナルデスク&チェア。
操作しづらいんですよね、爪が邪魔でね。爪がこんなになっちゃったよ。
Whether you're on the job or at home, Harbor Freight has the air tools and compressors you need at prices that can't be beat. Harbor Freight, your air tool and compressor destination.
His first win in the new location actually is a fucking fat one. He gets a new desk, a new chair. They're both relatively expensive too, so it's a great victory for him. And he shows his nails. The nail growth is outrageous. He hasn't been able to trim them in about 6 months now. Like, he is genuinely a prisoner here, and it shows.
With this room switch, producers decided to offer a live web stream alternative, causing them to digitally follow Nasubi around with a joystick in order to censor his genitalia. As you can see, the quality of the live stream is primitive, but keep in mind this is in the late 90s.
I couldn't actually find a high quality clip showing how they censored the live stream or did the live broadcast, so this comes from Atrocity Guide as well. What they did is the producers had a whole team that was dedicated to following Nasubi around with a joystick like they were playing a fucking arcade game with a sensor to keep his dick and balls off the screen. And they live streamed him. They wanted to offer a real-time alternative instead of just doing like the weekly Nasubi update with clips. They wanted 24/7 Nasubi coverage for anyone that wanted to go watch. So this was pretty innovative for its time. I think it's definitely one of the first like actual around-the-clock live streams that ever actually aired. It's pretty impressive.
ウィダーインゼリーが当たってかれこれ2週間当選がない。
ここまでね、当たんないってのもなかなか久しぶりの出来事でね。
車で移動。着いたところは使っていいよ。ナスビのあまりの運のなさに見かねたスタッフは当然運の上昇を願い2度目の引っ越しを決めたのだった。
So Nasubi initially had a good string of luck at the new location. I believe, according to Atrocity Guide, he had done 17,000 entries and won decent stuff, but then hit a really bad cold streak, even ran out of food at one point. So the producers did move him again to another location to help him out in winning more prizes, I suppose. And it worked because he did win more prizes.
ビデオデッキを頭にぶつけ当選の舞。
本当10ヶ月ぶりにね、トイレットペーパーに触ったよ、本当に。
He finally wins food again and really celebrates getting some potato chips. And he also gets a VHS player, which will be nice to go with the TV, assuming he ever wins a VHS tape to play it. But I think the most important thing he wins here is toilet paper. This is the first time he's had toilet paper in his entire stay, 10 months so far. And to celebrate, he tries to take a shit just out of frame, but was unable to. So an unsuccessful mission there, but at least he finally has toilet paper.
それは8ヶ月前のこと。6ヶ月前。
おー、来たよ。まずや。
Now, this is by far the meatiest win he's gotten so far, a PlayStation. That's pretty expensive, especially during this time period, and it also enables him to have real entertainment for the first time in 10 months. This is like a moment that's straight out of like Civilization, where you climb up the tech tree slowly but surely. 8 months prior to this, he won a PlayStation 1 game, Densha to Go, which also had the special controller to go with it. Couldn't play it, obviously, at the time. 6 months ago, he won a TV. So he had a PlayStation game, a controller, a TV, but no console. He finally got that last missing piece of the puzzle, the console, and is able to play PlayStation games now. Well, the single PlayStation game he's won. And what's really interesting about this is his first piece of actual entertainment he's had since being fucking imprisoned here. But also, and this was pointed out by Caleb, this would make him the world's first video game live streamer, because this is all being live streamed. All of this is a live broadcast, and he spent 4 straight days playing his PlayStation. So for 4 straight days, he was being streamed playing a game. This man was the patient zero of streaming. He walked so Twitch could run.
一心不乱で電車で GO に熱中するナスビ。電車で GO 3日目に突入。
プレステでございます。He played so much Densha de Go that he had to ban himself from playing it further so he could focus on entering into more sweepstakes and getting closer to freedom. So he stopped playing the game, went back to writing entries, and he was able to do it. He pulled off the last remaining prizes he needed to reach that million yen mark.
A glass of wine, an expertly made craft cocktail. I see you there, Brenda. Our shift ended. So, who wants to see the gift shop?
Mark. 一歩間違えてダイヤしてくれてれば。今回当たったタイヤが84,000円。つまり現在の総額は969114円。
The tires put him extremely close to completing the challenge. He was right at the finish line here, so close he could throw the Densha de Go disc right over the finish line. Only a couple more wins would secure this, and he was able to pull it off. The final item he won that put him over the million yen threshold was a bag of rice. But Nasubi didn't know he won. It had been 335 straight days of constant, non-stop, relentless filling out of sweepstakes in order to win these prizes. 335 days of torture, and Nasubi had finally reached the finish line, but didn't know it.
ゴールを祝いクラッカーで祝福。100万になったってことですか。
11ヶ月と1日前に脱がされた私の服ですね。
Per usual, the producers come in like a group of burglars during the night and start popping party poppers in his face, which scares the shit out of him and really confuses him. They eventually explain that he did win, he made 1 million yen, and they give him his clothes back. It's 11 months and 1 day, and this is the first time Nasubi is putting clothes on in that entire time frame. So when he puts them on, he says that it's uncomfortable and itchy, but he's very, very, very happy to be done with the contest and glad that he's completed it. But that's not where this story ends. The producers took Nasubi to Korea, telling him it was a celebration for completing the game and for all of his hard work. So they went to an amusement park. He ate a lot of great food. He had a wonderful, incredible time. And then things got real fucked up.
そこは
向いて
Nasubi was making them far too much money. The producers weren't done suckling from this cash cow's teat, so they trapped Nasubi in Korea. The goal this time wasn't 1,000,000 yen. This time he was going to have to enter sweepstakes in Korea, which he didn't speak Korean, so he had to use a Korean to Japanese dictionary to translate. His goal was to enter the sweepstakes, win prizes enough to afford a plane ticket from Korea to Japan. That was the objective. He was stripped naked yet again and forced to endure the same torture that he had already endured for 335 days prior. I would like to make a mention here. There is a moment where the producer says, if you don't want to do this, just say so. To which Nasubi responds, I'll do it. So I don't think they had ever forced him against his will to complete these challenges, but he was pretty much promised fame after doing these things. So in the pursuit of Nasubi's big dreams, he allowed himself to be tortured mercilessly for 15 months.
こんなにいっぱいということは商品総額が47,800円ということはゴール46,900円突破検証生活 in Korea.
Nasubi went fucking plus ultra, straight up turbo mode. He had become a master at this shit. So he was actually able to complete this challenge in just about 2 months, which made the producers very upset because he didn't suffer long enough. So they increased the challenge duration. They moved the goalpost. Instead of just getting a one-way ticket from Korea to Japan in economy class, they required him to get an additional 9,000 yen in prize winnings to upgrade that ticket to business class.
こんなに頑張ったのにエコノミークラスとはあんまりだ。そこでビジネスクラスにランクアップ。まだあと9,500円。頑張れナスビ。
Yeah, more scummy, evil shit from the producers here. They never even told him he initially completed the goal here. They just let him keep writing postcards until he'd gather another 9,000 yen. They didn't want him to win quickly. They didn't really want him to win at all because the longer he struggles and suffers, the more money they were making. So they let him just keep going and tried to spin it as a positive thing, like, look at how hard Nasubi's working. We're not going to let him fly in economy class. So the new goal is business class because it's what Nasubi would want. Just genuinely fucked shit.
Real money games are live in Florida.
Real money games are live in Florida!
Real money games are live in Florida.
Real money games are live in Florida!
Real money games powered by Pass Motor Racing are now live in Florida, only on Hard Rock Bet. Start betting with 20 cents. Win money your first 24 hours or get a games bonus back up to $100.
Real money games!
Sexting, riots, and fear-mongering about Susan Collins, the softest Republican in the United States Senate. Vote for the rioting psychotics and the pornographic Nazis to stop Susan Collins. This is the Democratic pitch in 2026. All of that and much more today on the Ben Shapiro Show. Okay, so listen, I get it. I get that politics has now become a series of lesser of two evils choices, which means we're constantly compromising our principles. We vote for flawed people to stop worse people. We vote for people we don't like, sinful people, to stop bad policy. We're way beyond character in politics. I get it, I get it. But I have to say, what the Democrats are now doing in Maine is totally insane. So Graham Plattner is the Senate Democratic candidate in Maine. He has a Nazi tattoo. He wrote on public Reddit thread about how much he was happy that an American soldier had been shot. He has posted repeatedly about how he likes to pleasure himself in porta potties. And Democrats say that you must, in fact, vote for him to stop Susan Collins. It turns out he has a sexting scandal as well. So the not sexting guy who goes on Reddit to post about giant throbbing penises, I mean, these are sentences that have never before been said in all of human history. That guy has to be, according to the Democrats, put into the United States Senate to stop, again, Susan Collins, not Donald Trump, Susan Collins, not even Ted Cruz, Susan Collins. Susan Collins is a Republican, so maybe I agree with her like 65% of the time. But we should point out that Susan Collins voted to convict Donald Trump in his 2021 impeachment trial. She voted against the big, beautiful bill. She sank the ACA repeal bill in 2017. She even blocked it from going through. She was one of 3 Republicans who even voted to confirm Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court in 2022. Democrats say you have to vote for the SS tattoo guy to stop her. That's how crazy they've become, how radical. It's as if Republicans nominated Dan Bilzerian for Senate in like Pennsylvania and then said you had to vote for him to stop John Fetterman. Are we really this far gone, folks? Really? Like here in America? Because again, here's the thing. We're constantly hearing from Democrats, constantly, repeatedly, that this Republican is worse than the last Republican. That Donald Trump, he's so much worse than Mitt Romney. And Mitt Romney was so much worse than George W. Bush. And now, J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio will be so much worse than Donald. But Susan Collins? Really? Really? You're doing all this to stop Susan Collins, the most moderate member of the United States Senate, from retaining her seat in Maine? You're backing Nazi tattoo guy with the sexting issues? Okay, so here's what happened over the course of the weekend. So it turns out that Graham Plattner, who again is this psychotic, really truly a crazy person, the fake oyster farmer from Maine, grew up in privilege, went into the United States military voluntarily, and then decided to crap on his fellow troops when he came back. And well, it turns out that he also has been involved in a massive number of sex with people who are not his wife. Oh no. Well, just 2 weeks ago, he told the New York Times that there were no more big stories coming out about him, actually. There was no more Oppo research that was going to be done. You know, other than he posted about the porta potties and about how he was happy to watch video of an American soldier being shot by the Taliban. Other than all that kind of stuff, there'd be nothing more. Here he was 2 weeks ago.
The GOP is going to dig up everything and more that they can.
Yeah, and probably lie at some point. No.
Is there something new you get ahead of?
No, I mean, like I've lived my life. I've been there for the whole thing, and because of that, like I mean, I know what I've been through. I know what my behavior has been. I know all of it, and there's a reason that even after however many months that was, October, when they dropped the opposition research stuff on us. And the whole time, it was always just like, oh, there's more coming. And I was like, I don't know, like, what this more is going to be.
So it was all over, right? And they were basically done. Well, it turns out not so much. Now, again, part of his campaign has been his beautiful journey with his wife. And so he's been campaigning on it. And here he was, campaigning for universal health care just last month, talking about his IVF journey with his wife.
It feels really great to have extra support as Graham and I are going through IVF as well as the Senate campaign.
Here in the States, when you go to the hospital, there's so many people there who, like, this might be financially destructive. They're not sure how they're going to pay for it, on top of the fact that they're sick or injured or visiting a family member that is. And it was wild to kind of see a healthcare system in which none of that existed. People were just there to get treatment. And there wasn't this kind of underlying fear or underlying tension. And it really goes to show, I think, what having a universal healthcare system does, not just practically, but also almost on like a spiritual or mental health level.
So, you know, like, beautiful relationship with his wife as the basis for universal healthcare. Well, according to the New York Times, Mr. Plattner's wife, Amy Gertner, told a senior campaign aide that he had been exchanging sexual messages with multiple other women. Oh no. Plattner's exchanges with women were confirmed by current and former campaign officials who gave different accounts of some of the details. Ms. Gertner said the couple, who had married in November 2023, according to the town clerk of Sullivan, Maine, was working through his indiscretions in marriage counseling. Now, again, we are not talking about, like, a couple that had problems 20 years ago. We are talking, 2023 is not very long ago. November 2023 is when they got married. Genevieve McDonald, a former state legislator, was the Plattner campaign's political director before leaving in October, said Gertner reached out just days before a big Labor Day rally with Senator Bernie Sanders and was concerned her husband's behavior could become a political liability. Ms. McDonald said Gertner told her husband had been exchanging sexual messages with as many as a dozen women. A current Plattner campaign official said that's not true. It was only 6 women. The conduct had stopped, the official said, before the campaign launched, just like 5 minutes ago. Great job, everyone. Now, Politico reported last week that Plattner offered McDonald $15 grand to sign an NDA. She declined it. Morris Katz, who was Zohran Mamdani's campaign manager, now, of course, he works for Graham Plattner, railed against McDonald as, quote, an opportunistic operative who violated privacy, betrayed trust, and prioritized vengeance over decency. You guys don't get to talk about decency. You guys are running the campaign for Nazi tattoo guy who hangs out with Bernie Sanders while sexting people. Like, no. Well, you know, some people use the internet like Graham Plattner in order to hit up women or post weird things about porta potties, and some of us, you know, we use the internet because we need information, or because we actually are using it for our commerce, or because we are just looking to connect with people, you know, without the sexting. But here is the thing. Every time you use the internet, somebody's watching you. That's just the way that it worked. Didn't used to be that way. Way back in the day, the internet was just kind of a fun place that you could go and get information and hang out with others. And now, most of the internet is just you being tracked. Well, there is a way to stop that. See, your internet provider can see your browsing activity. In the US, they are legally allowed to sell that information, and then we just let them do that, unless you use ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN reroutes my internet activity through secure encrypted servers, helping it shield from internet providers and other third parties. It hides my IP address. It makes it much harder for data brokers to track me. ExpressVPN is super duper simple. I've been using it for years. You download it, you tap, you're connected. It works across phones, tablets, TVs, desktops, pretty much everything. It covers up to 14 devices all at once. Digital privacy is not a fringe issue. It is a major issue in your life, whether you believe it or not. So go protect yourself right now. Right now, get ExpressVPN for just $3.49 a month. If you use my special link, you can get 4 extra months of service. Go to expressvpn.com/Ben. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/Ben for 4 extra months of service. The Daily Wire's Tim Rice reports that Graham Plattner has an active profile on the Predator's Paradise messaging app Kik. And this is just another reason why you guys should become members. You help support our investigative journalism. This is a big story. According to Tim, the National Center on Sexual Exploitation deems the anonymous messaging app Kik a predator's paradise, thanks to a number of features that allow underage users to join the app and communicate with adults. Well, that's not great. Apparently, a Forbes investigation a couple years ago found that Kik had a huge child exploitation problem. Even among consenting adults, Kik is no ordinary messenger. The platform has been described as the app with the most severe sexual content. It is often found at the center of sexploitation cases. Plattner's Kik account bears the username phustle0331, which is strikingly similar to his Instagram handle, as well as the username for his now infamous Reddit account. The Democrat was almost 32 years old when he joined the app. 70% of users are between the ages of 13 and 24. And here is a screenshot of Plattner's active Kik profile. It was active, like still. He deactivated it like yesterday, apparently, or a couple of days ago. So, I mean, first of all, I gotta say, first of all, the selfie strategically covers up the Totenkopf tattoo with his phone, the SS tattoo that he has. He's covering that up with his phone. Second of all, dudes, don't do this. Like, really don't do this. It didn't work for Anthony Weiner. It's never been a great strategy. If you're trying to get the women in the onlines, taking a selfie of yourself with the toilet in the background, coming out of the shower, looking about 20 pounds overweight, I'm not sure that that's really going to do it for you. I'm not even sure that if you're in great shape, it would do it for you. It might attract gay dudes, but that's not how you get women. As a general rule, that is not how it works. Now, Plattner's campaign then released a message from Plattner's wife. I mean, man, throwing out the wife as cannon fodder here is really gross. It's really gross. But here we go.
Our marriage counselor helps. My personal counselor helps. Graham's personal counselor helps. And we work on our mental health every day. No marriage is perfect. And I don't want a perfect marriage. I want my marriage, and I want to be married to Graham. Sorry, black flies. I knew the man that I married is wonderful and dynamic and probably a genius. I knew the man that I married had been through an immense amount of violent, active combat. And he's been in therapy for years. I admire the f*** out of him.
Elect the sexting guy who has been in therapy for years because he requires that therapy because he's so screwed up from his past life that he has to sex with random people on Kick. That's a move. That's a move. I'm not sure it's going to work out great, but it is a move. Plattner says this is all about the powers that be coming after him. I don't know. I feel like there are, a few people in Maine who don't have Nazi tattoos and, aren't sexting random. Janet, if this is what they came up with Graham Plattner, and he was the one they decided to nominate, imagine the kind of sexting scandal that Janet Mills, the Democrat governor, would have gone through. I mean, obviously they had to avoid that to come up with Graham Plattner. But he says, listen, the powers that be have to stop. They're trying to stop us. I can't believe they picked this guy. I cannot.
That apart. They're going to come after us in every awful way that they possibly can. And we're just going to keep talking about the fact that the hospitals are closing, the fact that child care facilities are closing, the fact that teachers and nurses aren't paid enough, and the fact that everybody down here continues to work harder and longer and get less. But of course, the powers that be do not want us to talk about that. And so they're going to just do gossip instead.
The story isn't true, right?
It's not gossip. Your wife literally told the campaign that you were sexting like a dozen women. So there's that. That one's on you, my dude. It's not anybody else's fault. He went on Reddit while he was a full-grown adult putting out posts about engorged throbbing. That's no one else. That's his fault. The combination, by the way, of effeminate campaign managers and totem coat tattoo-ridden sexting freaks for this main campaign, really solid stuff. Plattner's campaign strategist, Morris Katz, who helped Zoran Mamdani. What? And here he was in March 2026 talking about why Graham Plattner is so wonderful, and the answer is because he's a piece of crap, just like Trump voters. I'm not kidding. That's actually his defense.
I think when we talk about wanting real people in our politics, and real people have said up things online 15 years ago, and we can't have one without the other. We can't just have the real, authentic, you get to say, you served, you're always calling, you never wanted to run for office, and also you're, Gavin Newsom, who's known he wanted to run for office for probably since he was 3 years old. And and I think what people say is we've spent so much time, every cable news, every segment, how are we going to win back the people Trump has taken? How are we going to win back the young men who we've lost online? It's we have someone who was one of them and found his way out the other side and who can uniquely tell that story.
He can tell the story of how he's a piece of crap to all those Trump voters who are also pieces of crap. Slow clap for these guys. Okay, so here is sort of my point. My point is, I understand if they did this because, oops, we nominated a bad candidate and we didn't know all this stuff and we put him up there and now we need to vote for that guy to stop Ted Cruz. We need to vote for that guy right now because we must stop Tom Cotton. We must stop Donald Trump, right? We nominated a terrible candidate. It's too late. Now we got to do what we didn't do. Okay, they're doing this to stop Susan Collins. This is how crazy they are. The Democrats are like, you must vote for the National Socialist with the sexting problem to stop Susan Collins. I don't want to hear anymore from Democrats who are supporting this kind of crap about how Republicans have a immigration problem. I don't want to hear it. It's ridiculous. On its face, it's ridiculous. Graham Plattner is running against Susan Collins. And if you hear the disbelief in my voice here, it's because Susan Collins has been the bugaboo of the traditional Republican Party for a long time. It is better to have her there than a Democrat, but only by a marginal amount because she votes a significant percentage of the time on major issues with the Democrats. And Democrats still are like, nope, got to vote for the ambulatory psychotic who has to routinely visit counseling so that he doesn't randomly sex women in Maine. Genius level stuff. Kyle Kulinski, left-wing radical. He tweeted, quote, Plattner could have sexted my mom and I'd still vote for him. We know. We know. He might have, by the way. Everything's possible. Senate Democrat Chris Murphy is on Face the Nation, and he's defending Graham Plattner, of course.
I mean, I have not followed this story as closely as others have, but I mean, Graham Plattner is somebody that served our country. He served his community. He's also made mistakes, and he has admitted that. Character also involves standing up to people who are bankrupting and running this country. And this race is going to be a contrast between somebody that has put his life on the line for this country against somebody that is literally empowering the moral hollowing out of our nation from the White House.
Now, again, the idea is must defend this guy no matter what because Trump. Because Trump. Once you're now in this mode, there are no limits. There are really no limits. Cenk Uyghur found who's responsible. Wait for it. It's the Jews. It's the Jews. I know. I can't believe it from Cenk. It's shocking. Democrats are now attacking Graham with no shame. Same Democrats who told us to vote blue no matter what. When it was time to. When it was to back establishment candidates are now stabbing Plattner in the back. Why? Guys like Cory Booker 100% work for Israel. That's who's organizing this. Yes, Cory Booker. The tool of the Juden. John Favreau of the Pod Save America crew, who again, sometimes tries to portray himself as moderate, not so much. I'd just say that if the reason you don't want to support a candidate is because he and his wife chose not to share, they went through marriage counseling to deal with infidelity, that's your choice. But I do think there are other factors in the race that will have more of a direct impact on your life. And I'm just astonished at hearing Democrats do this routine after attacking Donald Trump over stuff happening in his marital life for years. Now it's a private matter. Little inconsistency there. Roe Khanna says, I'm proud of Graham for having the character to stand up against the war in Iran, against genocide, and against an unfair and lopsided economy. Again, it's about the Jews. I gotta say, it does take an extraordinary kind of skill to turn Graham Plattner not being able to get his dick off the internet into a story about the Jews. And really well done to Roe Khanna and Cenk Uyghur. That it's really about the Israelis. Somehow the nefarious Israelis made Graham Plattner 10 years ago post things about throbbing, engorged penises on Reddit, and also join a sexting group. Man, the Jews really are good at this stuff. Really solid stuff. But Plattner's team prevented him from having to talk with reporters after a rally on Sunday. Here's what that looked like. Well, it's a good-looking group of people, the people who defend Graham Plattner. Bear onesie and all. Cory Booker, who again, Cenk Uyghur is calling him out as the Israeli tool. Cory Booker. Here he was waffling on Graham Plattner, asked about it on ABC.
Do you have concerns with the weight of all these controversies that may jeopardize Democratic hopes to get that Senate seat in Maine?
Yeah, I have concerns. That guy has questions to answer, and that's what campaigns are for. But when I go all over New Jersey and see hundreds and hundreds of thousands of New Jerseyans losing their health care and millions more seeing their health care costs go up, as I have families who say I can't afford gas for my car and childcare for my children, I know that so much is riding on Democrats taking control of the Senate. That this election, if we do not get the votes necessary to take care of the House and the Senate, we will continue to have an out-of-control president. And I'm going to tell you right now, as he is a lame-duck president, he's becoming more and more dangerous.
So Cory Booker is still stumping for Graham Plattner. What a terrible tool the Jews is, truly. But again, this is how radical the Democrats are. Even these supposed moderates are just radicals, or at least giving into the radicals at this point to stop, fairly moderate Republican policy. Already coming up, Democrats are so radical that not only are many of them going to vote for a Nazi-tattooed sexting freak, but also they are now rioting over illegal immigration. Again, this time in New Jersey. We'll get to that in a moment. First, here's a question. How many brokers does it take to insure modern business? The answer is, for a lot of companies, I don't know, because here's the thing. You probably have multiple policies and multiple applications and multiple renewal dates and different carriers and different contacts, and often no clear picture of how everything actually fits together. It's a very, very complicated business process, and you probably don't even know whether you have enough insurance or too much insurance. You're digging through PDFs and email chains trying to find quick answers to those kinds of questions. Well, this is what SuperSure is trying to solve. SuperSure acts as a single brokerage relationship for your business insurance backed by a team that works with you year-round, not just when it's time to renew your policy. If you've ever stared at an insurance policy and wondered what it actually says, their feature, Fine Print Facts, translates the legal jargon into plain English, helping you understand what's covered, what's not, and where there may be gaps. Business insurance is important. Understanding it should not require a law degree. Right now, you can go to supersure.com/hero, get a full report on your current policies with no obligation. Find out whether you're overinsured, underinsured, somewhere in between. Head on over to supersure.com/Shapiro. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in just one place. Go to supersure.com/Shapiro. That's supersure.com/Shapiro. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency. So, over the weekend, there were riots in New Jersey, basically, over a detention center overseen by ICE. That detention center had suspended visitation last week because of protests over living conditions for detainees. There have been rumors that there is a hunger strike inside that facility. That's being denied at this point, that there is some sort of hunger strike inside the facility. Fox reports that, again, visitation was only ever suspended because of a dangerous perimeter being caused by the rioters. Basically, there was a rumor that went out and people decided to go nuts. And here is what that looked like. Here is the Newark PD struggling to hold up barriers against protesters. What were they going to do? Storm the Bastille here? Here's what it looked like. Gentle, you can't see, they're literally trying to push the metal barriers at the cops. Why are you working for fascists? They're just trying to detain, and deport people who are criminals. You can see the Palestinian keffiyehs everywhere, of course, because it's all part of one big movement. It's the same radical anti-Western movement. It's all part of the same thing. And it has infused the entire Democratic Party. Mikey Sherrill, this is partially her fault. She, of course, in March 2026, signed a bunch of immigration-related bills that were designed to stifle law enforcement. One bill barred law enforcement from wearing face coverings. Another barred state and local enforcement from cooperating with ICE. A third restricted state authorities from sharing someone's immigration status without a judicial warrant. But then she says, I don't know why people are rioting. Why are people rioting? Maybe it's because you keep feeding the alligator, lady. Maybe that would be the reason. She put up tweets. Quote, last night, masked individuals at Delaney Hall attacked the barrier in the protected protest area and began aggressive and dangerous actions against Newark and New Jersey State Police, including throwing projectiles, utilizing barriers as weapons, and lighting tires on fire in the street. These actions put both peaceful protesters and law enforcement in danger. The police were not in protective gear. We simply cannot let ICE surge into our communities, for conclusion. So, I don't like the protesters. Also, ICE cannot surge into our community. This is how you guys end up here. I do not know why these individuals attack or what they wanted to accomplish. I know why. Maybe it's because you and your government keep undermining ICE instead of cooperating with ICE and allowing for basic arrest functions to take place. The Newark mayor, Ras Baraka, had to declare a mandatory curfew, actually, put out a statement to ensure the safety and well-being of all residents. A mandatory curfew for a half-mile area surrounding Delaney Hall is being implemented effective immediately. So that's how bad things got. Mikey Sherrill continues to say, I will keep pushing to close Delaney Hall for good. So again, you want it both ways. You want to say that a truly grave human rights violation is happening at Delaney Hall, and the people who are enforcing it, you should never cooperate with. Also, it's really bad when people decide to riot. I'm sorry, that's going to be a hard line to maintain.
Continue pushing DHS to provide appropriate medicine and care for all detainees, especially the most vulnerable. It must give detainees a meaningful chance to review their cases. It must stop pressuring detainees into signing deportation documents. And it must be transparent about who is being held at that facility. I'll keep pressing DHS to do better, to abide by our nation's Constitution, and to close Delaney Hall down for good.
Again, these are people who are attempting to stop federal law enforcement from doing its job of deporting criminals. That's what they are attempting to do. And then they turn around and they say, no, we're not on the side of the criminals attempting to assault law enforcement. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Representative Hakeem Jeffries, who's desperate to become Speaker of the House, he's doing the same routine, pretending that Delaney Hall is some sort of grave human rights violating concentration camp.
We spoke to several individuals, none of whom has a criminal record, many of whom have been detained here at Delaney Hall for months. This is not America. The lack of access to quality food, that's not America. The lack of access to adequate medical treatment, that's not America. The retaliation that is taking place, that's not America. The fact that there are 18-year-old high school girls being held here is not America. Delaney Hall should be shut down, and every single individual, particularly those at a high level connected to this facility, they're engaging in a depraved indifference to human life. And every single member of this Trump administration is going to be held accountable.
They're just fostering chaos. That's all this is. They're fostering chaos, stopping us from enforcing our immigration law, facilitating, by the way, groups that are attempting to do all of this. There's a tipster on X who had previously infiltrated anti-signal checks in Minnesota and has now done the same in New Jersey. And this tipster says, quote, I messaged a group admin asking how my family in New Jersey could help the Delaney Hall protesters. Within minutes, she sent me a supply list and a Venmo donation link. The supply list was not water bottles. It was P100 respirators, that's tear gas ready, military spec impact goggles, welding gloves, picking up hot tear gas canisters, helmets, body armor, and Sudicon chemical decontamination wipes. And apparently, the main point of contact was a professional organizer named Jenny Garcia, who is apparently the communications coordinator for the DC-based Detention Watch Network, which boasts $7.2 million in assets and is funded by the Ford Foundation. This person is also the campaign coordinator at the American Friends Service Committee Immigrant Rights Program. The Tides Foundation gave them a couple $100,000 in 2023. The Tides Foundation is funded by the Open Society Foundation, which is Soros. This is where we are. This is where we are. The Democratic Party has moved so far, so fast, that they are basically in line with third worldist anti-law enforcement trash. That is what they are doing. And they're doing that in order to stop Susan Collins. Susan Collins, which brings us to the hottest online story of the day. Apparently, according to Reuters, Great Britain has now blocked Cenk Uygur and Hassan Piker from entering the country. So they say that they are being punished for their views on Israel. There's no evidence this is the case. There's no evidence this is the case. And they say they're being punished for their views on Israel. Apparently, the Britain Interior Ministry said travel authorization for these individuals had been canceled as their presence in the UK may not be conducive to the public good. Their statement did not mention Israel because very unclear that this has anything to do with Israel. Didn't stop Piker and Cenk from reporting that it was indeed the Juden, of course. Hassan Piker, who is in love with genocidal regimes abroad, ranging from Hamas to the Chinese regime, says the UK has revoked my visa as well, all at the behest of Israel. The West is betraying liberal values for a genocidal fascist foreign government. Soon we will all become Israel. I mean, so first of all, I just want to point out that there's no evidence this is the case. Number two, I don't want to hear about liberal values from Hassan Piker. That's absurd. The use of liberal free speech values by people who despise the West is the vulnerable point in the West. We have rules, people enter our country, use the privileges and immunities granted to United States citizens to destroy our country, and then they claim that they are standing up for liberal values. It's pathetic. Cenk, by the way, tweeted something similar, suggesting, of course, that he had also been banned because of all of this. Now, I don't know why they were banned. Again, the UK standard was that their presence in the UK may not be conducive to the public good. I mean, maybe it was that Hassan Piker loves terrorists. Cenk said, I've been banned from the UK. I tried to get on a flight to London to attend South by Southwest in London and give a speech at Oxford. I've been banned for criticizing Israel. Are we free anymore? This is oppression of Western citizens by our own governments on behalf of a different country. Watching these people weaponize American standards of free speech with regard to a foreign country, the UK, while hating the civilization itself is sure a trick. It really, really is. I mean, maybe, I don't know why they banned Hassan and Cenk. I don't know why. I mean, maybe it's because Hassan Piker loves terrorists, because he does love terrorists. I mean, here he was, we played this clip several times, talking about how he thinks Hamas is he'd vote for Hamas over Israel 1,000. Hamas is a genocidal terror group that murders Gazans on the regular. And he's a fan.
When you say Hamas is 1,000 times better, do you actually mean that? Or is that a rhetorical move or like a solidarity signal? Like what?
I mean, it's all of the above. I do mean it. I think it's a rhetorical move because it frustrates a lot of people. I've also said I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time.
You'd vote for Hamas over Israel every single... I mean, maybe it's that. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's that Cenk likes the Ayatollah. Could be that. And he literally tweeted, quote, I criticized Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei 1,000 times. He didn't, by the way. There's no evidence that he did, at least on Twitter. he was oppressing his own people and preventing democracy. But there's one thing you can't take away from him. He died on his own 2 feet instead of kneeling to Israel. That took courage. He didn't bow. Now, again, I have no evidence that this is why he was banned from the UK. And in fact, I happen to think it's probably not why he was banned from the UK. Here is Chang trying to explain. Obviously so disturbed, Chang.
The most remarkable thing just happened. I went to the airport to go to London. I'm going to give panel speeches at South by Southwest London and 2 speeches at Oxford. But it turns out I'm not, because the person at the United counter said, you have been banned from the United Kingdom. It says here the government has rejected you. So I already had a visa. It was a 2-year visa. I was in the middle of it. So they went in and pulled the visa, apparently. I had no idea why, and I have to say that it was a bit of a gut punch. It's a little bit hard to shake me, but I was shaken there because if that feeling of having your freedom taken away was so visceral. No, you're not allowed to travel to Oxford, to London, to the United Kingdom. You're banned. You don't have that freedom anymore.
You don't have that freedom anymore. Again, that's a foreign country, and it gets to make its own rules. Now, we'll discuss the rules in a second. I think the rules in Britain are really, really screwed up. But I just want to point out here that the idea that he was banned because he's anti-Israel, the Home Secretary of the UK is a person named Shabana Mahmood. Shabana Mahmood is in favor of boycott, divestment, and sanctions from Israel. She herself is wildly anti-Israel. And by the way, you know who else has been banned historically? Well, I mean, just last month, Ezra Levant, who's pro-Israel, was banned from the Tommy Robinson rally. He was banned from entering the country. So were Eva Vlaardingerbroek, a Dutch influencer, and Ada Lush, a Spanish commentator, and Philippe de Winter, a Flemish MP, and Dominic Tarzinski, a Polish MEP. They were all banned from entering. So let's just start with the basics here on principle. If you're an American citizen, it is your unalienable right to say what you want in America. That's a reality. That's how the law works. American rights to free speech, however, do not extend to you saying, for example, that you would like to destroy Taiwan in the name of China, and then Taiwan has to let you enter Taiwan. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. But in America, the basic idea is that American citizens ought to be protected from the overreach of the government. So if you're an American citizen, you are protected from the government. You have an immunity to the power of the government along these lines. Okay, but you know who doesn't have that immunity? People who are visiting here. If you are not an American citizen and you support hatred and terrorism of our country, we shouldn't let you in. We should not. Like, if you want to come on vacay from Turkey or Syria and you hate America, we should not let you in. There is no reason for us to let you in. Okay, that is, you don't have a right. Mahmoud Khalil should never have been allowed in the country. I have a feeling that Cenk Uyghur's parents probably should not have been allowed in the country in the first place. The reason he's a citizen is he was brought here when he was 8 and he lived here for a long time. But Cenk, obviously not a huge fan of the country. I don't know what his parents' feelings were, whether they the oath that they took when they came here. Hassan Piker came when he was an adult, he was 18. Bit of a different story than even Cenk, who came here when he was a kid. But put all of that aside. They're both American citizens. They can say what they want in America. To our everlasting regret at having let their families in. But this bizarre notion that somehow you have a right to go into a country while hating its fundamental civilization is crap. Now, that's not actually the standard in Britain. So Britain is morally relativistic. It is not that Britain is banning people who are anti-Britain, which they should probably. It is that Britain is totally morally relativistic. I think Britain ought to ban people who hate Western civilization, but that's not actually what Britain does. In 2003, for example, Cambridge Union posted Abu Hamza al-Masri, an Islamist cleric who ended up being extradited to the U.S. on 11 terror charges. That included taking hostages in Yemen, attempting to set up an al-Qaeda training camp in Oregon. In 2011, Oxford Union was addressed by the Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi via live stream. In late 2024, a guy named Miko Peled, who is an Israeli who hates Israel and openly defended the October 7th attacks, he came to Britain and said that the attacks were not terrorism, but acts of heroism. So listen, I think all those people should have been banned from entry. They weren't. In 2009, however, Michael Savage, the American talk show host, was banned from Britain because he criticized Islam, basically. So the problem I have with Britain's standard isn't that they consistently ban people who threaten their civilization. They don't do that. They constantly let those people in, and they let them become citizens and members of the government. The problem is, they won't ban many of the people who do threaten their civilization, but they do ban many of the people who would like to stand up for their civilization. So what is their actual stupid standard over in Britain? So Britain's standard, as articulated by, again, the Interior Ministry, is that they ban people who aren't, quote unquote, conducive to the public good. That is a fungible standard. So, for example, you could be banned from Britain if you, quote, foster hatred, which might lead to inter-community violence in the UK. Now, I'll read that again, because, again, to understand, you have to understand. They can ban people if they, quote, foster hatred, which might lead to inter-community violence in the UK. Well, that's the heckler's veto. So, maybe I get banned in the UK right now, even though I wasn't a couple of years ago, because maybe my presence causes radical Muslim riots against Jews in Golders Green. That's quite possible. That would be a crappy standard. But all the people today who are shedding tears for Hassan and Cheng, both of whom stand for terrorist groups and brutal dictatorships across the world, while then complaining about Western speech standards, not a single tear, not a single solitary tear, 0 tears. Yeah, I think Britain's standards are crap, but I think Britain's standards should actually be more objective. Because the big problem with Europe is not that they violated their free speech standards in particular. It's that the things they ban are traditionally the things that actually cut in favor of their civilization. That they allowed in, this is true for all of Europe. Europe decided that it was imperative under liberal values to allow in millions of people who despise their civilization and ban people who speak up against it. That's the problem in Europe. The problem is not banning enough people who hate their civilization. And that's how you end up with Paris. So over the weekend, gigantic riots in France. Why did they riot this time? Well, this time they rioted because a soccer team won a game. Yep. Big soccer riot. But this is not just kind of your normal soccer hooligan riot. It turns out an extraordinarily outsized portion of, say, young Middle Eastern males rioting in France. According to France 24, French authorities announced Monday 890 people were arrested across the country when overnight celebrations of Paris Saint-Germain's Champions League victory over Arsenal were marred by violent clashes and a road accident that killed a young man. Thousands of people poured into the streets of Paris for the match and to revel in PSG's triumph in the final, held in the Hungarian capital of Budapest late on Saturday. Mobs clashed with police. Some 22,000 police were deployed across France after unrest last year when PSG also won the competition. Here is some of the film. Here's what it looked like as the rioters burned cars and smashed windows, as one would when your soccer team wins a game. If you're wondering why they are wearing jerseys that say Qatar on them, the reason is because this team is owned by Qatar. So burning bicycles, as one would, setting off fireworks, burning things. That's what one would do when your soccer team wins. Massive crowd was rioting right in front of the Eiffel Tower. So this is what France has become. Great job, France. You did a great job importing those millions of radical Muslims. It's done great for you. It's been awesome. By the way, dressed like terrorists, like with the towel around their face and everything. Really good stuff. Young men destroying a bus stop, jumping on a torched car in front of the Eiffel Tower. Like, really, this is great stuff here. France is in the best of shape. Giant riots in the streets because you won a soccer. And of course, what were they chanting? What were they chanting as they set fire at the base of the Eiffel Tower? They were chanting, wait for it, you know what the answer is going to be. You know what it's going to be. Yeah, you got it. It was Allahu Akbar. Oh, boy. So, this is what happens when you don't bar people from your country who hate your country. Emmanuel Macron was at a Champs-Élysées celebration with the PSG. He said, unfortunately, we witnessed unacceptable scenes of violence in Paris and other cities for much of last night. That is not football. That is not sport. That is not what we love. We will be uncompromising with those responsible. We do not want to see this anymore. Enough is enough. It's over. It's not over. It's not over. We should point out that Paris Saint-Germain is a Qatari soft power project. That's what it is. It was bought by the Qatar Sports Investment in 2011. This is what Qatar does. Qatar basically spreads its tentacles with money all over the West. They own Heathrow Airport. They own gigantic sports conglomerates. The president of PSG is Nasser Al Khalifa, who's also chairman of Be In Media Group, an international sports entertainment and media group operating in 40 countries. He led Be In's acquisition of Miramax. He is also a member of the Qatar Sovereign Wealth Fund. And part of this is their sports washing strategy. Again, the goal here is create massive fan bases that are tied into the politics of Qatar, which is how you end up with the gigantic Free Palestine flag unfurled at a PSG game ahead of a matchup against Israel in November of 2024. That's what that looked like. And you can see this is a gigantic Free Palestine poster at the soccer game. Again, this is all part and parcel of Qatar spreading its money everywhere. Qatar does this because they want influence. This is what Qatar does. Qatar, of course, is basically a stand-in for the Iranian government. All of this nonsense about how Qatar is an ally of the United States, they're at best an erstwhile ally of the United States. Now, again, all of this is just the prelude to the biggest problem, which is that the West decided to open its doors to legitimately tens of millions of people who despise the West. 29% of all immigrants in France are from Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia. The second biggest block of migrants who have arrived in France since 2011 are from sub-Saharan countries in Africa. Since 2011, 1.1 million Middle and Near Eastern migrants have arrived in France. The Muslim population of France total has gone from 0.5% in 1985 to 7% in 2025. It is the fastest growing population in France. 15% of the population of Paris is Muslim. According to the French Institute of Opinion polls, Catholic identification has dropped from 83% in 1985 to 43% in 2025. And political radicalization studies done of Muslim youths in Paris and Lyon between 2020 and 2021 found that youth became radicalized when they felt estranged from mainstream societal values and when they sensed dissatisfaction toward political institutions. So again, very, very radical young base of Muslims in France. A 2025 survey published by the French Institute of Opinion polls found that Islamism, like radical Islam, has won over 1/3 of French Muslims. 38% endorsed radicalism. They identified openly with the Muslim Brotherhood or other political Islam movements. 57% of respondents between the ages of 15 and 24 believe Sharia law trumps French laws. So let's put it this way. I do not think that the biggest problem that Europe is currently suffering from is their lack of quote-unquote free speech standards as applied to everyone. I think the biggest problem that they have is that they are not cracking down on people trying to enter their countries who hate their countries and their civilization. That seems to me the biggest problem. And meanwhile, are cracking down on people who don't hate their civilization and wish to uphold it. Right? All of this means, whether we're talking about what's going on in Maine, what's going on in New Jersey, what's going on in England and France, all of this means that decline is a choice. Well, California has some choices to make. There's a mayoral election that is taking place this week. Right now, Karen Bass remains the overwhelming favorite in the Kalshi markets. They're our friends and partners over here, our sponsors. According to the Kalshi markets, 62% of people believe that Karen Bass is going to end up winning. 27% believe Spencer Pratt, who is now elevated above Nithya Raman. Now, if she does not get 50%, then, of course, this thing moves into a runoff. So it'll be interesting to see how this breaks down. The fact that Karen Bass has presided over the massive decline of LA. Yeah, listen, I left LA. I left LA for a reason. I do not think that the voters, prove me wrong, LA, prove me wrong. I think that the voters of LA don't have the brains to actually elect someone who's not a left-wing radical. Spencer Pratt has been running an incredibly viral campaign. He put up a picture of homeless people outside of a ballot drop box, an official ballot drop box in LA. This is what LA is now. Every time I visit it, frankly, it looks worse. Every so often, they'll clean it up because there are foreign dignitaries visiting, but it ain't great. Nithya Raman, who is the third place finisher likely in these primaries, she has been defending tents near schools for years. This is what politicians in LA do. Here she was doing this in 2024.
Like, I don't think a kid's going to be safer because a tent is 500 feet away from a school. You know, that's
Again, tends near the schools. This is the kind of politics that she thinks wins. Karen Bass is smarter than Nithya Rama, and she doesn't say the quiet part out loud. But then she does it. Somebody set up a fake encampment outside Nithya Raman's home, basically making the point, like, you seem to be totally fine with the homeless outside everybody else's home. Why aren't you fine with it outside your home?
So I woke up this morning to a sound of commotion outside of my window, and I looked out the window and I realized that there were people setting up what was, I think, a fake encampment, like a homeless encampment outside of my house. Multiple people gathered there filming it to make a shooting something with cameras and things like that outside of my house. I have two little kids.
Yeah.
They didn't see it, luckily, this morning, but you know, I feel badly that I'm even subjecting them to that at all, but it has definitely, this has gone far beyond what I expected the campaign to be about.
I mean, yes, it is disturbing when not just fake encampments arrive outside your house. It is disturbing when real encampments show up outside your house. But again, if you're in any neighborhood in LA that is not up in the Hollywood Hills, that is happening outside your house. It's one of the reasons we moved out of LA, is because when we were living in a fairly nice area called Valley Village in Los Angeles, when we were living over there, we had a pretty good house, really nice house. And we had a gate out in front of the house that we had to build. We had to make it opaque so people couldn't see it. And every time we'd open that gate, there'd be a homeless person outside shooting up in the street, like right outside the house. Could not walk around the neighborhood with my kids. And that's when we were like, you know what? Enough. But why don't I trust the voters of LA? Well, because people are stupid and people vote stupidly. Here is one voter claiming that she is going to vote for Karen Bass because of black pride. It's better to have an incompetent black mayor than a more competent white mayor.
Who do you want to win as mayor of LA?
Karen Bass.
And why Karen Bass?
Black pride.
Okay, anything else?
No.
Just that, or some policies or something like that that you can share?
Nah.
Nope. It's just the race. Just the race. Great stuff. As I said, Spencer Pratt has been running a really excellent campaign because he understands the power of social media. His campaign ads are really funny. He's been using AI like nobody's business. I mean, the future of Hollywood is moving in this direction. I think the future of Hollywood, by the way, huge weekend at the box office because of a horror film called Back Rooms, another one called Obsession, both of which are basically small-scale films that are being real people without heavy use of AI. But AI use in politics is going to get only more viral from here because it's extraordinarily cheap. Well, Spencer Pratt cut an ad that is a spoof of Everything is Awesome from the Lego movie, but it's Everything is Awful. Here we go.
Everything is awful. Everything is hell when you're part of the scene.
You see a homeless guy beating up a cop.
And burning down.
And Karen Bass in her helicopter over a burning Los Angeles.
We just mean two awful things: a stolen car, a burned down house. You know what's awful? Everything. Mom's in shock. The locks at camp of addicts down the block. Lots of tents, a very big mess. Awful scenes are not the best. Camps, traps, and crap. They're awful. Crack, smack,
People.
and shells. They're awful.
Okay, so all this is just videos of things burning and homeless people stealing people's stuff and people crapping on the streets and actual dumpster fire. Everything is awful with Karen Bass, happy Karen Bass. The Hollywood Hills actually on fire with actual zombies walking in the streets. So things are great. It's really funny. It's really funny. Again, I do not think that Spencer Pratt is going to win this race because I do not trust the people of LA to be smart enough to do that, but good for him. Good for him. And it's going to change the way people do politics for sure. His ads have been really good. I mean, really extraordinarily good ads. Okay, meanwhile, the left continues to try to crack down on AI in the name of justice. We'll get to all of that in a moment. First, you have to become a subscriber. If you wish to subscribe, then make sure that you head on over to Daily Wire right now and become a member. Use code Shapiro, check out for 2 months free on all annual plans. Click that link in the description and join us.
お茶2袋お茶よ。宣言ということは商品総額は6万1800円ということ。ファーストクラスにランクアップということはゴールの金額もランクアップ。
Masubi easily gathered the remaining 9,500 yen after winning some expensive tea leaves, so he was absolutely slapping the producer's bottoms, like he was going hog wild right now. So again, they increased the goal without ever telling him. Now, business class wasn't good enough. Now it was going to have to be a first class ticket, which was an additional 20,000 yen, I believe, which again was pretty quick for Nasubi to gather. He won a live octopus, a big picture frame, and was able to gather enough money through prizes pretty quickly to get that final rank up to first class passenger. So then he finally gets the ticket from Korea to Japan in first class, and it's over.
そしてプロデューサーに連れられたナスビ登場。もちろんアイマスクにヘッドホン。ナスビは驚くべき行動に出る。別にまだかかる。なんと脱ぎ始めた。
Try it now.
But the story wouldn't be complete without one more final act of cruelty towards Nasubi. They blindfold him, put noise-canceling headphones on him, disorient him, and drag him on stage into a mock room designed to look like the rooms that he'd been staying in for the last 15 months. So out of pure instinct, he gets completely nude again. It's the only life he knows, so without ever being told to take his clothes off, he does it anyway. And then the walls break away, revealing a live studio audience laughing at him and congratulating him for completing the show. Nasubi is understandably confused because for 15 months he has been psychologically and physically tortured. So he doesn't understand what's happening, he doesn't get it, and is shocked, scared, and all around bewildered. It's just one more sick fucking joke from the producers. Millions of people watching the finale, as well as thousands in person watching him, completely naked and completely having no idea what's going on or why. The life of prizes was finally complete, and the entire show, Susunu Denpa Shonen, was canceled pretty shortly after. It didn't have like a super long run after this, but the toll that this experience took on Nasubi's life obviously didn't stop with the finale. He reported being uncomfortable in clothes for about 6 months afterwards, and his social skills had obviously deteriorated. He said he was a lot more shy and not really able to be a comedian super well anymore because obviously he had been cut off for so long from people. He just kind of lost the ability to carry on conversations efficiently and overall just became a lot more reserved as a result of this. He did, however, sell his diary, the Nasubi Life of Prizes diary, like his journal, and that was a bestseller. That was a massive success. But he himself never achieved that level of fame that he was kind of promised with a show like this. He did have certain roles in other productions, and some of them pretty sizable roles in other productions, but never a massive success in Japan, even though this is like the most successful live stream in Japan's history. So just an overall extremely sad and cruel story. The main producer behind this show has gone on record and said he doesn't regret anything. He said his goal is to make miracles on film, and with Nasubi, he accomplished that goal. He did apologize to Nasubi, and Nasubi confirms that the producer did apologize to him, but the apology only does fuck all. Like, that doesn't make up for 15 months of lost human contact and health. Like, that's a nothing burger. But I guess at least he apologized, even though he made millions of dollars off the back of Nasubi's suffering. But anyway, I wanted to share this story because I find it to be one of the most interesting ones when it comes to like live broadcast television as well as live streaming. This is one of the first live streams, and it was fucking bizarre. Extremely fucked up story. And yeah, I just wanted to share that with all of you. Thank you to Caleb and Chelsea for compiling a bunch of clips here, so that way we could tell the story as best as possible. And yeah, that's about it. See ya.
Sometimes the sweet smell of victory stinks. Adding Lysol laundry sanitizer kills 99.9% of odor-causing bacteria detergents leave behind. Clean is good, sanitized is better.
Okay.